Blank by Randall Garrett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Blank by Randall Garrett. Bethelman came to quite suddenly and found himself standing on the corner of 44th Street and Madison Avenue. He was dizzy for a moment, not from any physical cause, but from the disorientation. The last thing he could remember, he had been sitting in a bar in Boston talking to Dr. Elijah Kameroff. After the interview was over, they'd had a few drinks, and then a few more. After that, things began to get hazy. Bethelman rubbed his head. It wasn't like a hangover. His head felt perfectly fine. But how in the devil had he gotten here? He looked around. No one was paying any attention to him, but no one pays any attention to anyone on the streets of New York. Still feeling queer, he headed east on 44th Street. He wanted to sit down for a bit, and the nearest place was the little bar halfway between Madison Avenue and Grand Central Station. He went in and ordered a beer. What the hell had happened? He'd had too much to drink on several occasions, but he'd never gone to sleep in one city and awakened in another. Dr. Kameroff must have put him on the plane. The biochemist didn't drink much, and had probably been in better shape than Bethelman had been. He glanced at his watch. 2:15. Wow. The city editor would be wondering where he was. He went to the phone, dropped in a dime, and dialed the city desk. When the editor's voice answered, he said, "Hickman, this is Bethelman. I'm sorry I'm late, but—" "Late?" interrupted Hickman. "What are you talking about? You've only been gone half an hour. You sick or something?" "I don't feel too good," Bethelman admitted confusedly. "That's what you said when you left. Hell, man, take the rest of the day off. It's Friday. You don't need to show up until Monday if you don't want to, okay?" "Yeah," said Bethelman. "Sure." His mind still didn't want to focus properly. "Okay, boy," said Hickman. "And thanks again for the tip. Who'd have thought Baby Joe would come in first? See you Monday." And he hung up. Bethelman stood there looking foolish for a full 5 seconds. Then things began to connect up. Friday. It shouldn't be Friday. He cradled the phone and walked over to the bar where the barman was assiduously polishing a beer glass. "What day is this?" he asked. "Friday," said the white-jacketed barman, looking up from the shell of gleaming glass. "I mean the date," Bethelman corrected. 15th, I think." He glanced at a copy of the Times that lay on the bar. "Yeah, 15th." Bethelman sat down heavily on the bar stool. The 15th. Somewhere he had lost 2 weeks. He searched his memory for some clue, but found nothing. His memory was a perfect blank for those 2 weeks. Automatically, his hand went to his shirt pocket for cigarettes. He pulled out the pack and started to shake one out. It wouldn't shake, so he stuck his finger in the half-empty pack to dislodge a cigarette. There was a roll of paper stuck in it. He took it out and unrolled it. It was a note. "You're doing fine. You know something's wrong, but you don't know what. Go ahead and investigate. I guarantee you'll get the answers. But be careful not to get anyone too suspicious. You don't want to get locked up in the booby bin. I suggest you try Marco's first." The note was unsigned, but Bethelman didn't need a signature. The handwriting was his own. He looked at himself in the mirror behind the bar. He was clean-shaven, which he hadn't been when he was drinking with Dr. Kameroff in Boston. Also, he was wearing his tweed topcoat, which he had left in New York. A search of his pockets revealed the usual keys and change. In his billfold was $300 in cash, more than he'd ever carried around in his life. And the receipt for a new $20 hat. The receipt was dated the 10th. He took off his hat and looked at it. Brand new, with his initials on the sweatband. Evidently, he'd been doing something the past 2 weeks. But what? He remembered talking to Kameroff about the variability of time, something about a man named Dunn. And he remembered the biochemist saying that time travel was physically impossible. For a second or two, Bethelman wondered whether he'd been projected into the future somehow. But if he had, he reasoned, he'd still be wearing the same clothes he'd had on in Boston. No, he decided, it's something else. I've gone off my rocker. I'm daffy as a dung beetle. What I need is a good psychiatrist. But that didn't explain the note. He took it out and looked at it again. It still said the same thing. He decided that before he went to a psychiatrist, he'd do what the note said. He'd go to Marco's. After all, if he couldn't trust himself, who could he trust? Marco's was a little place down on 2nd Avenue. It wasn't the most elite bar in New York, but it wasn't the worst dive either. Marco was standing near the door when Bethelman entered. "Ah, Mr. Bethelman, the package you were expecting is here. The, gentleman left it." The beaming smile on his face was a marvel to behold. "Thanks," Bethelman said. Marco dived behind the bar and came up with a package wrapped in brown paper and an envelope addressed to Bethelman. The package was about 3 inches wide, a little less than 6 inches long, and nearly an inch thick. He slid it into his topcoat pocket and tore open the envelope. "There should be close to $10,000 in the package," the note said. "You promised Marco $1,000 of it if number 367 won, which of course it did. He got hold of the runner for you." Again, the note was his own handwriting. He gave Marco the 1,000 and left. There were some things he'd have to find out. He went to his apartment on 86th Street and put in a long-distance call to Dr. Elijah Kameroff in Boston. After an hour, he was informed that Dr. Kameroff was out of town and was not expected back for 2 weeks. Where had he gone? That was confidential. Dr. Kameroff had some work to do and did not wish to be disturbed. Bethelman cursed the biochemist roundly and then went to his private files where he kept clippings of his own stories. Sure enough, there were coverages of several things over the past 2 weeks, all properly bylined. 2 weeks before, he had written a little article on research being done on cancer at Boston University School of Medicine, most of which he'd gotten from Dr. Kameroff. No clues there. He'd evidently been behaving naturally for the past 2 weeks, but why couldn't he remember it? Why was his memory completely blanked out? He had to know. He spent the next 2 weeks running down his activities during the blank period, and the more he worked, the more baffled he became. He had never been a gambling man, but he seemed to have become one over those 2 weeks, and a damned lucky one at that. Horse races, the numbers game, even the stock market, all seemed to break right for him. In the blank 2 weeks, Bethelman had made himself close to $50,000, and every so often he'd come across a little note from himself, telling him that he was doing fine. Once a note he found in his bureau drawer, tucked among the socks, told him to invest every cent he had in a certain security and then sell the next day. He did it and made another $9,000. It was exactly 4 weeks to the day after he had sat in the bar with Dr. Kameroff that he found the last cryptic note to himself. It was in his unabridged dictionary, laying right on the page which contained the word he happened to be looking up. "Tomorrow morning," it said, "you will see Dr. Kameroff, but don't expect him to explain anything to you until you have explained everything to him." So he would see Kameroff in the morning, eh? He'd been trying to get hold of the biochemist every day for the past 2 weeks, and there had been no results. That night, just before bedtime, Bethelman drank a glass of beer. 1 glass, no more. And that's why he couldn't understand waking up the next morning with a king-size hangover. He rolled over in bed, moaning, half afraid to open his eyes. "Ooh," he said, "my head." "Want a bromo?" a familiar voice asked sympathetically. Bethelman forced his eyes open. The stocky, smiling face of Dr. Elijah Kameroff floated above him. Bethelman sat straight up in bed, his eyes wide. The effort made his head hurt worse. He looked around. He was in the upstairs guest bedroom of Dr. Kameroff's suburban home. He turned to look at the biochemist, who was busily mixing a bromo. "What date is this?" he asked. Kameroff looked at him with mild blue eyes. "It's the 2nd, he said. "Why?" Bethelman took the glass of fizzing liquid and downed it. The pattern was beginning to make sense. He had gone to sleep in Boston the night of the 1st and awakened in New York on the 15th. Then he had gone to sleep in New York on the 29th and awakened on the 2nd. It made a weird kind of sense. He handed the empty glass back to the biochemist and said, "Dr. Kameroff, sit down. I want to tell you something." Half an hour later, Kameroff was rubbing his chin with a forefinger, deep in concentration. "It sounds wild," he said at last, "but I've heard of wild things before." "But what caused it?" "Do you remember what you did last night? I mean, the night of the 1st. "Not clearly. We got pretty crocked, I remember." Kameroff grinned. "I think you were up a few on me. Do you remember that bottle of white powder I had in the lab down in the basement?" "No," Bethelman admitted. "It was diacetylamine, one of the drugs we've been using in cancer research on white mice. That whole family of compounds has some pretty peculiar properties. This one happens to smell like vanilla. When I let you smell it, you stuck your finger in it and licked off some of the powder before I could stop you. It didn't bother me much. We've given it to mice without any ill effects, so I didn't give you an emetic or anything." The bromo had made Bethelman's head feel better. "But what happened exactly?" he asked. "As far as I can judge," the biochemist said, "the diacetylamine has an effect on the mind. Not by itself, maybe. Perhaps it needed the synergetic combination with alcohol. I don't know." "Have you heard the theories that Dunn propounded on the mind?" "Yeah," Bethelman said. "We discussed them last night, I think." "Right. The idea is that the mind is independent of time, but just follows the body along through the time stream. Evidently, what the diacetylamine did was project your mind 2 weeks into the future, to the 15th. After 2 weeks, on the 29th, it wore off and your mind returned to the 2nd. Now you'll relive those 2 weeks. "That sounds like a weird explanation," Bethelman said. "Well, look at it this way. Let's just say you remember those 2 weeks in the wrong order. The drug mixed your memory up. You remember the fortnight of the 2nd to the 15th after you remember the fortnight of the 15th to the 29th. See?" "Good gosh, yes. Now I see how I made all that money. I read all the papers. I know what the stocks are going to do. I know what horses are going to win. Wow." "That's right," Kameroff agreed. "And you'll know where to leave all those notes to yourself." "Yeah, and on the afternoon of the 15th I'll blank out and wake up in my bed on the morning of the 30th. "I should think so, yes," Kameroff said. "It makes sense now." Then Bethelman looked up at the biochemist. "By the way, Dr. Kameroff, I want to split this money with you. After all, you're responsible for what happened." The scientist smiled and shook his head. "No need of that. I have the diacetylamine, remember? You said you couldn't get hold of me on the phone. You said I was doing experimental work and couldn't be disturbed. Now, just what do you think I'm going to be experimenting on for the next couple of months?" End of Blank by Randall Garrett. Recording by Scotty Smith.
Destiny Uncertain by Raj Phillips. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Destiny Uncertain by Raj Phillips. "I'm never going to take my last breath," Lynn said with a gloating tone that implied some deep secret. He waited until his remark had had its full dramatic moment, then added, I'm simply going to take my next to last breath and hold it. Jerry Meyer's voice emerged from the wave of laughter, serious. But there does often seem to be something predestined about death, even seemingly accidental death. He shuddered. There were 569 traffic deaths last Labor Day weekend. I wonder how those victims would have felt if they had been told, say, a week before they died, and been unable to avoid it no matter what they did. Nonsense, Phil Arnoff said. What about surgery, serums, and safety devices? They get demonstrable results in saving lives. A man has an enlarged aorta. 10 years ago, he would have been a goner. Today, he has an operation. They transport a section of the aorta of a dead person, and he lives another 20 years. Jerry sighed. You're getting into a meaningless argument. It could be answered that destiny brought the operation into the realm of actuality to save him because it wasn't his time to die. There's a lot of evidence to support predestination. Some of the oldest of philosophies and religions are based on it. It is written, is a concept as old as man. And maybe as mistaken as the ancient belief in a god of thunder, Lynn scoffed. And maybe not, Jerry said. You read a book, unless you cheat and look at the ending first, it's like life, unpredictable. But you can skip to the end and see how it will come out, and then start in at the beginning and read with that knowledge. And when you again reach the end, it's still the same because it was already written, and unchangeable when you began reading the first page. Sometimes I think real life is like that. Phil and Lynn winked at each other. Then Phil said, Well, let's suppose that's true for the moment. Who does the writing? Jerry shrugged. What difference would that make? There's the old tale of the fates as weavers, weaving a cloth that becomes the events of men's lives as it is woven. And there's another one I heard once or read someplace. What's that? Lynn prodded. I was trying to remember where I got it, Jerry said. It doesn't matter. The way it goes, fate is an old man with sightless eyes, sitting at a typewriter, pecking out the events that will happen. Beside him is a wastebasket affair with an eternal flame in it. When the sightless old man finishes one page, he yanks it out and drops it into the wastebasket. The flame consumes it, and as it is consumed, it becomes the reality of life. Say, Phil said, that's a darn cute idea. Writing on paper, burning, and in the process of burning, it transforms into reality by some strange alchemy. I hope you can remember where you read that. Lynn snorted. Maybe he wrote it himself and burned the pages as they were finished, he suggested. He glanced at the clock on the wall. His eyes widened in surprise. I didn't know it was that late, he said, rising. I've got to get to the city before the bank closes. Have to really step on it. Take it easy, Phil called after him. Don't get killed. Nothing to worry about, Lynn called back. If it isn't written, it won't happen, you know. Don't tempt fate, Jerry said warningly. But Lynn was out the door beyond hearing. The sign read slow to 35. Lynn smiled. That was for ordinary cars. His Hudson had a low center of gravity, but he took his foot off the gas and the uphill drag slowed his car to 70, 65, 60, then 55 as he entered the first bend of the S-curve. The pines were tall right to the edge of the shoulder, hiding what was ahead. It was a bad gamble, he decided, but the dashboard clock told him it was one he would have to take. 24 miles to go yet, and in 22 minutes. Even 55 was going to make him late. He edged up to 58, leaning his head over so he could see farther around the bend of the two-lane highway. A car was coming toward him. It was over on its side of the pavement, which was well. There was a woman in it. The color and shape of the hat, which was about all he could really see, told him that. The oncoming car vanished for a moment on the curve. Then it was rushing toward him on the short stretch of straightaway between the two curved sections of the S. Lynn relaxed. There wasn't a thing to worry about. He'd taken the first curve easily. The oncoming car was 30 yards away, then 10, then... It was one of those absolutely incredible instants of time. Something had happened to his Hudson. A blowout? A wheel off? Whatever it was, he had veered straight toward the oncoming car. Instinctively, he turned his wheel to get back into his own lane. The car responded by lifting into the air and turning over. There was a brief, photographic still picture of the other car poised at a crazy angle scant inches in front of him. He could see the girl's features clearly, etched in lines of horror. She was nice-looking. Her eyes were wide blue pools, and there were two sharp vertical lines between them. She looked at him then, accusingly, reproachfully. He shook his head in mute apology and wished he could do it over and go slower. Quite calmly, though, he knew they would probably both be killed, and it was strange that time could speed up so quickly in the moment before death. Even now in this instant that hung poised in eternity, he could find time left to wonder what had happened. It couldn't have been a tire. All 4 tires were less than 5,000 miles old. It couldn't have been a wheel either. It could have been something in the road. He had been looking at the female hat behind the windshield of that car and could have missed seeing something on the road. Forgetting what was in front of him, he started to turn his head to look back. He blinked his eyes. There was something wrong. It came to him. He had been about to have a head-on collision with another car. He looked down at the ground where he stood. His feet were resting on a well-packed dirt path that went forward across the grass and curved behind a clump of large-leaved shade trees. He looked around him. No one was in sight. The place was strange to him. He'd never been here before. He closed his eyes and thought back. He was quite certain he had been about to be killed in an accident. It couldn't have been a dream. He opened his eyes again and looked about him curiously. This could be a dream. Or was he dead, and was this something after life? There was a test he could make. He tried to remember having reached this point on the path. He turned around and looked back the way it came up the gentle slope of the hill. He couldn't remember having reached this spot at all. There was another test. He used the edge of his shoe to scrape a line on the path. Then he got down on his haunches and studied the ground. There was no sign of his footsteps, but the ground was well packed. He straightened up. There was no use just standing here, he decided. So he started walking, the way he had been facing originally. Suddenly he thought of another test. Stopping, he went through his pockets. Everything was where it should be. His billfold held his identification cards and currency. He studied the currency. It was too perfect in detail to be a figment of a dream. He shook his head in perplexity. Whatever had happened, it was beyond his grasp. Shoving things back in his pockets, he started forward again. The sky was blue, with billowing white clouds drifting lazily high above the treetops. Ahead there was the sound of water. Shortly he came to a footbridge that spanned a small and turbulent stream. The path followed the bank of the stream for 100 yards, then turned sharply and cut through the woods. The trees seemed to be some kind of maple. The ground was covered with short-cropped meadow as though cattle had grazed here. But there was no sign of movement anywhere. But there was. Something small and black was drifting down toward him in the air. He stopped and waited until he could reach out and seize it between his fingers. It crumpled at his touch. He rubbed it between thumb and finger, examining its texture. It seemed to be a flake of burnt paper, as though someone had tossed a piece of paper in a campfire, and a charred piece of it had floated away on the breeze. He went forward more eagerly now. Undoubtedly someone was ahead of him, probably on a picnic. He could find out from them where he was. And there was a sensible explanation of things now. He had probably been thrown clear of the car and knocked out. That could have lasted for hours while he wandered through the woods. Of course, that was it, he decided with relief. Now, all he had to do was find someone and tell them about it, and they would take him back to the scene of the accident. Ahead, through the trees, he could see the steep bank of a tableland that rose above the treetops. While he watched, there was a flurry of motion that swept downward from up there. Black flakes that turned and tossed in the breeze. More charred bits of paper. That was obviously where the campfire was. "Hello up there," he called. There was no answer. No sound at all. He broke into a trot, marveling that he didn't feel groggy or upset. The path turned in toward the steep bank and terminated at the foot of concrete steps that went upward. When he reached them, he paused to get his breath, then started up the steps at a more leisurely pace. They zigzagged up the face of the steep bank, 12 steps to each section. He paused halfway up and looked over the treetops, which sloped gently for several hundred yards, then dropped away. In the far distance was the hazy panorama of a valley, with 2 lakes that were irregular blue splotches on a carpet of greens and browns. He resumed his upward climb. Finally, there was only one more section of steps before the top. He sighed with relief and paused to look downward, almost regretting that he hadn't chosen to go the other way on the path. He would almost certainly have run into someone before this, going the other way, and then he wouldn't have had all this climb, but... He shrugged and climbed the last of the steps. He was on a flat table of jigsaw design, flagstones cemented together. 20 feet away was a man. The man, his back to him, was seated on a stone bench before a small stone table, intent on something he was doing that was concealed by his back and hunched shoulders. In the incredible stillness came the staccato click of what sounded exactly like typewriter keys. As Lynn watched, the man jerked something. A piece of paper appeared briefly, then was dropped into a wire basket where almost invisible blue flames immediately licked at it and began to consume it. Blackened bits floated upward and away, and even as they floated over the edge of the table, the rapid click of the typewriter began again. "Hello?" Lynn said in a good-natured greeting. The head didn't turn. The clack of the typewriter continued without pause. Lynn hesitated a moment, then approached the man slowly, debating whether he should speak to him again or wait until he paused to rest. The man must not be doing so well with his writing to toss a finished page into the fire so casually. Lynn's lips quirked into a smile. He would sneak up and glance over the man's shoulder and read what he was typing. As he stole forward, he studied what he could see of the man. Instead of conventional attire, he was wearing what seemed to be a heavy gray robe. If he had any hair, it was concealed under the black skull cap he was wearing. The back of his neck was deeply wrinkled like that of a man well past the prime of life. His ears were well formed but stuck out a trifle too much, and from the speed at which he was typing, he was probably completely unaware of his surroundings. Lynn paused above him and admired the typewriter. It was the most beautiful machine he had ever seen, and electric, he decided, as the man's fingers touched the key and carriage swung back to starting position on a new line. The type on the paper wasn't standard. In fact, some of it didn't even seem to be ordinary letters, but some strange type of symbols. Others were almost ordinary. Lynn leaned forward cautiously in order to make out what was already typed. He saw only 2 words that were recognizable. One was force in the middle of the second line. The other was late in the line that had just been written. It was a foreign language, Lynn decided, but the 2 words he could recognize gave no clue to what language it might be. The page was finished. The man's hand seized it and jerked it from the machine, dropping it into the flame in the wire wastebasket. And from some automatic feed, a new sheet came into view on the platen, and the man continued his typing, his fingers moving with great rapidity and without let-up. Lynn straightened and stepped back a bit so as not to startle the man. He coughed loudly and said, "Hello there?" The rhythm of the man's typing didn't vary. He gave no indication of having heard. Slightly annoyed, Lynn reached out and tapped him firmly on the shoulder. Still no result. "Hey there!" Lynn shouted, clamping fingers over the man's shoulders and starting to shake him. "Hey!" he started to say again, then his voice died away. The shoulder under his fingers was unyielding. Too unyielding. His lips took on a stubborn line. He applied force. The shoulder was immovable. He released it and stared down, mystified. The fingers continued their typing without pause, a blur of movement over the keys. With abrupt decision, Lynn stepped around so he could see the man's face. He caught an impression of a lean face, intellectual and relaxed, with firm lips and thin, high-bridged nose. But these were only vaguely noticed because his attention was immediately dominated by the man's eyes. Or lack of eyes, that is. For where his eyes should have been, there was nothing but tightly closed lids that, from their sunken contours, covered no eyes at all, but only empty sockets. Experimentally, Lynn reached out and touched the face. The pale skin was as unyielding as rock. He pressed his finger against the right cheek until his nail bent over. It should have left a mark on any living skin and brought an exclamation of pain from any living person, but it left no perceptible mark, and the man gave no sign of having noticed, and the fingers continued their rapid movement over the typewriter keyboard. Incredulously, Lynn reached out and tried to remove the skull cap. It wouldn't budge, and was as unyieldingly hard as the face. "A robot." The exclamation escaped Lynn's lips in a hoarse whisper. Or a statue? In desperation, he seized one of the man's arms at the elbow and tried to interrupt the smooth flow of movement. All his strength couldn't vary the motion of that arm enough to cause a finger to miss a key on the typewriter. "Not a millionth of an inch of play in the joints," he said, marveling. For the first time, he turned his attention from the figure before him and examined his surroundings. The robot, or statue, or whatever it was seated at a spot practically perched on the edge of a cliff that went down much farther than the stairs on the other side. Here there was a sheer drop of at least 1,000 feet, and probably more nearly 2,000. Below, an immense valley stretched out toward the far horizon. Lynn looked out over the valley with a puzzled frown, trying to recall if there were any high mountains in this section of the country. There were hills, but no real mountains, nothing to compare with this. "How long have I been unconscious?" he muttered. His attention jerked back to the typist in time to see another sheet of paper go into the flames. He watched it burn. The flame itself seemed to come out of a round hole in the rock inside the area of the bottom of the wire basket. From its color, it was a gas flame. In the dark, it would be a bright blue. His attention turned to the typewriter and the stone table on which it rested. An inscription was embossed on the smooth face of the front of the table. Lynn nodded in grim understanding. This was a statue, but a statue such as never had existed on the earth he lived in, or it would have been considered the eighth wonder of the world and known to every schoolchild. An urgency possessed him to seize the next sheet of paper before the flame could get it, and try to read it. He waited while the robot statue typed, and when the hand jerked out the sheet to throw it in the flames, he grabbed it, though part of it tore away and dropped into the flame before he could rescue it. He examined the texture of the paper. It had the feel of plastic more than paper. He studied the typing. It was sharp and clear, and completely unintelligible. Or was it unintelligible? He could almost make sense out of the words. Some of the letters that had been strange were taking on a feel of familiarity. He closed his eyes tightly and shook his head, then opened them and looked again. It did make sense, but the sense was just beyond his reach. He looked at the figure bent over the typewriter again, and it struck a chord of familiarity somewhere in his mind. He had heard of this statue somewhere. He remembered now. This statue, or whatever it was the embodiment of fate. It was writing all that was in store for each individual, and when it tossed the sheets that were written on in the flame, their burning brought what was written into being, and it happened somewhere just as it had been written. He stared at the fragment of paper he held in his hand and wondered what was written on it, and what events he was holding up by not tossing the sheet in the flame. A smile curved his lips. He held it over the basket. By releasing it, it would drop down and burn. Then whatever event he was holding up would happen. His fingers relaxed. The paper slipped a fraction of an inch. Suddenly he clutched it tightly and drew it to safety. His forehead prickled. Beads of perspiration dampened it. This puzzled him. It was almost as though somewhere in his mind was terrible anxiety. But he was quite calm. He stared at the torn sheet of paper again, the smile playing about his lips. Slowly and deliberately he folded it, and, taking out his billfold, stored it safely away. He took a last look at the silent robot, the clicking typewriter, then crossed the table rock to the stairs and went down them to the path. Again he saw no sign of movement except for the occasional bit of floating charred paper that came from above. He recrossed the stream at the footbridge. He went slower then, looking for the mark he had made in the hard-packed path with the edge of his shoe. He nearly missed it, seeing it only as he stepped over it. Stopping, he turned and looked back the way he had come. Ahead were the broad-leaved trees that looked so much like maples, the path over which he had come. He started to turn, and the world turned topsy-turvy around him. There was the white face of the girl through the windshield of a car, dropping away suddenly and rotating in a mad gyration until the face was upside down and then was gone past him. A dull booming sound exploded on his bewildered mind. Wild forces were tossing him about inside the car so rapidly that there was no way to tell which was up and which was down. As abruptly as it began, it ended. In the dead silence, he heard the screech of brakes. He wondered if it was the girl stopping her car to come back, but he didn't turn his head to look. He was trying to reconcile the sequence of events brought by his senses. It was impossible. He had spent at least 2 hours walking up that path, watching the robot statue, and walking back down again to where he had first appeared. Yet, if it had happened at all, it had happened in less than a split second, for events in the collision had taken up at the exact point where they had left off. He opened his eyes and saw the creamy gloss surface of a ceiling and knew at once he was in a hospital. Without moving his head, he let his fingers explore the clean-smelling sheets, the hospital bed gown tied around his neck. A footstep sounded. A nurse looked down at him with a quiet smile. "Feel all right?" she asked. He dipped his head in an almost imperceptible nod. The nurse went away. There was a swish of wind as the door closed behind her, but he didn't bother to turn his head to look. After several minutes, the swish of the door sounded again. More than one pair of footsteps came toward the bed. 2 men, probably doctors, looked down at him. "How's the patient today?" one of them asked. "Today?" Lynn echoed. "How long have I been here?" "Almost a week." It came flooding in. He could remember hours of torturous pain during which he cried for them to put him out of his misery, of at least 2 terrible nightmarish scenes where he was surrounded by gleaming chrome things and the awful odor of ether. "I remember now," he said weakly. Will I live? If you had asked us that yesterday, we'd have said no, the doctor said. But, he shrugged. How badly am I hurt? Lynn asked the doctors. Pretty badly, one of them said with grave frankness. Broken back, severed spine. If you live, you'll never walk again. But I probably won't live, Lynn said. The doctors didn't reply. The girl, Lynn said. The one who was driving the other car. Was she hurt? Yes, pretty badly, but she'll live. What's her name? The two doctors looked at each other. One of them said, I believe she gave her name as Dorothy Lake. Tell me, what was it that caused my car to go out of control? Lynn asked suddenly. I can tell you that, one of the doctors said. The mechanic reported that your tie rod, the rod that connects the front wheels together so they stay in line, had come off one of its moorings. Oh, Lynn said vaguely. He was beginning to feel strange. The memory of that interlude atop the mountain had come back. He was remembering that bit of paper he had snatched from the flames. But of course there was nothing in that. Are my things here? He asked abruptly. My billfold? Yes, the nurse said. Your billfold is in the drawer here. Get it, Lynn said. She opened the drawer and brought out the billfold. Open it and see if there's a folded piece of paper that's torn off on one corner, he demanded. He watched while she explored the contents. He recognized the texture of the paper as it came into view. That's it, he said tensely. Give it to me. He tried to lift an arm. He had to be content with taking it in his fingers while his elbows rested on the bed. With shaking fingers, he opened it and saw the typing that was so different from ordinary typing. His fingers no longer shook. He folded the sheet of paper and handed it back. Don't put it back in my billfold, he said. I want you to take that down to the hospital office and have them put it in an envelope and lock it in the safe. Do you understand? I want that taken care of as though it were worth $1 million. I don't want anything to happen to it. Do you understand? Yes, she said. I'll do that. Lynn watched her leave the room, then turned with a grin to the doctors. I'll live, he said confidently. I'll live. Nothing can kill me now, so long as that sheet of paper remains intact. He didn't mind at all the way the two men looked at each other with lifted eyebrows. The door swished open. The nurse came in. There's a man down in the waiting room who wants to see you, Mr. Grant, she said. He gave his name as Hugo Fairchild. Lynn frowned. You sure he wants to see me? He asked. I don't know anyone by that name. Yes, it's you, the nurse said. I told him you weren't in any shape to see any visitors, but he said he would take only a moment of your time. All right, Lynn sighed. Send him up, but make sure he doesn't stay any longer than that. Lynn examined the man the nurse brought in. He was of medium height and of ordinary appearance, a type that wouldn't attract a second glance on the street or anywhere else. I'm Hugo Fairchild, the man said. You're Lynn Grant. That's right, Lynn said. Fairchild looked down at Lynn for a moment, then said abruptly, I'll come straight to the point. You have a piece of paper that doesn't belong to you. I've come to get it. Lynn's eyes narrowed. How did you know about it? And why do you want it? There's no need to ask questions, Fairchild said. I'm here to get that piece of paper. It's of no importance to you. You can't have it, Lynn said. Fairchild looked around quickly. We're alone, he said rapidly. I could knock you out with one blow of my fist. If you won't make any outcry, I'll just take it out of your billfold and leave. Lynn watched, grinning, as Fairchild opened the drawer and took out the billfold and searched it swiftly. When he saw it wasn't there, he tossed the billfold back in the drawer and looked grimly at Lynn. Where is it? You think I don't know the value of that bit of paper? Lynn said. You'll never get it. But you interest me. How did you get here? You know what I mean. Look, Lynn Grant, Fairchild said. I'm desperate. I have to get that paper. It means nothing to you. Please let me have it. Means nothing to me? Lynn said, his voice soft and mocking. If I hadn't snatched that paper from the fire, I would be dead right now. You know that. And so long as I keep it, nothing can ever kill me. That's why you'll never get it. "You're insane," Fairchild said. "How could a mere piece of paper have that power? It has no meaning whatever. The writing on it is merely nonsense." "Then why are you so interested in getting it to put into the flame?" Lynn said. "If you hadn't shown up, I might, in time, have rationalized my memories some way and torn the thing up. But not now. Your coming after it convinces me I'm right. You'll never get it." "If I don't," Fairchild said, tight-lipped, "you'll regret every minute you keep it. You're wrong about it. It has nothing to do with you at all." His voice became pleading. "Give it to me, and I promise that you will recover completely, as though you were never in a wreck. The doctors can tell you how much of a miracle that will be." Lynn shook his head. "There's more to this than mere superstition or fantastic miracles," he said. "I'll never give up that paper until I know what it means and what it's all about. I know I should have died. I don't have anything to lose, whatever I do, so I'm keeping it." "You'll regret it," Fairchild said. He turned abruptly to the door just as the nurse came in. "I was just going," he said calmly. That night Lynn slept, and in the morning when he awakened, a nurse was bringing in his breakfast tray. "Good morning," she said brightly. Lynn yawned and stretched a vague "mornin'" coming from his wide-open mouth. The nurse placed the tray where he could reach it easily and started to leave the room. At the door she stopped abruptly and gasped, then turned and looked at him. She opened her lips to say something, thought better of it, and hurried out. Less than 5 minutes later she returned with one of the doctors. She was saying, "He did. I saw him with my own eyes," as she opened the door. "Good morning, Lynn," the doctor said. "The nurse tells me she saw you pull your legs up without touching them. Of course she's wrong." Lynn looked at his knees where they pushed the blankets up, a startled expression on his face. "So I did," he whispered in amazement, and he moved his legs again. "That's impossible," the doctor said sharply. "So it is," Lynn said, grinning. "I must have established a telepathic bridge across the severed nerves." "That's impossible, too," the doctor said, but his first surprise was wearing off. He came to the bed and pulled down the blankets and stood there watching Lynn move his legs. "Better take it easy until we check in with fluoroscopy," he warned. "There's something mighty funny here. I examined the X-ray plates myself. The spinal break was unmistakable." Half an hour later, Lynn was relaxed on the table in the X-ray lab, while a full half-dozen doctors studied him through the fluoroscope screen, and all talked at once, with every once in a while one of them going to an illuminated plate and tracing what was quite obviously a wide gap in a spinal column. "I think I could walk without any trouble if you let me get up," Lynn remarked. "Good heavens, no!" one doctor gasped. "I don't see why not," another said. "If we had nothing to go on but what we see now, you'd agree nothing's wrong with him. Why not let him try?" There were uneasy mutterings that gradually drifted into a majority opinion that he should try. The technician moved the fluoroscope screen out of the way. Lynn sat up, swiveled gently 90 degrees, and lowered his legs over the edge of the table. Cautiously, he eased his feet to the floor. Even more cautiously, he let his weight gradually settle on them. While the doctors watched without seeming to breathe, he stood up and took a timid step, a more bold one, and then walked several steps and turned around, coming back to the table. "Feels perfectly natural," he said. "I guess you'll have to admit you were wrong about that spinal cord break." "But we weren't wrong." It was the doctor who had charge of Lynn in the first place. "The X-rays prove it." "Are you sure they weren't mixed up with those of some other patient?" another doctor suggested. "Find me another patient in this hospital who has a spinal break half an inch wide, and I'll... "Eat him?" Lynn suggested. "Yes, I'll eat him, gladly. There was definitely no error. A miracle is more possible than those X-ray plates getting mixed up." "Does this fix me up, then?" Lynn asked. "Can I leave the hospital?" "Not for another 2 or 3 days under any circumstances," his doctor said. "Personally, I think we should put you on display, permanently. The first proven miracle in 2,000 years, or more. But we'd like you to remain long enough for us to make sure this isn't some freak happening that will undo itself, and also to give us time to get used to the fact that you can walk." "Okay," Lynn said. "I'd just as soon stay another couple of days anyway. Can I go back to my room and have another breakfast? I didn't get a chance to finish my first one." As soon as he was alone in his room, he went to the window and peeked out. Below was the street, and to the left he could see the sidewalk that led to the main entrance of the hospital. Across the street were office buildings, and after a moment he found what he had half expected to find. Hugo Fairchild was standing on the sidewalk watching the entrance of the hospital. "You should stay in bed." Lynn whirled at the sound of the voice, then relaxed with a relieved sigh. It was the doctor. "Okay, Doc," he growled. He went and sat on the edge of the bed. A twisted smile curved the doctor's lips. "You know," he said, "you aren't the only miracle that happened in this hospital today." Lynn blinked. "Don't tell me Dorothy Lake, the girl in that other car, is the other one?" "How did you know?" the doctor said. "Yes, it was she. 5 fractured ribs and a broken right arm and a severe laceration on the cheek, and not a sign of them now." "Where is she?" Lynn demanded. "I've got to see her." "I wish I knew what was going on," the doctor said. He studied Lynn silently. "I'll ask Miss Lake if she will see you." Lynn lay down and tried to relax while the doctor was gone, but his eyes didn't leave the door. It was over an hour before the nurse came in with a robe and the information that Miss Lake wants to see you. He followed her the full length of the hallway. She opened the door for him. He went past her into the room and saw the face he had seen through the windshield. "I'll leave you alone for 10 minutes, the nurse said. "Hello," Dorothy Lake said nervously. Lynn saw that she was afraid. "Hello," he said. "You don't need to be afraid of me. I won't eat you. As a matter of fact, I'm awfully sorry I ran into you. If there's anything I can do, I'll pay the hospital bill, of course." "I'm not afraid of you," she said. "It's the way I woke up this morning with nothing wrong with me. It scares me. I don't know what to make of it." Lynn started to say something and thought better of it. "And there's something else," Dorothy went on. "It's the man that insisted on seeing me yesterday. He demanded that I give him a paper I was supposed to have. He wouldn't believe me when I told him I didn't know anything about it." "Was his name Hugo Fairchild?" Lynn asked. "Yes." "I see it all now," Lynn said grimly. "Your fate was written on that slip of paper, too." "My fate?" Dorothy said, bewildered. "And he made us get well, so we would have to leave the hospital," Lynn went on. "When we leave, he'll get us and take it away from me." Dorothy laughed nervously. "Don't leave it there. I think I'm really insane. The things that are happening can't happen. That's a good test of insanity, isn't it?" "Don't be silly," Lynn said. "When a thing happens, it can happen, no matter how impossible it may seem. Let me tell you what happened to cause all this." "Please do," she said. "I'm sure it can't be any more impossible than my bones healing up and a bad cut on my cheek vanishing overnight without even leaving a scar." "You think not?" Lynn said grimly. "Then listen to this. You remember when we were about to hit, a fraction of a second before the crash? At that precise instant when you were staring at me reproachfully, I suddenly found myself in... I don't know where it was, but I know it wasn't on this earth. I followed a path up to a high table rock overlooking an immense valley, and there on that high perch was a statue." "A statue?" Dorothy echoed. "Don't interrupt," Lynn said. "You can't possibly understand. I don't myself. So just listen to what happened and what I think it means. It was a moving statue, like a robot in a way. But it was more than that. I'm sure of that now. It was, in some way, a god, the god of fate. It was typing on a typewriter of some sort that had an automatic feed to supply a new sheet of paper every time the old one was yanked out. And beside the typewriter was a wastebasket sort of thing with a flame burning at the bottom. The statue would fill a sheet of paper with typing, and then yank it out and drop it in the basket, and it would instantly burn. And I know now that the very process of burning that sheet of paper made reality out of whatever was written on it. And to cut a long story short, I yanked a sheet of paper out of the statue's fingers just as it was about to be dropped into the flame." "But," Dorothy said weakly. "That piece of paper," Lynn said firmly, "was our fate. Yours and mine. On it was written that we were to die in that accident. And until that paper is returned to that place and burned in the flame, we cannot die." She was looking at him queerly now. "You think I'm crazy?" Lynn said. "Hugo Fairchild came to get that paper, didn't he? And I have it. Fairchild's waiting outside the hospital for me. Or you, to come out with it, too. I saw him from my room." "How," Dorothy said weakly, "how did you get over into that other world?" "I don't know," Lynn said. "I just did, that's all." Then Then Hugo Fairchild is from this other world? It's obvious, isn't it? Lynn said. But it's too late for him to do any good now, isn't it? She persisted. The accident is over. We weren't killed. Lynn shook his head slowly. It isn't too late, or he wouldn't want it. Don't you see? We, you and I, can't die until he gets it. That's why he wants it, since it's written on it that we died in that crash. The moment it burns, we'll be back where we were when I snatched that paper from the flames, and we'll die in that accident. Then all of this, our being in the hospital and all, will never have happened. It was the next day Dorothy had come to Lynn's room. She was peeking out the window at Fairchild down on the sidewalk. "What will we do, Lynn?" she asked, turning to him. "We can't hope to fight him. He must have supernatural powers, or he couldn't have caused us to recover so miraculously." "I don't know," Lynn said. "We'll have to sneak out the back way or something. We have to leave tomorrow, you know, or... Look, he's after the paper and you don't have it. It's me he wants. I'll leave first with that paper. Then you'll be free and can forget about it." "I still can't believe it," Dorothy said. "If it weren't for the fact that my ribs were definitely broken and I saw that nasty cut on my cheek." "You know there's no other explanation," Lynn said. "But how could writing on a piece of paper form reality?" she objected. "It just can't." "But it does," Lynn said. "What is reality? Scientists have been trying to find out since time began. There could be different kinds of reality. Ours could be subject to the minds of beings on another plane of it. This robot could sit there and write out things that happen and make them happen here. It has to be that." "I know," Dorothy said. "It has to be that, even if it doesn't seem possible." She left the window and went to a chair and sat down. "Lynn," she said, "if he gets that paper, we both die. I'm going with you. I couldn't stand going out alone and not knowing when he gets it." "Nonsense," Lynn said. "He won't get it. You can forget about it." "But if he never gets it?" Dorothy asked. "Then we'd live forever," Lynn grinned. "Maybe that's why he has to get it back." "Suppose," Dorothy said, "suppose... Don't think I'm silly, but suppose we destroyed it on this plane. Then it could never go into that flame." "I don't know." Lynn frowned. "Maybe any flame would make it happen. It would be an awful risk to take." "We wouldn't have to burn it," she said. "We could tear it into little bits and let the wind carry them away one at a time." "I'll have the nurse get it," Lynn said. When the nurse brought it, Dorothy examined it eagerly, trying to read what was typed on it. A light of excitement danced in her bright blue eyes. Finally, she held it in a position to tear it. "Shall I?" she said. Lynn nodded. She hesitated a moment dramatically, then abruptly pulled her hands in a shearing movement that should have torn it easily. It didn't. "Here, let me do it," Lynn said. He took it and tried to tear it, without success. He grunted and exerted every ounce of strength. It remained intact. "That's funny," he said. "It tore easily when I grabbed it from fate." "Let's burn a little corner of it and see what happens," Dorothy suggested. Lynn went to the bedside stand and got his lighter. He held the flame to one corner of the sheet of paper. A minute went by. 2 minutes. The paper refused to burn or even char. "Huh," Lynn said, snapping his lighter shut. "Well, it's a cinch that scissors will cut it. I'll ask the nurse to bring us a pair." 10 minutes later, he was trying to cut it without success. It would bend between the blades of the scissors or stop them from coming together at all. But it wouldn't cut. "It's indestructible on this plane of existence," Dorothy said. "Now I believe you, Lynn." "I'm glad you do," Lynn said dryly. "So now it's clear what I should do. My job is to hide this someplace where Hugo Fairchild can never find it. You can go your way and forget about it." Dorothy shook her head. "No," she said. "I'm going with you. We'll face this together. I couldn't stand the suspense of wondering when Fairchild would catch up with you and get it." "You get used to it," Lynn said. "After all, everybody has to die sometime, and no one spends much time worrying about when it will come." "But this isn't the same," Dorothy said stubbornly. "That man is after it, and when he gets it, we'll die. I'm sticking with you. And that piece of paper." Lynn went to the window and peeked out. Fairchild was still in sight, watching the main entrance of the hospital. "Okay," he said, turning back to Dorothy. "Go to your room and put on your street clothes. We're going to leave now. We'll sneak out the back way." Lynn watched the door close, then went to work. Folding the piece of paper several times until it was a compact square, he taped it to his side under his left armpit where it couldn't be noticed. He dressed swiftly, wrote a hurried note informing the hospital he wasn't sneaking out to avoid paying his bill. He left the note on the bed in plain sight and started toward the door. Just as he reached it, he remembered Dorothy's hospital bill. He went back and added a PS for the hospital to put her on his bill. Opening the door, he peeked out. A nurse was in the hall. He watched her until she went into a room, then slipped out and hurried toward the stairs. He was grinning to himself. Dorothy wouldn't have had time yet to get dressed, and he had no intention of waiting for her. It would be too dangerous. She would find him gone. She would be unable to find him, and eventually she would take up her life where it had left off. In time, she would forget him and think the whole thing a dream. That was the best way. He passed people on the stairway without meeting anyone who would recognize him. In the basement, the risk was greater. There were dozens of people, but no one stopped him as he hurried toward the exit. They considered him just a visitor, he reflected. The critical moment was just ahead of him now. 100 questions were tormenting him. How had Fairchild known which hospital he was in? How had Fairchild known it was he who had stolen that paper? He shrugged the questions off. There was no way of knowing now. If Fairchild had powers that would enable him to discern that he was sneaking out the back way and be there waiting for him, he'd just have to make the best of it. At the exit, he paused and peeked out. There was a wide concrete driveway. An ambulance was parked there. No one was in sight. He opened the door boldly and stepped out. He started along the driveway with an appearance of casual unconcern, as though he were a visitor taking a shortcut. "Not so fast, Lynn." He turned quickly. Dorothy was half running to catch up with him. He felt his pulse leap and somehow couldn't feel anger. Dorothy smiled knowingly at him. "I figured you'd try to escape alone," she said, "so I hurried." "Well, it was an idea," Lynn said. "Come on, we've got to put distance between us and Fairchild before he discovers we're gone." They reached the driveway exit. It was on a side street from the main entrance. Fairchild wasn't in sight. "Where'll we go?" Dorothy asked nervously. "How about my apartment?" Lynn said. "We can stay there months at a time without going outside." She gasped, then saw that he was laughing at her with his eyes. "I'll have you know," she said angrily. "Know what?" Lynn prompted. "Let's go someplace," she said. "We can't just stand here." "There's a taxi," Lynn said, taking her hand and pulling her after him into the street. In the taxi, he gave the driver directions. "First National Bank down on Center Street," he said. "Wait there. We're going to the airport from the bank." And to Dorothy in a lower voice, "We'll put some real distance between us and Fairchild. After that, you can go your way and I'll go mine." "If that's what you want," she said. She broke suddenly. "Oh, Lynn, I don't know what I want. I don't want to leave you. I'm afraid. Or maybe I'm not. I don't know. It's all a rotten mess. Why couldn't we have met normally so that if—" She bit her lip and turned away. The taxi hummed along for several blocks while they were silent. When Lynn spoke, his voice was low and serious. "Maybe I feel that way too," he said. "But you know what's wrong with it? We're running away. It's like being an escaped criminal with a death sentence hanging over you." "But it needn't be," she said, laying her hand on his arm. "The police aren't after us or anything like that. We've given this Fairchild the slip now. All we have to do is go away somewhere and he'll never find us." "He'll be looking," Lynn said, "and we'll wake up every morning with the knowledge that this may be the day he finds us." He turned and looked through the rear window of the taxi. "Actually, I'm surprised we gave him the slip. I can't understand it." "You feel that way?" Dorothy said with a shaky laugh. "I do too. He found us in the hospital. I keep thinking he just knows things. You know what I mean?" "He didn't know which one of us took that paper," Lynn said. He frowned. "But he knew it was one of us. He must know what's on it. He has supernatural powers, too. Look how he fixed us up." He looked through the back window again. When he straightened, he fixed his eyes on Dorothy's face. "Dorothy," he said, "maybe nothing can stop him from getting the paper back soon. It may be hours or days, but would you marry me and make the most of it until—" She began twisting her fingers together nervously. I don't know what to say," she hesitated. "It seems so wrong in a way. I don't mean wrong. Unfair. That's it. Unfair to to both of us, like we were doing this whether we love each other or not. It doesn't give whatever love we could have had a chance." Lynn stared at her a moment. "Then let's turn around and go back and give it to him," he said quietly. Let's... Suddenly she was in his arms, her face buried in his collar, her body trembling. She lifted her head until her cheek rested against his. Her voice was a whisper in his ear. "Let's get married." "Boy, have you two got it," Phil Arnoff said. "You get me on the phone and tell me to rush to town, and you can't wait 5 minutes. What's the matter? Afraid you'll fall out of love if you don't plunge?" "We wouldn't have waited for you to get here," Lynn said. "Only we have to have a witness, they said when we got the license." He looked pleadingly at Dorothy. "Please, honey, let's skip the church. You don't have to be married in one, do you?" "It's got to be a church," she said. "That's the one thing I've always been certain of." "Why not?" Phil said. "There's a dozen churches that exist on weddings. Don't even have a congregation, just weddings. One of them ought to have a vacancy 10 minutes today." They found a phone booth, and Lynn began making calls. The third number was answered by a man with an Irish brogue who blessed them for their eagerness and agreed to perform the ceremony at once. "Ha!" Lynn said when he hung up. "We'd have got along without you okay, Phil. Reverend O'Hara said he has a witness on hand all the time for couples like us." "I'll trail along anyway," Phil grinned. "What is the rush, though? How long have you two known each other?" "We ran into each other a few days ago," Dorothy said, taking Lynn's hand and leading him toward the sidewalk. Phil followed them and noted silently the way they glanced anxiously about when they were out in the open, as though afraid of being seen by someone. Lynn flagged a cruising taxi again. The three of them piled into it, and Lynn gave the address of the church. Phil broke the silence after a few blocks. "I'm being nosy, I know, but you two were obviously looking to see if you were being followed. Why don't you tell old Uncle Phil about it, huh?" "About what?" Lynn said, turning innocent eyes on him. "Nothing," Phil said. "Only sometimes 3 heads are better than 1. If you two or one of you is in trouble, maybe I could be of help if I knew what to look out for." "I doubt it," Lynn grunted. "In fact, if we told you, you wouldn't believe it, so skip it." "So it is trouble," Phil murmured. "I thought so." He grunted. "Count me in on it. What is it, bank robbery?" "Worse than that," Dorothy said. "But let's forget it. I want to relish every minute of my wedding." "Just like a woman," Phil said, lifting his eyes upward. "My wedding, she says." The taxi chose that moment to pull to the curb and stop. Outside was a small and picturesque church. "Go on in and get things started," Phil said. "I'll pay the driver." "Tell him to wait," Lynn said. "This shouldn't take more than 10 minutes." He took Dorothy by the hand and led her toward the entrance. Phil grinned at the taxi driver and shrugged. "As best man, I get to kiss the bride first," Phil said 15 minutes later. Lynn jumped, startled. He exclaimed. "I've never kissed her yet myself." He put his arms around her and kissed her lingeringly. She pulled away from his embrace finally, one hand trying to keep her hat on her head, murmuring, "It's about time." But the bright lights in her eyes said that it was worth waiting for. "Bless you, my children," the minister said, smiling. "Oh, yes, how much do I owe you?" Lynn said. Realizing his mistake, he hurriedly took out his billfold and handed the man a $20 bill. He turned to Dorothy, not waiting for the thanks he expected. Phil correctly interpreted the minister's dismayed look and slipped him another 10. "He doesn't realize the overhead ate that up," he whispered. "He doesn't get married very often." "Oh, I see," Reverend O'Hara whispered. Phil hurried after Lynn and Dorothy, catching up with them just outside the front entrance. "Now," he said grimly as they got into the taxi again, "you want to be alone. My price for leaving you alone is for us to go somewhere first and have a drink or two, which you would anyway, and listen while you tell me what's behind all this rush." He looked sidelong at Dorothy and chuckled. "Surely it wasn't a race with the stork, or is the hospital our next stop?" "Of course not," Dorothy said indignantly. "We just came from there this morning." "Then this was," Phil said half seriously. "Not what you think," Lynn said. "There's the Shangri-La ahead. We can have a couple of drinks there and something to eat. And we'll tell you all about it, though you won't believe a word." It was almost 2 hours later, and 4 drinks later. "So you see why," Lynn was saying, while Phil stared at them with round eyes. "We don't know how long we have. Maybe," he looked anxiously toward the gloom of the entrance across the room, "he could walk in during the next minute. I can't see why he doesn't. I know he knows where we are. I feel it." "And you have this paper taped to your side under your shirt?" Phil said. "Let me see it." "No," Dorothy said. "I've known Phil most of my life," Lynn said. "He's all right. Anyway, you know the thing's indestructible on this plane." Dorothy hesitated, then reluctantly nodded her agreement. Lynn yanked the folded paper from under his shirt. Phil took it, unfolded it curiously, and frowned at the strange typewritten characters on it. "You say it's indestructible?" he asked after a moment. "We tried to tear it, to burn it, and to cut it with scissors," Lynn said. "All it does is bend." Phil tried to tear it, cautiously at first, then exerting every ounce of strength in his fingers. He gave up and examined the paper with a new respect in his eyes. "I almost think I believe your tall tale," he said musingly. He dipped his finger in his cocktail and rubbed it over the characters on the paper. Though they became wet, they didn't blur or fade. He took out his lighter and touched the corner of the paper to the flame. When it didn't char, he touched it again and let the flame play on one corner for a moment, then touched the corner with his fingers. "Just warm," he grunted. He began folding the paper up the way it had been. "Of course, there's one way I could help you," he said slowly. "You could let me keep this. I could hide it where even you wouldn't know how to find it. That way, when this character catches up with you, it's out of your hands." "That's an idea," Lynn said. "But we wouldn't know you had it. Maybe he could worm it out of us, and then he'd be after you, and it wouldn't be your life that hung in the balance." "True enough," Phil said. He cupped the folded paper in his hand, closing his fingers over it. "There's one or two points I'm not clear on, Lynn. You said you grabbed it when it was still in Fate's fingers, and that's when that part tore off. You were able to tear it then. Why can't you now?" "I don't know," Lynn said. "Things are just different over there, I guess. It burns over there, too, remember, in that flame." "Yes, I know," Phil said. "I just—" A terrified gasp from Dorothy interrupted what he had been about to say. Her eyes were wide and round, and fixed on the entrance across the room. "Fairchild!" Lynn gasped. Phil turned his head and glanced briefly at the man who stood there surveying the occupants of the room. He got swiftly to his feet just as Fairchild saw them and started toward them. "Well, goodbye, kids," he said casually, but his broad wink warned them to let him escape with the paper that was still hidden in the palm of his hand. "Give me back," Lynn blurted, but Phil was hurrying toward the entrance, passing Hugo Fairchild. Lynn sighed in relief as Phil made it to the door and vanished. "Well, well," Fairchild said. "I finally tracked you two down. So you're married now." He slid into the seat Phil had occupied. "Yes, we're married," Lynn said coldly, "and we want to be alone." "I don't doubt that," Fairchild said. "I don't doubt it at all. I sympathize with you, but I have my job to do, you know." "I'll bet you sympathize with us," Dorothy said worriedly. "But I do, really," Fairchild said, "and to prove it, I'm going to make you a nice offer. I don't have to, but I can, and I will. Give me the paper, and I'll promise not to toss it into the flame for a whole year. That will give you a year of happiness. It won't do any harm in the long run, because the instant that paper is consumed, everything goes right back to the instant of the crash, and world events go on as they should have in the first place. But I'll stick to my bargain, if you give me the paper without trouble." "But we don't have it," Dorothy blurted. "You don't?" Fairchild exclaimed. His eyes widened in sudden comprehension. "That fellow—" He half rose and looked toward the exit. He glanced back at their faces and saw that he had guessed right. Waiting for no more, he leaped across the room, bumping into a waiter and causing him to spill a tray of drinks. Then he was out the door before anyone could stop him. "I hope Phil has sense enough to get far away and quick," Lynn groaned. "Come on, Dorothy, let's see." He dropped enough money on the table to take care of the check and, taking her arm, hurried after Fairchild. 20 feet away, a crowd had gathered about a central point. They ran to the crowd and pushed their way toward its center. Dorothy gasped, and Lynn tensed at what they saw. Phil was getting slowly to his feet, nursing a large bruise under one eye with gentle fingers. "The other guy just vanished," someone said, unbelieving. "I saw him. He just vanished in thin air where he was standing." "Did he get it?" Lynn said, helping Phil to his feet. Phil nodded, then muttered, "Let's get away from here. I think I need another drink." Lynn's legs were suddenly watery. Dorothy's lip was trembling. "A drink," Lynn said dully, then, determinedly, "Yes, a drink." He took Dorothy's arm in his fingers. "Come on, honey. Maybe we'll have time." "A drink?" Dorothy said shrilly. "We're going to be dead in another minute, and all you want is time enough to have a drink?" "That isn't it at all," Lynn said. "Let's get off the street." He guided her firmly through the crowd, Phil following in their wake. They went back into the Shangri-La once more and back to their table where their unfinished drink still rested. "I'm sorry you took what I said the wrong way," Lynn said. "Believe me." "It's all right, darling," Dorothy said. "I know you didn't mean it that way. It's just that, well, we haven't had a chance together." Her lips started to tremble again. Then she was smiling bravely. "That's the girl," Phil said. "You should talk," Lynn growled. "You aren't going to die." "Let's drink to that or something," Phil said. "I need one, and I'm sure you both do too." They drank solemnly. Lynn and Dorothy were looking into each other's eyes as they drank. "I wish—" Lynn choked. "I know," Dorothy said. She leaned across the table and Lynn kissed her. "Cigarette?" Phil asked, holding out his pack. They each took one and he lit them with his lighter. "3 on a match," Dorothy said nervously. "I guess it's all right this time, though. The conclusion is foregone." "Wonder how long it will take," Lynn said, sucking in the smoke hungrily. "That's another thing," Phil said. "That other time you took that long walk and got the paper and walked back to where you started from, and it all happened in less than an instant." "That's right," Lynn said. "He should be. As a matter of fact," Phil said, "I think he should. So it worked after all. I'd really hoped it would, or maybe... but I think it worked." "What worked?" Lynn and Dorothy demanded together. "He must have tossed that paper into the flame by now, unless he read what was on it," Phil said. He spread his hands apologetically. "You see, I knew this couldn't go on forever. The only way to fight the supernatural is to outsmart it, I figured. So I wrote on it. Simple as that. I bore down good, too, so that if the ink came off, the writing would still be creased and good. On the theory that whatever was on that paper would come true when it got burned." "What did you write?" Again, Lynn and Dorothy spoke in unison. "I didn't have time for anything involved," Phil apologized. "I rather expected him to be after me before I could go far." "What did you write?" "Just one word," Phil said. "Cancelled." "Cancelled?" Lynn and Dorothy echoed dumbly, then comprehendingly. "Cancelled." "Sure," Phil said. "That way, when it was burned, it wouldn't do anything. They'll have to start over on you." They stared at him wordlessly. "It must have been burned by now," he said weakly. "So my scheme worked." They turned their heads and looked into each other's eyes. 2 ghostly windshields obscured their vision. The tables and people about them faded to be replaced by ghostly pines, a more solid concrete highway. They stared into each other's eyes, knowing all that had been, feeling it slip away. But abruptly it vanished, and they were looking at each other across the table while a waiter asked them if they wanted another drink. For a long second their minds hovered in that other stream of time, before the realization came that it was over, and they were safe. "Another?" Lynn said. "Yes, sure. You want one, Dorothy?" She nodded and watched the waiter's back as he hurried away. "You two look as if you'd seen a ghost," Phil said. "I would almost swear that paper reached the flame a second ago." Dorothy turned to him. "It did," she said. "And I don't know whether to be happy about it or never forgive you." "Why?" Phil asked. She looked at Lynn, her eyes soft and luminous. Her hand reached out and nestled in his. "Well," she said, "it seems to me the least you could have done while you had the opportunity was write on it for us to live forever." She laughed nervously. Lynn flicked the ash off the end of his cigarette and grinned at her. "That would have been tempting fate," he said. End of Destiny Uncertain by Rottger Phillips.
Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by MrDrRobotoMan. Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Brown. Da'ar Rai sat alone in his room, meditating. From outside the door he caught a thought wave equivalent to a knock, and glancing at the door he willed it to slide open. It opened. "Enter, my friend," he said. He could have projected the idea telepathically, but with only two persons present, speech was more polite. Eon Key entered. "You are up late tonight, my leader," he said. "Yes, Key. Within an hour the Earth rocket is due to land, and I wish to see it. Yes, I know, it will land 1,000 miles away, if their calculations are correct, beyond the horizon. But if it lands even twice that far, the flash of the atomic explosion should be visible, and I have waited long for first contact. For even though no Earthman will be on that rocket, it will still be first contact for them. Of course, our telepath teams have been reading their thoughts for many centuries, but this will be the first physical contact between Mars and Earth." Key made himself comfortable on one of the low chairs. "True," he said. "I have not followed recent reports too closely, though. Why are they using an atomic warhead? I know they suppose our planet is uninhabited, but still." "They will watch the flash through their lunar telescopes and get a, what do they call it, a spectroscopic analysis. That will tell them more than they now know, or they think they know, much of it is erroneous, about the atmosphere of our planet and the composition of its surface. It is, call it a sighting shot, Key. They'll be here in person within a few oppositions. And then—" Mars was holding out, waiting for Earth to come. What was left of Mars, that is, this one small city of about 900 beings. The civilization of Mars was older than that of Earth, but it was a dying one. This was what remained of it, one city, 900 people. They were waiting for Earth to make contact, for a selfish reason and for an unselfish one. Martian civilization had developed in a quite different direction from that of Earth. It had developed no important knowledge of the physical sciences, no technology. But it had developed social sciences to the point where there had not been a single crime, let alone a war, on Mars for 50,000 years. And it had developed fully the parapsychological sciences of the mind, which Earth was just beginning to discover. Mars could teach Earth much: how to avoid crime and war to begin with. Beyond those simple things lay telepathy, telekinesis, empathy. And Earth would, Mars hoped, teach them something even more valuable to Mars: how, by science and technology, which it was too late for Mars to develop now, even if they had the type of minds which would enable them to develop these things, to restore and rehabilitate a dying planet, so that an otherwise dying race might live and multiply again. Each planet would gain greatly, and neither would lose. And tonight was the night when Earth would make its first sighting shot. Its next shot, a rocket containing Earthmen, or at least an Earthman, would be at the next opposition, 2 Earth years, or roughly 4 Martian years hence. The Martians knew this because their teams of telepaths were able to catch at least some of the thoughts of Earthmen, enough to know their plans. Unfortunately, at that distance, the connection was one way. Mars could not ask Earth to hurry its program, or tell Earth scientists the facts about Mars' composition and atmosphere, which would have made this preliminary shot unnecessary. Tonight Rye, the leader, as nearly as the Martian word can be translated, and Key, his administrative assistant and closest friend, sat and meditated together until the time was near. Then they drank a toast to the future, in a beverage based on menthol, which had the same effect on Martians as alcohol on Earthmen, and climbed to the roof of the building in which they had been sitting. They watched toward the north, where the rocket should land. The stars shone brightly and unwinkingly through the atmosphere. In Observatory Number 1 on Earth's moon, Raj Everett, his eye at the eyepiece of the spotter scope, said triumphantly, "There she blew, Willie! And now as soon as his films are developed, we'll know the score on that old planet Mars." He straightened up. There'd be no more to see now, and he and Willie Sanger shook hands solemnly. It was an historical occasion. "Hope it didn't kill anybody. Any Martian, that is, Raj. Did it hit dead center in Cerritos Major?" "Near as matters. I'd say it was maybe 1,000 miles off to the south, and that's damn close on a 50-million-mile shot. Willie, do you really think there are any Martians?" Willie thought a second, and then said, "No." He was right. End of Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Brown. Read by MrDrRobotoMan.
Flight from Time by Alfred Koppel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. Flight from Time by Alfred Koppel. The meteor-smashed clock at first meant nothing. Mallinson had all the time in the cosmos. Too late, he discovered there can be such a thing as too much time. A long career of cutting corners had taught Mallinson the importance of timing. Time, he had long ago concluded, was a fabric from which were cut the garments of poverty or greatness. And since Mallinson had no love for the simple life, it naturally followed that he should turn his talents towards the amassing of wealth with the least possible waste of the precious commodity, time. He didn't bother to conceal his crime. He only timed it well. And following his carefully thought-out plans further, he boarded his ship at the proper instant and vanished into the interstellar fastness with $5 million iridium in coin and government certificates. A galaxy, he reflected, would make a perfect hiding place. One would have only to look at the girdle of the Milky Way on a clear night to see the logic of his choice. Among a billion stars separated by light years of brooding emptiness, one man in a small ship would be a fantastically difficult thing to find. Easier by far it would be to find one particular grain of sand on the seashore than to locate Mallinson within the vast limbo of the galaxy. Only if he made a planet fall on one of the colonized worlds could he be found, and Mallinson was no fool. His ship was fueled and provisioned for 12 years in space. With care and a strict system of rationing, he could stretch it out to 15 years. And at the end of the time, he could return safely with his millions, for an enlightened penal system had long ago assigned statutes of limitations to all felonies. Nor would exile be an unbearable thing. The 300-foot ship was packed with reading tapes, classical and popular recordings, all manner of occupational therapy devices, and old-fashioned books. Only human companionship was missing, and to Mallinson that meant nothing. He had lived a lonely life, isolated from his fellows by a profound sense of his own superiority. He had no love for humanity. So Mallinson and his treasure ship fled from the world of men. Up from the spaceport and into the void he went. As soon as he had cleared the atmosphere, he cut in the second-order drive and lifted clear of the ecliptic plane at better than light speed. Mallinson was no navigator, but his spacecraft was foolproof, and relying on that fact, he drove upward and outward from Earth toward the celestial pole. Leisurely, he settled himself for the first short leg of his long voyage. He was completely at ease, for pursuit in second-order flight was impossible. Exactly 70 hours elapsed before he cut the drive for a look around him. The ship was in a moderately starred region of the galaxy. He could still make out most of the familiar constellations. Ursa Major lay ahead and at the right. Cygnus, a trifle distorted, lay overhead, and the beacon of stars Rigel, Altair, and Sirius were easily recognizable. Sol had dwindled to a yellow star of the third magnitude. Mallinson smiled with satisfaction and pointed the ship's nose at the bright V of the Taurus. The red eye of Aldebaran would make an excellent checkpoint, and his trajectory would be well above Sol and the regular shipping lanes. Then he cut in the drive again and went to bed. 6 hours later he woke. Food, automatically prepared in the galley, awaited him. He ate and made his way to the control room. He checked the operation of the automatic controls and settled down before the forward port to watch the sky. Traveling above light speed played strange tricks on his vision. Looking out into the galactic night, it seemed that all the stars were grouped in a distorted mass directly in front of the plunging ship. It was illusion, Mallinson knew, but the weird spectacle vaguely disturbed him. He quite illogically felt constrained to cut the drive and check his position. He knew, of course, that he was nowhere near Aldebaran yet, but he could not control the sudden urge to see the stars in their proper places. He cut the drive. Mallinson realized his mistake immediately, for the ship was in the middle of a small meteor swarm. In the second-order flight it was inviolate, but primary flight slowed it to a point where meteor danger was a real consideration. Alarm bells jangled and the screen went to work. The bells would have meant an immediate shift back into second-order flight to any really experienced spaceman, but Mallinson was new to interstellar navigating. He sat and stared stupidly at the danger signals on the panel. Still, the ship was an almost perfect machine. Certainly it saved Mallinson's life. Only one small meteor penetrated the deflectors and crashed through the hull. Mallinson flung himself to the deck instinctively as the tiny missile streaked hotly through the oxygen-rich air of the control room. Immediately, the self-sealing insulation stopped all loss of pressure in the ship, and the repair unit set to work mending the break in the hull plates. But the meteor itself careened through the control room and ripped into the center panel with a smashing of glass and tearing of metal. Mallinson picked himself up and ran to the panel, panic-stricken. He inspected the damage carefully and heaved a sigh of relief. Nothing vital was destroyed. Only the master chronometer and some lesser indicators were hit. Then Mallinson frowned. Without the master timepiece, no clock on board would run, since they were all only terminals of the master system. He hurled to his stateroom and checked his wall clock. It smelled of burnt insulation. He pried the face loose and peered at its vitals. They were a mess of fused corks and wires. A quick check throughout the ship showed that every clock was in the same useless condition. Even if he had been mechanic enough to repair them, which he was not, they were each and every one a hopeless tangle of burnt-out innards. The meteor had short-circuited the entire timekeeping system of the ship. He returned to the control room with some misgivings. The loss of the clocks was no death blow to his kind of trial-and-error navigation, but it did promise to be a serious inconvenience in the regulation of his life and the timelessness of deep space. He still had his wristwatch, of course, but it was a very delicate ornamental sort of thing, not intended for hard usage. Still, he reflected, brightening somewhat, since his exile was to be measured in years and not minutes and hours, the wristwatch would serve. The star charts and stellar analyzers that could identify any star would do for navigation. He might become misplaced, but to lose himself completely was impossible. He relied mightily on the fact that his ship was, in fact, foolproof. He kept the nose pointed at Taurus and cut in the second-order drive again. The rest of the day he spent in the library, laying out the reading he planned to do for the next few months. A week later, the ship had passed through Taurus, skirted the Hyades, and was heading outward toward the galactic periphery. It was there that Mallinson entertained a slight hope of finding a habitable, uncolonized world, and there he could wander for years without the remotest chance of running into any representatives of the Galactic Confederation. 2 weeks later, his wristwatch stopped. Cursing disgustedly, Mallinson shook the recalcitrant bit of jewelry. It ticked fitfully once or twice and stopped. He decided that it must be in need of cleaning. He realized full well that he was not qualified to attempt such a delicate operation, but he also recognized the fact that there was little he could do about it. He needed the watch, and clean it he must, even though he hadn't the vaguest notion of how the thing was done. Arming himself with alcohol, lens tissue, pliers, and a tiny screwdriver, he set to work. Soon all the intestines of the tiny machine lay on the table before him. With great care, he cleaned each part and reassembled them. But when he had finished, the watch would not run. The close work and the lack of success began to wear on him. Mallinson did not take kindly to failure. A second time he dismantled the watch, and a second time he assembled it. The watch stubbornly refused to tick. With a disgusted curse, Mallinson repeated the process. Still no success. By now his hands were trembling hopelessly, and he knew he should let the job go for a few hours before attempting it again. But Mallinson was a stubborn man. A fourth time the watch was dismembered and reassembled, and a fifth time. By now he could not hold the tiny wheels steady enough to mount them on the almost microscopic shafts. His fingers felt like thumbs. When finally the watch was closed up for the sixth time and still would not run, a sudden surge of illogical rage shook him, and he slammed the watch furiously against the wall. It dissolved into a miniature shambles of thread-fine springs and tiny wheels. Still raging, he ground the remains to bits under his heels and strode angrily into the galley for a long pull of the brandy bottle. An indeterminate time later, Mallinson staggered up the long companionway and into his stateroom. Drugged with liquor, he sank down on his bunk and dropped into fitful, uneasy slumber. There was no way of telling how long he had slept. When he awoke, he hurried foggily to the control room and cut the second-order drive. The configuration of the stars seemed much the same as he had last seen it. How long ago? Depressed, and somehow still tired, he cut the drive in again and made his way to the galley. Hot coffee made him feel better, shaking some of the haziness out of his mind. He strove with care to evaluate the situation. There was nothing to worry about, he told himself. The ship was operating perfectly. The only thing that was lacking was a way to compute the passage of time. He half smiled at that, thinking of his pride in a sense of timing. Still, he reflected, perhaps the natural functions of his body would serve. He prided himself on being a methodical, systematic man, one of regular habits. A gnawing doubt began to eat at his mind. Was that enough? Perhaps it would be wise to construct a timepiece. How? He raked his memory, trying to recall the various clocks of the ancients. A mechanical clock was out of the question. He simply hadn't the skill or the materials necessary for its construction. The episode with the watch proved that all too well. An hourglass, then? A careful search of the ship was unrewarding. There was nothing that could be made into an hourglass, nor any way to calibrate such a device, even if he could make one. A water clock, perhaps? The same objections. And his own lack of know-how. Mallinson was no scientist or hobbyist. He was first and last a man of business. Still, he did not want to give up easily. A candle clock. Immediately, he recognized that idea as impractical. He didn't have the technical understanding of his ship necessary to use its speed for the computation of time. In fact, the only thing he knew about the ship was that it traveled faster than light. How much faster, he had never found out. It had been enough for his purposes to know that it traveled faster or as fast as any type of vessel in the Confederation. And even if he had known how to make the necessary calculations, what was needed was something that would divide 12 or 15 years into days, hours, minutes. Radio reception was out. Each of the colonized worlds had an Earth-type atmosphere, complete with heaviside layer, and the radar beams that could pierce a layer would be swarming with freighters, liners, and patrol ships. Mallinson was certain that by now every patrolman in the known cosmos was alerted for the appearance of a ship of Mallinson's type, and detention meant an end to a dream of wealth. Prison. What was the answer then? The answer was no answer. Mallinson, possessed of the finest machine ever devised by the mind of man and the greatest hoard of wealth in recent times, was reduced to keeping track of time by the movements of his digestive tract and a series of scratches on the walls of the control room. At the time, he could see the irony of it. He even laughed then. Time dragged on sluggishly. What might have been weeks passed by in a seemingly endless cycle of sleeps and meals. Every time he awoke, Mallinson would cut the drive and check his position. And always the bright beacon star stared back at him, little changed. Slowly the line of scratches on the control room wall grew. Mallinson lived in a timeless limbo amidst the vast, unchanging emptiness of the galactic periphery. For weeks and months at a time, he would lose himself in the sparsely starred out marches. Then he would find his position again, an agonizingly short distance from the last fix given him by star chart and analyzer. Lethargically, the ship crawled across parsecs of space, a hollow shell of life amid the cosmic desolation of the great edge. A year passed. 2. Mallinson knew he was safe now. No patrol ship could follow his aimless wanderings. But the 10-year statute of limitations remained uppermost in his mind. He realized that he was assigning an arbitrary value to his days and months. Thus, he decided that he must stay in space for the full time allowed by his supplies. He could not risk a miscalculation. The solitude did not affect him. Mallinson had no desire for companionship, and the library of the ship absorbed much of his time. He read great tomes and thin monographs, passionate novels and cold texts, and he could feel time slipping by. At the end of his 4th calculated year, Mallinson noticed his feverishness. It was a slight thing. He felt perfectly well, but his temperature stood at 100.6. His curiosity aroused, he confined himself to the ship's infirmary for a month. Except for a periodical trip to the control room for a star sight, he remained under the UV lamps. He took large doses of streptomycin 25, but he did not feel in the least alarmed when the fever refused to leave him. He merely adapted himself. In his 8th year in space, Mallinson abandoned any hope of finding a habitable planet. He had located 5 planetary systems among some 900 stars, but none of the globes were even remotely suitable for the support of humanoid life. Mostly they were great gassy worlds of frozen methane and ammonia. The few low-gravity planets were generally so close to their primaries as to be vast wastelands with surface temperatures near the melting point of lead. It was at this point in his odyssey that Mallinson's thought began to drift homeward. Many sleeps were spent in calculations and trial and error navigation before the ship's nose was turned inward toward the center of the galactic lens. Finally, Mallinson was ready to begin the long voyage home. The loneliness had changed him, he knew. Not that he had once missed the nearness of mere people. Mallinson felt himself above such a need, and there was the money in the hole to keep him company. More and more of his time was spent down there fondling his wealth. The feel of the coins and the crisp iridium certificates more than made up for the solitude. Uncounted hours would slip by while he sat contentedly in the midst of his loot. Or was it days? Mallinson had stopped trying to discover. The library had lost its appeal for him now. He had finished the majority of the books now, and strangely the reading tapes and recordings seemed to drag unbearably. It was getting so that he could hardly understand the mouthings that emanated from the speakers, and the vision screens were turgid masses of dark, muddy colors. Something, he decided, had gone wrong with the projection apparatus. The dawning of his 10th year in limbo was the occasion for a celebration. The statute of limitation was explicit in this particular form of larceny. It stated that, should the case be unprosecuted for 10 solar years, the crime was stricken from the records and an unequivocal pardon granted. Before Mallinson's case, the law had never been evoked, but now at last the time was up. Mallinson was free. He was only 3 years from Sol now, according to his estimate. He had been careful to allow for the seemingly reduced speed of the ship, but he was still unwilling to take any unnecessary chances. He realized that he could have made a considerable error in his timing. It was even possible, he reflected, that he was as much as a year off, perhaps even 2. So Mallinson decided that having waited this long, he could wait a bit longer. He had become quite adapted to his artificial environment now. Another 2 or 3 years in space would be no great hardship. He set his course for the Centaurian system before heading for home. This slight detour would bring him into Sol's family at just the right time. 15 years, he calculated, from the time of his departure. That night, or what passed for night in the timeless void, Mallinson celebrated his freedom. Time slipped by in an endless, formless night. He began to notice that he was aging. The mirror in his stateroom showed lines and wrinkles in his face that had not been there when he fled Earth. He had been just 40 when the flight began. He looked 53 or 4 now, at least. It confirmed his computations. His timing was still right. It was a long time later that the Centaurian system slipped astern. He was in the infirmary at the time and did not even notice. Long solitude had dulled his perceptions. He was totally engrossed in the evidence of his thermometer. It registered a body temperature of 117.8. That was impossible, he knew. A man couldn't stand such a temperature. Yet he was perfectly well. The instrument, he decided, was faulty. He had not felt feverish since that first time long ago. He abandoned the sterile whiteness of the infirmary for the hold and the silent companionship of his money. He was happy there. The food was gone now, and though there was plenty of fuel in the tanks, the ship was nearing Sol. It had been many sleeps since Mallinson had bothered to cut the drive for a precision check. He sat contentedly with his money, oblivious to all else. But his ship was still a perfect machine. It arced down into the ecliptic plane, cutting the stellar drive automatically. The ship shifted smoothly into primary flight and spiraled in toward Earth. It set itself a stable orbit around the home planet and waited, alarm bells ringing. The Earth spread out into a green carpet under the slowly descending spaceship. Mallinson sat stiffly in the control chair, eyes drinking in the forgotten beauty of his home world. The ship sank through a layer of fleecy cloud towards the spaceport. Buildings took shape out of the formless mass of the ground. Mallinson frowned. Things looked just the same. One would have thought that changes had taken place in 15 years. He caught a glimpse of his own reflection in the glass of the port. It angered him suddenly that the years should have been so sparing with Earth and so cruel to him. He had aged more than he thought. He felt very tired. Very gently the ship sank to a landing on the busy ramp. The generators sighed and fell silent. Mallinson smiled thinly. His timing was still good. He locked the hole carefully and made his way to the valve. The long, unused mechanism worked smoothly and quickly. Mallinson stepped out. A circle of resolute patrolmen surrounded him, hands on their weapons. He stared at them in stunned disbelief. A young inspector shouldered his way through the file. He spoke words that Mallinson heard only dimly through the sudden roaring in his ears. "You are under arrest, Mallinson," the inspector said shortly. Subject: Report on Prisoner Mallinson, file number 8697032. To Wilton, Chief Penologist, Luna Criminal Detention Center. From Berry, Director, North American Geriatrics Institute. 1. Transfer of subject prisoner to this institution is confirmed. 2. Cursory examination reveals that the prisoner is a victim of acutely accelerated general metabolism. 3. An interview with the prisoner reveals that he is firmly convinced that he recently spent a period of 15 years in space, whereas port records conclusively prove that he was absent from Earth for a period of only 22 months. Reference New York Special Log 2/890, pages 867-1098. His condition is perfectly suited to the experimental work now being conducted here, as is suspected. There is an excellent possibility that we may be able to correlate the clinical data of his case with our own hypothesis and so ascertain exactly to what extent senility is the product of psychological conditioning rather than chronological age, as heretofore believed. 4. Prognosis negative. In the case of prisoner Mallinson himself, we are unable to prescribe treatment. All efforts to retard his fantastically high metabolism rate have failed. His body temperature is now normal at 120.6 degrees Fahrenheit and his pulse steady at 140 per minute. Definite indications of senescence are appearing. Symptoms of incipient ataxic aphasia have been detected. 5. Death from advanced senility predicted within 30 days. Signed, Berry, NAGI Director. The end of Flight from Time.
A Great Day for the Irish by A. M. Leitner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avery Wade. A Great Day for the Irish by A.M. Leitner. Watchdogs have to be watched or they keep everything out, including our friends. Bridget Kelly stood at the foot of the rocket lift and watched the loading operation. The freight had long since been inspected and stowed, and now it was the passengers' turn. Bridget was glad that for once she was not responsible. Let others worry and snoop. This time she was a passenger herself, starward bound. Inspected, passed, and okayed, she could have the pleasure of watching others squirm. Like that beauty coming aboard with the furs and the orchid. She wouldn't be allowed to keep the orchid, of course. Bridget grinned as she saw the flower tossed into a trash can and imagined the words the beauty was mouthing. The man beside her sported a boutonniere. Yes, there it went into the can. He was still smiling, probably cracking wise. Bridget had separated so many travelers from so many items that she could tell what the passenger was going to say before he said it. Most people knew that strenuous efforts were being made to keep pests and epidemics away from Earth. Ever since the beginnings of space travel, the quarantine of incoming ships at the moon had been rigidly observed. But the fact that plagues could also spread from Earth seldom registered on the public's mind. Bridget was all too well aware of it. For several years she had labored to that end in the quarantine service. Now that her savings had accumulated and her abilities as an entomologist were recognized, she was about to board one of the shining ships herself. There were raised eyebrows when her destination was known, an entomologist going to New Eden, a planet where insects were at a minimum. But Bridget only smiled. She knew what she wanted. She was bound for the frontier, where men are men and women are scarce. The speaker blared. The countdown was beginning. 15 minutes, rasped the mechanical voice. 15 minutes to blast off. She took a last look at the planet of her birth and squeezed into the lift. The few remaining passengers pushed in with her. A man in a red waistcoat was commiserating with a woman beside him. "Don't let the officials get you down," he said. "We'll have to put up with them for the journey. But on New Eden, I hear, the conditions are so good they hardly need any regulations at all." "It isn't that," sniffed his friend. "It's just that you gave it to me, and I was hoping to wear it tonight." "Perhaps I can buy you something in hydroponics. I had no idea they were so touchy, or I'd have had the orchid fumigated." Bridget felt the scorn of the official for the general public. "If you're going to New Eden, you ought to know we want to keep it that way." The red waistcoat looked down at her. "Oh, official done without stripes," he said. "Or are you an old hand? Perhaps you can explain the deal when we get there." So he was the type that cracked wise, and she had put her foot in it right at the beginning. "I've never been off Earth before," she'd admitted. "I read up on it all first." The lift was at the locked door, and she slipped through without looking back. The speaker was croaking, 10 minutes to go, as she hurried to her cabin and prepared for takeoff. She'd have to do better than this, or the trip would be a washout. Better just concentrate on enjoying it. The new experiences, the fascination of travel. The jets roared, and Bridget Kelly blacked out. Several hours later, she had recovered enough to spruce up, take the prescribed dose of Covatron against space sickness, and make her way to the lounge. She found the table setting with her name on it, and had hardly sat down before a familiar voice began at her ear. Sure, and if it isn't Bridget Kelly, and it's a long time I've been waiting for herself. She looked up into the same laughing eyes, only this time they were above an emerald green waistcoat. Still determined that New Eden shall not be polluted by snakes? Oh, excuse me, that was St. Patrick. You are worried about bugs. She laughed in spite of herself and glanced at the place card next to hers. Mr. Patch McGuire, it read. I didn't mean to sound stuffy, she said. It's just that most people don't realize how important it is, how much trouble just a few insects. Well, I've worked at it, and I ought to know. Ah, an official entomologist. But in that case, why New Eden? Or are you insurance against people like Carrie and me who might import something? You never can tell. Something may turn up. It's hard to imagine a planet without any insects at all. Eden's remarkable that way, put in the young officer sitting across from them. No stinging bugs or parasites. Makes everything a lot more comfortable. Still, it's pretty new, only a small part developed so far. So we've insurance against the unknown in Bridget Kelly. And what might you be insurance against, Mr. McGuire? She countered. The officer stared. Don't you folks know each other? Mr. McGuire's a grower of fancy plants. Sort of goes together, plants and insects. He laughed. Well, it looks like the rest of our table won't show up for this meal. What happened to the lady without the orchid? She was with you, wasn't she? Bridget asked. Carrie, said Patch McGuire, is one of those unfortunates on whom Covatron does not work. She won't be with anyone for the duration. I was just hoping our whole table was not similarly afflicted. It's a pity, mused the young officer. So many people make the flight across space only once. If they did it more often, they might get accustomed. Don't you take Covatron? Bridget asked, beginning to wonder how soon she should repeat the dose. Some people said it made you sleepy, and she certainly didn't want that, with things just getting started. And Patch McGuire... Suddenly a window opened in her mind. She saw a letter with short, punching sentences. You think you can get away with this high-handed, overbearing, totally uncalled-for destruction of property? I'll take it to the top. I'll see you idiots in hell, or at least out of the service. Patch McGuire, protesting the destruction of his shipment of seeds imported from Regulus 5. No amount of explanation that the seeds had been found to harbor a blight which, once let loose on Earth... Patch McGuire had a reputation as an authority on crossbreeding and mutation of plants, and also for throwing his weight around. It was several years ago, but Bridget remembered the consternation in the department. She realized that McGuire and the officer were talking. They were agreeing that space sickness was only a matter of psychology, and that if you didn't think about it, no Covatron was necessary. She hastily swallowed another pill with her coffee, and hoped the coffee would keep her awake. They toured the ship together, she and Patch. They marveled at the scene from the viewport, and chatted with the captain in the control room. The steward inquired about his taste in music and stereo, and he even gave advice to the gardeners in the hydroponics. All doors were open to Patch, and there were murmurs about the handsome couple as they moved through the lounge. By the end of the trip, they were making plans for New Eden. Patch insisted that Bridget was in the wrong profession, and she agreed that the science of agriculture might be more rewarding than entomology under certain conditions. At the farewell dinner, Patch gave her a bouquet he'd had made up especially by the gardeners, but she was more interested in the small green leaf he wore in his lapel. He took it out and insisted on fastening it in her hair. "Sure, and it's a shamrock," he cried as he arranged it. "And have you forgotten what day it is tomorrow?" "It's the day we land," Bridget replied. "But what day that is in our time or ship's time, it's too confusing." "It's St. Patrick's Day, that's what it is," he said. "A great day for the Irish and a great day for us. And I wouldn't be without the shamrock on St. Patrick's Day. They should call the planet New Ireland, that they should. Wasn't Ireland the garden island, all green and fruitful and with no snakes? And I hear this planet's the garden planet, and with no insects either to make life miserable. But let you and me be living there a while, we'll make it New Ireland for sure." And he planted a kiss on her mouth without a thought of who was looking at them. As their table-mates drank their health, Bridget blushed and her eyes shone, and after dinner Patch escorted her to the stereo where they sat very close together in the dark. But as the pictures flashed across the screen, and as Patch's arm went across her shoulder and drew her close, her mind was besieged by an army of little doubts. Shamrock. What had she read about the shamrock? "Patch," she whispered, "where did you get it?" "Get what?" Patch murmured, bending over to kiss her. "The shamrock, Patch. I don't believe they have any in hydroponics." "Sure, they must have it." Patch's lips brushed her, and she found it difficult to think clearly. "I never saw it there. Patch, are you sure?" "Saw what? I don't see anything but you. That's enough for me." "About the shamrock, Patch." "It looks beautiful on you. Sure, and I wouldn't be without a shamrock on St. Patrick's Day." Bridget gave up. She lay back in the sanctuary of his arm and basked in the warm feeling of his lips on her hair, but the doubts kept crawling about in her mind. What was the matter with her? Couldn't she be happy when everything was perfect? Had she been a cut-and-dried inspector for too many years? But she remembered the words of Professor Schwabkopf the day she received her degree. "The inspectors are the watchdogs of the planet. Without them, all that man has built can be destroyed." When Patch had kissed her good night outside her cabin, and his footsteps had died away along the corridor, she crept out into the passage and made her way to hydroponics. "Why, no," said the chief gardener. "We never carry clover of any sort. Why do you ask?" On her way to the control room, Bridget tried not to think. She found the young officer from her table on duty with the captain, and the two men listened in surprise as she outlined her fears. "I don't want to accuse Mr. McGuire of anything," she said. "I'm sure he doesn't realize how serious, and of course there may be nothing to it. It's just that I remember that shamrocks harbor the golden nematode, that is, in the soil around the roots. And it seems likely that if Mr. McGuire has live shamrocks, and I remember what a serious plague they once brought over from Ireland to America." The captain pulled his mustache. "It's clearly against regulations. I can't imagine how he'd get it past inspection. But then, McGuire's a very persistent man, and he's got pull in odd places. I don't want to rouse the ire of the Irish, but I see your point." "Couldn't you search his cabin without his knowing I said to? Oh, I'm sure he'd be very angry, but if I could just look at his plants, then I'd be sure they're safe. You must have a way of getting in, if there should be a short circuit or something in his cabin." "Oh, we have ways," the captain said. "Don't we, Lieutenant?" "Perhaps at breakfast," suggested the young officer, "if Miss Kelly could arrange to make it as leisurely as possible. And right afterward you might go to the lieutenant's cabin with your instruments and without Mr. McGuire." She had no trouble in making her breakfast leisurely. She could hardly choke it down. Under Patch's admiring gaze and flagrant approval, she was uncomfortably conscious of treachery. She left as soon as the protracted meal was over, even though she knew that it would give him the opportunity to discover the rape of his plants. The lieutenant was waiting for her in his cabin. He sat behind his desk, eyeing a motley collection of clover in an assortment of little jars and boxes. Bridget brought out her pocket scope and without a word pulled up the first specimen by the roots and began to examine it. The lieutenant watched in fascination. "It's a good thing Mr. McGuire can't see you now," he said. "He'd take an entirely different tone from the one I've been hearing lately." "I'm hoping he doesn't find out," she muttered. "What he doesn't know. Oh, look here. A fine big cyst. Now, if they're all like this." The lieutenant's face took a look of respect. He came around from behind his desk and peered over her shoulder. "Found something already?" he asked. Bridget pushed the scope under his nose. "See that?" she said. "In the right-hand corner." "You mean that lump? Doesn't look very dangerous." No, it doesn't, but it's a nematode cyst, all right. That little brown lump, if turned loose in the soil, give it a few years and you'll have a real pest on your hands." "You don't say. We'd better get rid of it right away. Do you think there's any more?" "That's just what I'm going to find out." But before she could move to the desk for the other containers, there was a sound of scuffling outside. The door was flung violently open, and a rich Irish voice proclaimed in righteous anger, "So here you are, conspiring against me, both culprits red-handed, and my shamrocks, my little plants, my babies. Thank heavens I got here on time." The lieutenant moved to intercept him. "I beg your pardon, sir, but these plants are in quarantine, and if you have any others that we haven't found—" "You're no true daughter of Ireland, Bridget Kelly, and I'm fortunate to have found you out in time, false and faithless as you are." Now, cautioned the lieutenant, getting between McGuire and the desk. "She was only doing her duty. You should see the things she's been showing me in her microscope. A menace to the whole planet." "Don't believe a word of it," thundered McGuire. "These inspectors are full of fears and fancies, puffed up with their own importance, and I'll thank you to give me back my plants that you stole out of my cabin." "I'm afraid I can't do that," the lieutenant said. "Not until Miss Kelly has examined each one, and then only the ones that get a clean bill of health." And he began to collect the little pots and remove them as far as possible from McGuire's reach. "Well, come along then, Bridget. Give them the bill of health," McGuire ordered. "You'll do that for me, I'm sure, and I don't know what all the fuss is about either, over a few little plants and shamrocks at that." "The few little plants have a few little cysts all over their roots," said Bridget, whose temper was wearing thin. "I've only looked at one so far, but as nice an infestation of the golden nematode I've seldom seen. It's got to go down the incinerator." "The incinerator!" screamed McGuire. "Woman, my shamrocks, all the way from Ireland." "If you hadn't spent your whole life circumventing regulations and pulling wires, this wouldn't have happened. Why didn't you get them treated and certified before coming aboard?" "Because there wasn't time, that's why," Patch shouted. "They only came from Ireland as I was leaving for the ship. If it hadn't been for a snooping, sniveling worrywart, all about a worm that you can't even see." "You can see the results right enough." Bridget's voice was rising to match his. "Did you ever hear of the Long Island potato? The best on the East Coast they were. The golden nematode ruined Long Island for potatoes. That's what the shamrock did for America. That's a sneaking, treacherous worm for you.
And who would want to grow potatoes on Long Island, built into a city as it is?
They're going to want to grow potatoes on New Eden, and I'm here to see that they can. If that's all that's worrying you, I'll breed you a nematode-resistant potato. And now I'll thank you to let me take my shamrocks and make an end to this disgraceful scene. But when he looked around, he found the lieutenant had quietly removed himself with the plants, and the door to the cabin was crowded with interested passengers. "So you think you can put one over on me?" Patch shouted. "It's a good thing that I found out in time how I was being deceived by a pair of eyes and a mouth that says one thing and means another. And I suppose you're the soul of honor, with no thought of responsibility for your fellow man. You've had it your way all your life, and it's lucky that I found that out, too, before... But he was gone, elbowing his way through the crowd, and the onlookers drifted away, embarrassed at the sight of the stormy girl who shouted hysterically after him. Bridget slammed the door and collapsed into a chair. "I'm sorry for the noise," she apologized when the officer returned. "I'd better finish checking the plants before it's time to land."
"Never mind the plants," the lieutenant told her. "I've put them where he won't find them in a hurry. As a matter of fact, we aren't going to land. We're in orbit now, and they're to send a rocket shuttle. They aren't worried about what we're bringing in this time. It's what we might take out. There's a howling plague on New Eden after all. Several of our passengers have changed their minds about landing."
"A plague?" said Bridget stupidly. It was hard to concentrate on anything more deadly than the golden nematode. "Oh, nothing you and I could catch. Something to do with agriculture and the plants. Which reminds me, I've a batch of telegrams for you. The authorities are delighted to learn that we've a registered entomologist aboard. Very few of them have come this way." By the time Bridget had read the sheaf of papers, she had made the transition from the world of shipboard romance to her accustomed world of science and order. There was work to be done. Her talents were needed in a dozen places at once. She left for orders for the confiscated clovers to be destroyed and went to her cabin to pack. She was on the first shuttle to leave the ship.
The weeks that followed were filled with hard work, with test tube and microscope, at her desk and in the field. The majority of her co-workers were men, but none had time to look for a laughing eye or a smiling mouth. The beautiful garden planet of New Eden was being reduced to a desert by a mysterious something that was swiftly attacking all the cultivated areas. Starvation was looming, and there was talk of hasty evacuation. The situation was passing out of control.
The villain could not be isolated. Was it an insect, a virus, a chemical in the soil? Some of the few native insects were caught and subjected to experiment. The soils were analyzed and tested. Those were not the answer. The only thing certain was that the previously lush brown loam was turning to a yellow, chalky sand, and everything that grew in it withered and died. Bridget visited farm after farm and trudged from field to field. She looked at the worried faces and tried to think of words of encouragement. Back at the laboratory, she studied her specimens far into the night and fell asleep at her desk. She was too tired to think about Patch McGuire, who, she concluded, had never left the spaceship. What would a grower of gardens, a breeder of plants, do in a spreading desert? He had gone on to some more flourishing planet. She was called to the office one day. "I hear there's a farm that claims they don't have the plague," said the harassed young scientist behind the desk. Better get over there and see if it's any more than a rumor. Take the heli and bring back all the usual samples. Here's the directions on getting there." He shoved a torn piece of paper at her and turned back to his cluttered desk. Bridget picked up her collecting kit and climbed into the cab of the machine. By this time, she knew her way about the settlements. Without a doubt, she told herself, this farm was on the outskirts of civilization, in some valley as yet untouched by the plague. But long before she reached the limits of cultivated land, she could see her destination. It stood out like an oasis in the desert, a little patch of green between a dried-up cornfield and an expanse of stricken wheat. Bridget brought her heli down on the velvety lawn in front of the small cottage and walked unbelievingly to the door. A shout from within welcomed her, and she entered a clean and simple kitchen parlor. The owner of the one healthy farm in New Eden was busy in the attached greenhouse. As she glimpsed the red waistcoat dangling from a hook, Bridget screamed, and Patch McGuire came through the greenhouse door, a flower pot in one hand, a trowel in the other. "And if it isn't the worm hunter herself," he cried, "the czar of the spaceways, the dandelion dictator, and I was wondering how long it would take you to find me out." "But you," she gasped, "you couldn't, you wouldn't, aren't supposed to be here." "And why not?" he countered. "I'm not like Carrie. She'd rather go on too sick to eat in space than face starvation on this planet. And then the bargain I was offered for this place, you wouldn't believe it. All the modern conveniences, and they were practically giving it away. Besides, what had I to fear with the best entomologists in the 5 solar systems working for the Department of Agriculture? Sure, you'll be having the problem solved in no time." "Don't be giving me that blarney," Bridget said. "You need only look out the window to know we've solved nothing at all. And you sitting here crowing to yourself, you've been breeding plague-resistant plants. That's what you've done, and keeping them all to yourself. It's a disgrace." Patch began to laugh, and the more he laughed, the angrier Bridget got. "You should be ashamed," she shouted. "The whole planet dying, and you sitting here growing greener all the time." "And that's the way it's been," he assured her. "This place was dying on me too, but only in the last few days it's taken a new lease, and I'm at my wit's end to explain it." "You mean you don't want to explain it? You're hoarding the secret, and it's a shameful thing." "Woman, you're crazy," he bellowed at her. "I'm no magician to breed a plague-resistant plant overnight. It takes patience and many seasons, and I've only just settled in. I put a few things in the garden and stirred things up in the potting shed. Here, come along. You see for yourself." He drew her through the cottage, pointing out the advantages of the kitchen so near the greenhouse. She walked about the paths and felt the rich brown soil without a streak of yellow, and finally her eyes fell upon some little low leaves by the back step. "Patch," she demanded, "what's that?" "You've the eagle eye, to be sure. What do you suppose that is?" "It's clover," she said. "Shamrock to you. Surely not the same shamrock. I gave strict orders." Before he could stop her, she had tugged a plant up by the roots and pulled out her pocket microscope as she bent over it. Sure, they were so busy worrying about the plague here they forgot all about the little plague from Earth. And all I wanted was a bit of old Ireland to bring with me. A few little cysts couldn't be that important, and you've got to admit that's what I've got, a green island. "The idiots!" screamed Bridget. "The irresponsible, shirking, double-faced." Her hand went up, and Patch dodged involuntarily, expecting her to throw the shamrock, dirt and all, right at his head. But her hand stopped in midair. "Patch!" Her voice fell to a whisper of incredulity. I think I've got the answer here in my hand. Don't say a word till I'm sure, but get my soil samples from all over your place, and there, and over there, and hurry." Patch ran back and forth with the soil samples, and Bridget looked in her microscope, and everywhere the golden nematode was teeming, and nowhere was a sign of the sinister yellow streaks. "Don't you see?" Bridget said. "Whatever it is, the nematodes are killing it." "It'll take some experimenting to prove it, Bridget, my girl, but I believe you're right. And while they're proving it, Patch, you and I are going to breed nematodes right here." And she had a vision of the golden horde burrowing from Patch's land in all directions, bringing back health and sanity to the land. Whatever would Professor Schwabkopf say? Dear Professor Schwabkopf, sometimes the watchdogs are too faithful. They keep out everyone, even our friends. And that was how New Eden was saved, and the nematodes prospered, and the McGuires prospered, and the shamrocks grew everywhere, and so there was nothing for it but to call the planet New Ireland. End of A Great Day for the Irish by A.M. Leitner.
Heavenly Gifts by Aaron J. Colom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heavenly Gifts by Aaron L. Colom. Heartfelt prayers deserve an answer, but it may be in a peculiar way. A blur of silent motion tugged suddenly at the corner of Mrs. Frisbee's eye. She looked up from her knitting. An electric blanket, deep blue with satiny edges, was materializing, neatly folded in the center of her tiny kitchen table. She closed her eyes briefly for a silent prayer of thanks. At midnight, she would send out those thanks, followed by a request for a bicycle for the paperboy. Contentedly, she raised herself from her chair. She weighed mentally whether there was time to wrap the blanket as a gift before she had to leave for work. She decided against it. It wasn't as if it were an anniversary or birthday present. It was just something she knew her nice landlady, Mrs. Upjohn, needed but couldn't afford. Mrs. Upjohn was in her room. With an embarrassed dismissal of thanks, Mrs. Frisbee presented the blanket to her, then hurried to catch the bus at the corner. The corridor clock showed a few minutes to midnight as Mrs. Frisbee, carrying her mop and pail, entered the control room. At the slight noise, Dr. Morrow looked up from his paper-littered desk. A vague smile and a wave were directed generally in her direction. With a glance at his watch, he sighed and returned to his work. Mrs. Frisbee waited patiently and quietly. A few minutes later, Dr. Morrow looked up again, then yawned and stretched luxuriously. "Time for lunch, I guess." He stood up, setting a few dials on the glistening control panel before him. "See you in 45 minutes, he called cheerily. With the sound of his heels echoing down the hall, Mrs. Frisbee gingerly sat down in his chair. Taking a sheet of paper from her apron, she meticulously marked down the dial settings exactly as he had left them. Except for the diminishing sound of footsteps, the laboratory building was silent, with the unique quiet of a deserted structure. Through the window she could see the gigantic antenna aiming towards the stars. As always, she experienced a momentary thrill of combined excitement and reverential awe. She waited till she heard the closing of the front door of the building. Then, with practiced fingers, she flicked some switches. The equipment hummed quietly. She swung toward the keyboard and began picking out letters with her forefingers. Finally, she took a page from a mail-order catalog from her purse and slowly typed out the catalog numbers. She didn't hurry. Dr. Morrow would now be finishing his lunch in his car. Afterwards, he would take a stroll around the laboratory grounds. He was a man of regular, dependable habit. It had all begun one evening about 5 months before, when Mrs. Frisbee had attended a revivalist meeting. Simple soul that she was, with her increasing years and the passing of many of her friends, Mrs. Frisbee had begun to experience a desire to make peace with her Maker. "You are all sinners," the preacher had thundered, "and you need the most powerful voice in the world to speak for you." It made quite an impression. It seemed the hand of Providence when Mrs. Frisbee learned that a newly completed astronomical radio station was seeking janitorial personnel. She quickly applied and was hired. It was at first only a vague germ of an idea. Slowly the idea crystallized as she inquired of the technicians just how it was operated. It wasn't really difficult, she learned. An electronic typewriter was used, converting letters and words into mathematical language, then automatically beaming the data out into the vastness of space. It took time, but she even learned what dials and switches to operate so there would be no record of her messages. The station had been established to try to contact intelligences on other planets or star systems. An idiotic waste, the critics complained. Mrs. Frisbee agreed. Except for occasional space static, nothing had ever been received. Mrs. Frisbee knew this from hearing the men talk. Still, they kept trying, constantly listening, and at regular intervals transmitting basic mathematics recognizable by any civilization. She had arranged her work so that her midnight break came when she was cleaning the control room. There was only a single scientist on night duty, currently Dr. Morrow, who left the equipment on automatic reception while on his lunch break. Mrs. Frisbee never needed but half the time he was gone. Her first prayer had been a brief one. Gripped with religious fervor, Mrs. Frisbee had typed awkwardly, one finger at a time. The whirring of the equipment as it transmitted her words of devotion out to the farthest reaches of space was a balm to her soul. It was a month later that she decided to test her contact with the divine with a simple request. An apron she had seen in a catalog. It would be an ideal birthday present for Mrs. Upjohn, she thought. Days and weeks passed, and Mrs. Frisbee had almost lost faith, when suddenly one evening, as she was quietly sewing, the apron appeared, bright and gay, on her small table. She rubbed her eyes. It was truly wondrous. The thanks she gave in that evening's message were profuse. As time passed, she asked for other items from the catalog for gifts for other friends. All were delivered miraculously after a few days. Mrs. Frisbee was at peace with the world, with herself, and with her Maker. Her simple life was full. She had a proven faith, with miracles occurring as she desired them. There was no end to the people she met who needed things, and seemingly no difficulty in having her requests fulfilled. Quite often she was tempted to explain it all to her good friend Mrs. Upjohn, but something always kept her from telling, a feeling that it might be sacrilegious somehow to discuss it. Only one thing occasionally puzzled Mrs. Frisbee. Though she always ordered the presents from the mail-order catalog, they seemed superior in quality and workmanship to any purchased articles. The barracks room language coming from General Collins' office caused his aide to raise his eyebrows. He hadn't heard the general use such terms since Korea. General Collins was even more incredulous than the colonel, the major, and the captain had been before him, as each was told. "It's impossible," he exploded into telephone. "When did you blankety idiots first discover it?" After a brief pause, he barked, "Double the guard." A moment later, he barked again, "Damn it, then triple it." He sat back stunned. What would the chief say? He shuddered at the thought. His eyes narrowed reflectively, and after a moment he reached again for the phone. "Have you contacted any other bases?" His voice was now quiet and low. After a brief pause, he added, "Come to my office as soon as possible with everything you have on the situation. He steeled himself for the next call, reluctantly reaching for the special red telephone. His orderly mind presented the facts he had learned as clearly as possible. "I don't know," he answered a question. "No, sir. I haven't contacted AEC or State yet. I'd like to check on it further." Then finally, "Complete secrecy, yes, sir. I'm making a thorough security check." An undercurrent of frantic excitement quickly engulfed Washington's top councils, involving even the president. The National Security Council and chiefs of staff were called into emergency session. Grim-visaged, star-shouldered officers hurried through Pentagon corridors. Newsmen knew only that something quite serious was taking place, something that vitally affected the national security. Whispers of "secret Russian weapon" began to be heard. From the Pentagon, orders went out to every military base. CIA agents and military scientists were hurriedly called, were asked enigmatic questions, and were given grim instructions. A few days later, a call came again to General Collin. He had half expected it. He reached again for the red phone. "It's happened again." He bit off his words in his exasperation. "Right in front of a television monitor. The film is being rushed to Washington." He listened a moment, then nodded. "That's right. Just disappeared. Completely dematerialized." He received a bit of shock in turn. "2 other bases also? Good God!" Then, "Yes, sir, I'll fly in tonight." At the top-level meeting the next morning, the Undersecretary of State interrupted the discussion. "We have just received a peculiar message from the British Embassy," he said. "They are asking about the security of—" He lowered his voice even though the room was soundproof. Everyone about the table looked soberly at each other. Security Council meetings became continuous around-the-clock sessions. The top civilian scientists of the country were brought in and the situation explained to them. As one, they shook their heads. A Nobel Prize winner in physics put it flatly, "It is beyond our comprehension, far beyond the state of our knowledge." Central Intelligence reported daily on the political and scientific activities in key spots of the world. A spurt of high-level meetings in Moscow was noticed and duly reported. This ominous news was received with a depression bordering on hysteria. "We have underestimated their technological advancement again," said the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. "We must increase our production efforts. We must solve this puzzle." He spoke slowly in measured tones of the utmost gravity. "Even at the expense of all other research efforts. This must have the highest possible priority." Orders to this effect were quickly issued. "I don't understand the Soviet mind," puzzled the Secretary of State. "At the diplomatic level, they are seemingly going farther than ever before in making concessions and overtures toward peace." "And while they try to lull us politically," fumed the Secretary of Defense, "they are leaving us practically defenseless with their scientific thievery." He slammed the table with his fist. "We must be on our guard. We must increase our research efforts. And SAC must be placed on emergency alert, ready for instant retaliation." And each day, despite the frenzied increase in mining and refining activity, a report on the dwindling military capabilities of the United States was given the president. The day finally arrived when he gravely addressed the Security Council. "As of today," the president said, "we are unable adequately to defend our country. Our production capabilities cannot keep up with what we are losing. We are left only with our conventional weapons." He paused. "God help us, we are at their mercy." A worried-looking undersecretary rushed into the council chamber and whispered something into the president's ear. The president's face grew white. He rose slowly. Gentlemen, his quiet voice reflected a rigid control. Mr. Khrushchev is placing a personal call to me on the matter, which he says is of the utmost urgency. He paused. Please wait until I return. The group of men carrying on their shoulders the responsibility of the defense of the United States of America and all the free world sat in quiet dejection, heads bowed. Long minutes passed. No one felt up to meeting the eyes of anyone else about the table. As the president re-entered the chamber, the members of the Security Council rose. The atmosphere was heavy with foreboding. He spoke slowly and clearly, his face expressionless. Mr. Khrushchev says he desires to establish a true peace with us. He will agree to all our terms, complete inspection, atomic test ban, disarmament, anything of a reasonable nature. He looked around the shocked room. Relief, puzzlement, suspicion were mirrored on various faces. I'm sure I don't understand all this, the president continued. I doubt if any of you do. But if the Soviet Union is sincere in desiring a true peace, his voice became very quiet, we shall certainly meet them halfway. View looked up from the account book with a grunt of approval. Then he reached for the drink his partner held out. Well, said Tai, didn't I tell you business would be good this period? View nodded and downed his drink. Excellent, but I see that most of our profit came from native trade. His eyes narrowed. It looks illegal. Are you supplying arms for a revolution somewhere? Tai's smile became contemptuous. No, it's just local products, native trivia. We drop-shooted survey robots, then called them back, and installed a delivery system. The robot picks up samples by dematerialization, and I synthesize them. But so much profit. Aren't there any complaints? Tai laughed. On the contrary, I get thanked after each delivery, plus a request for something else. Natives are the same everywhere, just suckers waiting to be trimmed. I don't want to get into trouble over this. View looked dubious. Tai refilled the glasses. Well, our business charter says we must fill and deliver any legitimate orders we get. If it's legitimate, View studied the deep ruby of his drink. Which of our colonies is it? Tai hesitated slightly. It's not one of our colonies. The orders are from subsystem CQ. What? View's eyes flashed. You know we're not supposed to have any contact at all with them. They're under official observation. Don't worry. Tai's voice exuded confidence. No one can prove we've broken a single law. I don't understand. Tai's expression was one of exaggerated innocence. Everything is automatic. Radio orders for goods are received, translated, and filled with robot delivery. He winked at his partner. How can anyone prove I ever bothered to check the source? But the profit? What do you trade? Aha, I was waiting for you to ask that. I set the robot to detect and take a unit of energy metal each trip. Energy metal? View jerked upright. Yes, but they're running out, Tai sighed. The robot reports he has had to go clear to the other side of the planet to fill his quota. There's only enough scattered around for a few more trips. I guess we can't complain, View said. They clinked their glasses. End of Heavenly Gifts by Aaron L. Colom. Recording by Christine Rottger.
Jupiter's Joke by A.L. Haley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jupiter's Joke by A.L. Haley. Those methane and ammonia planets, take it from me, they're the dead end of creation, and why the old man ever thought them up, I'll never know. I never thought I'd mess around any of them, but things can sure happen. A man can get himself backed into a corner in this little old solar system. It just ain't big enough for a gent of scope and talent, and the day the solar system customs caught me red-handed smuggling cooling crystals in from Mars, I knew I was in that corner and sewed up tight. Sure, the crystals are deadly, but I was smuggling them legitimately, in a manner of speaking, for this doctor to experiment with. He wasn't going to sell them for dope. But, and this was the but, that was likely to deprive the system of my activities, even experimenting with them was illegal, even if it needed to be done. Also, I had promised not to rat on him before taking the job. Well, Casey Redder may be a lot of things we won't mention, but he doesn't rat on his clients. So there I was, closeted with the 10 members of the SS Customs Court, getting set to hear the gavel fall and the head man intone the sentence that would take me out of circulation for a long, long time. And instead, blast me, if they didn't foul me with this trip to good old Jupiter. I didn't get it at first. I'd argued with them, but inside, I'd been all set for the sentence, and even sort of reconciled it. I could even hear the words in my mind, but they didn't match what the judge was saying. I stood there gaping like a beached fish while I sorted it out. Then I croaked, "Jupiter? What for? Are you running out of space and stir? Want to choke me to death in chlorine instead?" Being civil to the court didn't seem important just then. Jupiter was worse than the pen. A lot worse. Jupiter was a death sentence. The senior judge rapped sharply with his gavel. He frowned me down and then nodded at the judge on his right. This bird, a little old hank of dried-up straw, joined his fingertips carefully, cleared his scrawny throat, and told me what for. "You've no doubt heard tales of the strange population of Jupiter," he said. "Every spaceman has, I am sure. Insect-like creatures who manifestly migrated there from some other systems and who inhabit the red spot of the planet, floating in some kind of artificial anti-gravity field in the gaseous portion of the atmosphere." I snorted. "Aw, hell, Judge. That's just one of those screwy fairy tales. How could any—" The senior judge rapped ferociously, and I skidded to a halt. Our little storyteller patiently cleared his skinny throat again. "I assure you it is no fairy tale. We possess well-authenticated photographs of these inhabitants, and if you are prepared to visit them and in some way worm from them the secret of their anti-gravity field, the government stands ready to issue you a full pardon, as well as a substantial monetary reward. Your talents, Mr. Ritter, seem, shall we say, eminently suited to the task." He beamed at me. I looked around. They were all beaming. At me! Suddenly, I smelled a rat as big as an elephant. That whole Cooline caper. Had it been just a trap to lead me straight to this? I hadn't been able to figure out how they cracked my setup. At the thought, my larynx froze up tight. This was worse than I'd thought. Government men trapping me, and then beaming at me. And a full pardon, and a reward. Oh no, I told myself. It wasn't possible. Not when I already had more counts against me than a cur has fleas. Not unless it was a straight suicide mission. I feebly massaged my throat. "Pictures?" I whispered. "Show me 'em." Crude, but it was all I could squeeze out. I squeezed out more when I saw those pictures, though. Those inhabitants were charming, just charming if you like scorpions. Well, a cross between a scorpion and a grasshopper, to be accurate. Floating among that red stuff, they showed up a kind of sickly purple turning to gangrene around the edges. The bleat of anguish that accompanied my first view of those beauties had taken my voice again. "How big?" I whispered. He shrugged, trying for nonchalance. "About the size of a man, I believe." I raised my shrinking head. "Take me to jail," I said firmly, and collapsed onto my chair. A crafty-eyed buzzard across the table leaned toward me. "So this is the great Casey Ritter, daredevil of the solar system," he sneered. "Never loses a bet, never turns down a dare." I shuddered. "You're telling that one. And besides, a man's got to draw the line somewhere. And I'm drawing it right here. Take me to jail." They were really stumped. They hadn't expected me to take this attitude at all. No doubt they had it figured that I'd gratefully throw myself into a sea of ammonium among man-sized scorpions just for the hell of it. Nuts! After all, in the pen a man can eat and breathe, and a guard won't reach in and nip off an arm or leg while he's got his back turned. How stupid could they get? When I finally wore them down and got to my little cell, I looked around it with a feeling of real coziness. I even patted the walls chummily and snapped a salute at the guard. It made me grind my molars now to think of it. The way the bunch of stuffed shirts in the SSC made a gold-barred chimpanzee out of me has broken my spirit and turned me into an honest trader. Me, Casey Ritter, slickest slicker in the solar system, led like a precious infant right where I'd flatly refused to go. In plain English, I underestimated the enemy. Feeling safe and secure in the grip of good old Iron College, I relaxed. At this strategic point, the enemy planted a stoolie on me, not in my cell block. They were too smart for that, but we met at recreation, and his mug seemed familiar, like a wisp of smoke where no smoke has got a right to be. And after a while, I braced him. I was right. I'd met the shrimp before when I was wound up in an asteroid real estate racket. Pard Hoskins was his alias, and he had the tag of being a real slick operator. We swapped yarns for about a week when we met, and then I asked him what's his rap this trip. "Oh, a pretty good jolt if they can keep hold of me," he says. "I just made a pass at the Killicut Emeralds, that's all," and got nabbed. "Oh no," I moaned. "What were you trying to do? Start a feud between us and Mars?" He shrugged, but his little black currant eyes began to sparkle with real passion, the high-voltage kind that only a woman in a million, or a million in a bank, can kindle in a guy. "Buddy," he said reverently, "I'd start more than that just to get me mitts on them stones again. Why, you ain't ever seen jewels till you've seen them. Big as hen's eggs, an even dozen of 'em, and flawless. I'm a-shoutin', not a flaw!" His eyes watered at the memory, yearning like a hound dog's over a fresh scent. I couldn't believe it. Those emeralds were in the inner shrine of the super-sacred, super-secret temple of that cavern-dwelling tribe of Killicuts on Mars, the real aborigines. Bleachies, we called them, sort of contemptuously. But those bleachies are a rough lot when they're mad, and if Pard had really got near those emeralds, he should be nothing but a head of cleaned bones by now. Either he was the world's champion liar, or its bravest son, and either way, I took my hat off to him. "How do you make the getaway?" I asked, taking him at his word. He looked loftily past me. "Sorry, gotta keep that a secret. Likewise where I cached them." "Cached what?" "The rocks, stoop." I hardly heard the cut. "You mean you really did get away with them?" My jaw must have been hanging down a foot, because I'd just been playing along with him, not really believing him, and now all of a sudden I somehow knew that he'd really lifted those emeralds. But how? It was impossible. I'd investigated once myself. He nodded and then moved casually away. I looked up and saw a guard coming. That night, I turned on my hard prison cot until my bones were so much jelly, trying to figure that steel. The next morning I got up burning with this fever for information, only to find that Pard had got himself put in solitary for mugging a guard. And that really put the heat on me. I chewed my fingernails down to the quick by the time he got out a week later. By that time, he really had me hooked. I'd have sworn he was leveling with me, but he wouldn't tell me how he'd worked the steel. Instead, he opened up on the trade he'd booked for the string. He said, "When I chisel me way out of this squirrel cage, I'm gonna hit for good old Jupe and sell him to a Croida. She's nuts about jewels. What that old girl won't give me for 'em." He whistled appreciatively, thinking about it. "Jupiter?" I goggled at him. "A Croida? Who's she?" He looked at me as if I hadn't yet got out from under the rock where he was sure I'd been born. "Don't you know nothin', Butterhead?" From him, I took it. I even waited patiently till the master spoke again. The memory still makes me fry. "A Croida," he explained in his own sweet time, "is the queen scorp of them idiotic scorpions that live on Jupiter. I sold her the Hallison diamond that disappeared from the World Museum 5 years ago, remember?" He winked broadly. "It come from Mars in the first place, you know. Mars! What a place for jewels. Damn desert's lousy with 'em. If it wasn't so much trouble to dig 'em out," he went off into a dream about the rocks on Mars, but I jerked him back. "You mean those scorpions have really got brains?" "Brains?" he snorted. "Have they got brains? Why, they're smarter than people, and not ferocious neither, in spite of how they look, if you just leave 'em alone. That's all they want, just to be left alone. Peace and quiet and lots of methane and ammonia and arsenic. That's for them. Besides, the spacesuit rig you got to wear, they can't bite you. Acrita's not a bad old girl, partial to arsenic on her lettuce, so I brought her 100 pounds of the stuff, and she went for that almost like it was diamonds, too. Did I raid around there for a while? He sighed regretfully. But then I went and made her mad, and I'm kinda persona non grata there right now. By the time I gnaw out of this here cheese trap, though, I figure she'll be all cooled off and ready for them emeralds. I went back to my cot that night, and this time instead of biting my nails, I bit myself. So I faced it. Casey Ritter lost his nerve, and along with it the chance of a lifetime. A better man than me had already penetrated the great red spot of old Jupiter and come out alive. That thought ate me to the quick, and I began to wonder if it was too late. After all, I could hardly wait for morning to come, so that I could pry more information out of Pard Hoskins. But I didn't see Pard for a few days, and then, a week later, a group of lifers made a break that didn't gel, and the whole bunch was locked up in the blockhouse, the special building reserved for escapees. Pard Hoskins was in the bunch. He'd never get out of there, and he knew it. So did I. For 3 more days I worked down my knuckles, my nails being gone, while I sat around all hunched up, wondering feverishly if Pard would make a deal about those emeralds. Then I broke down and sent out a letter to the SSC. The big sneer of the conference table promptly dropped in on me, friendly as a bottle of strychnine. But for a lad headed for Jupiter, that was good training, so I sneered right back at him, explained the caper, and we both paid a visit to Pard. In 2 days the deal was made and the caper set up. There were a few bits of info that Pard had to shell out, like where the emeralds were and how to communicate with those scorpions, and how he'd made Acrita mad. I put on a yeller slicker, he confessed sadly. That there ammonia mist was eaten into the finish on my spacesuit, so I draped this here slicker around me to sort of fancy up the rig before going into an audience with the old rip. He shook his head slowly. The kid that took me in was colorblind, so I didn't have no warning at all. I found out that them scorpions can't stand yeller. It just plain drives them nuts. Thought they'd chaw me up and spit me out into the chlorine before I could get out of the damn thing. If my colorblind pal hadn't helped me, they'd have done it too. And Acrita claimed I'd done it a purpose to upset her. Then he winked at me. But then I got off in a corner and cooked up some perfume that drives them nuts the other way. Sorta frantic with ecstasy, like the book says. Didn't have a chance to try it on Acrita, though. She wouldn't give me another audience. It's in the stuff they've cleaned out of me room, a purple bottle with a bright green stopper. He ruminated a few minutes. Tell you what, chump, make them shell out with a green and purple spacesuit, them's the real Jupiter colors, and put just a touch of that there perfume on the outside of it. Acrita'll do anything for you if she just gets a whiff. Just anything. But remember, don't use but a drop. It's real powerful. Real powerful, said the man. What an understatement. But the day I was set adrift in that sea of frozen ammonia clouds mixed with nice cozy methane gas, I sure prayed for it to be powerful, and I clutched that tiny bottle like that boy Aladdin clutching his little old lamp. I'd had a lot of cooperation getting that far. An Earth patrol had slipped down onto the red desert of Mars and picked up the Killicut emeralds from where Pard Hoskins had cached them, and safe out in space again, we had poured over that string of green headlights practically slobbering. But the big sneer of the SSC, the fellow that got me into this caper, was right there to take the joy out of it and to remind me that this was public service, strictly. These, he had proclaimed with a disdainful flourish, like a placer miner pointing to a patch of fool's gold, these jewels are as nothing, Ritter, compared with the value of the secret you are to buy with them. And be assured that if you're man enough to effect the trade, he paused, with his long nose twitching cynically, if you succeed, your world will be triple what you could get for them in any market. Added to which, if you succeed, you will be a free man. That twitch of the nose riled me no little. I ain't failed yet, I snarled at him. Just you wait till I do, feller. I slipped the string of emeralds back into its little safe. Instead of sniping at me, why don't you get that brain busy and set our rendezvous? With that, we got down to business and fixed a meeting point out on Jupiter's farthest moon. Then they took me in to the edge of Jupiter's ice cloud and turned me loose in a peanut of a space boat with old Jupe looming ahead bigger than all outdoors and the red spot dead ahead. I patted my pretty enameled suit, which was a study in Paris green and passionate purple. I patted the 300 pounds of arsenic crystals for Croida and anyone else I might have to bribe. I anxiously examined my suit's air and water containers and the heating unit that would keep them in their proper state. I had already gone over the space boat. Yeah, I was nervous as a cat with new kittens. Feeling again for my little bottle of horrid stench, I breathed a prayer to the god of idiots and spacemen and headed in. The big ship was long gone, and I felt like a mighty small and naked microbe diving into the Pacific Ocean. That famous red spot was that big, too. It kept expanding until the whole universe was a fierce, raw, luminous red. Out beyond it at first there had been fringes of snow-white frozen ammonia, but now it was all dyed redder than Mars. Then I took the plunge right into it. Surprise! The stuff was plants. Plants as big as meadows, bright red floating around in those clouds of frozen ammonia like seaweed. Then I noticed that the ammonia around them wasn't frozen anymore, and peeked at the outside thermometer. I couldn't believe it. It was above zero. Then I forgot about the temperature because it dawned on me that I was lost. I couldn't see a thing but drifting ammonia fog and those tangles of red floating plants like little islands all around. Cutting down the motor, I eased along. But my green boat must have showed up like a lighthouse in all that red, because it wasn't long until I spotted a purple and green hopper scorp traveling straight toward me, sort of rowing along with a pair of stubby wings. He didn't seem to be making much effort, even though he was climbing vertically up from the planet. In fact, he didn't seem to be climbing at all, but just going along horizontally. There just wasn't any up or down in that crazy place. It must be that anti-grav field, I concluded. The air was getting different, too, now that I was further in. I'm no chemist, and I couldn't have gotten out there to experiment if I had been, but those plants were certainly doing something to that ammonia and methane. The fog thinned, for one thing, and the temperature rose to nearly 40. Meanwhile, the hopper scorp reached the ship. Hastily, I squirted some of my scorpion come-hither lure on the chest of my spacesuit, opened the lock, and popped out, brave as could be. Face to face with that thing, though, I nearly lost my grip on the handle. In fact, I'd have fainted dead away right there if Pard Hoskins hadn't been there already and lived. If that little shrimp could do it, I could too. I braced up and tapped out the greeting Pard had taught me. My fiendish-looking opponent tapped right back, inquiring why the hell I was back so soon when I knew that Croida was all set to carve me into steaks for just any meal. But the tone was friendly and even intimate, or rather, the taps were. There was even a rather warm expression discernible in the thing's eyes, so I took heart and decided to ignore the ferocious features surrounding those eyes. After all, the poor sinner's map was made of shell, and he wasn't responsible for its expression. I tapped back very politely that he must be mistaking me for someone else. I've never been here before, and so I've never met the charming lady, I informed him. However, I have something very special in the way of jewels. Not with me, naturally. And the rumor is that she might be interested. He reared back at that, and, reaching up, plucked his right eye out of the socket and reeled it out to the end of a 2-foot tentacle, and then he examined me with it just like an old-time earl with one of those things they called monocles. Pard hadn't warned me about those removable eyes, for reasons best known to himself. I still wake up screaming. Anyway, when that thing pulled out its eye and held it toward me, I backed up against the side of the ship like I'd been half electrocuted. Then I gagged. But I could still remember that I had to live in that suit for a while, so I held on. Then that monstrosity reeled in the eye, and I gagged again. My actions didn't bother him a bit. "Jewels, did you say?" he tapped out thoughtfully, just like an ordinary businessman, and I managed to tap out yes. He drifted closer, close enough to get a whiff. A shudder of ecstasy stiffened him. His head and eyes rolled with it, and he wafted closer still. Right there I began to harbor a premonition that there might be such a thing as being too popular in scorpdom, but I thrust this sneak thief idea back into limbo. Taking advantage of his condition, I boldly tapped out. "How about taking me on a guided tour through this red spinach patch to Croida, old pal?" or words to that effect. He lolled his hideous cranium practically on my shoulder. "Anything, just anything you desire, my dearest friend." I tried to back off from him a bit, but the ship stopped me. I'm Casey Ritter. What's your label, chum? Attaboy, he ticked coyly. Attaboy? Things blurred around me. It couldn't be. It was just plain nuts. Then I got a glimmer through my paralyzed gray matter. Who named you that? He simpered. My dear friend, Pard Hoskins. I breathed again. How simple could I get? He'd already mistaken me for Pard, hadn't he? Then I remembered something else. How come you aren't mad at him? Don't you hate yellow too? He hung his silly head. I fear I am colorblind, he confessed sadly. Right there I forgave him for pulling that eye on me. He was the guide I needed, the one who had got Pard out alive. I almost hugged him. Lead off, old pal, I sang out, and then had to tap it. I'll follow in my boat. Well, I'd met the first of the brood and was still alive. Not only alive, but loved and cherished, thanks to Pard's inventiveness, and to a kindly fate which had sent Pard's old pal my way. A great man, Pard Hoskins. How had he made friends with a brute in the first place? Being once more inside my space boat, I raised my helmet, which was like one of those headpieces they used to put on suits of armor instead of the usual plastic bubble, and it was rigged out with phony antennae and mandibles and other embellishments calculated to interest my hosts. Whether it interested them or not, it was plenty uncomfortable for me. Peeking out the porthole, I saw that my guide was fidgeting and looking over his shoulder at my ship, so I eased in the controls and edged after him. To my surprise, a vapor shot out of a box that I had taken from a natural lump on his back, and he darted away from me. I opened the throttle and tore after him among the immense red blobs that were now beginning to be patterned with dozens of green and purple scorpions, all busy filling huge baskets with buds and tendrils, no doubt. Other scorpions oared and floated about in twos and threes in a free and peaceful manner that almost made me forget that I was scared to death of them, and they stared at my boat with only a mild interest that would have taught manners to most of my fellow citizens of Earth. It wasn't until we had covered some 200 miles of this that something began to loom out of the mist, and I forgot the playboys and the field workers. It loomed higher and higher. Then we burst out into a clearing several miles in diameter, and I saw the structure clearly. It was red, like everything else in this screwy place, and could only have been built out of compressed blocks of the red plant. In shape, it was a perfect octagon. It hung poised in the center of the cleared space, suspended on nothing. It had to be at least a mile in diameter, and its sides were pierced with thousands of openings through which its nightmare occupants appeared and disappeared, drifting in and out like they had all the time in the world. I stared until my eyeballs felt paralyzed. Pard was right again. These critters had brains, and my SSC prosecutor was right, too. That anti-grav secret was worth more than any string of rocks in the system, including the Killicut emeralds. Then I swallowed hard. Attaboy was leading me straight across to a window. Closing my helmet, my fingers fumbled badly. My brain was fumbling too. 0 hour, chump, it told me, and I shuddered. Picking up the first 100 pounds of arsenic, I wobbled over to the airlock. That palace was like nothing on Earth. Naturally, you'll say, it's on Jupiter. But I mean it was even queerer than that. It was like no building on any planet at all. And, in fact, it wasn't on a planet. It was floating up there only 200 miles in from the raw edge of space. In that building, everything stayed right where it was put. If it was put 12 or 50 feet up off the floor, it stayed there. Not that there wasn't gravity. There was plenty of gravity to suit me. Just right, in fact. And still they had furniture sitting around in the air as solid as if on the floor, which was fine for flying hopper scorps, but what about Casey Ritter, who hadn't cultivated even a feather? Attaboy, however, had the answers for everything. Towing me from the airlock to the window ledge, he again sniffed that delectable odor on my chest, caressed me with his 4 pair of legs which I meanfully endured, and then without warning tossed me onto his back above the little box and flew off with me along the tunnel with luminous red walls. We finally came to the central hall of the palace, and at the sight of all that space dropping away, I clutched at his shell and nearly dropped the arsenic. But he didn't have any brakes I could grab, so he just flew out into mid-air in a room that could have swallowed a city block, skyscrapers and all. It was like a mammoth red cavern, and it glowed like the inside of a red light. No wonder those scorpions liked green and purple. What a relief from all that red. A patch in the middle of the hall became a floating platform holding up a divan 20 feet square covered with stuff as green as new spring grass, and in the center of this reclined a Croida. It had to be. Who else could look like that? No one, believe me, boys and girls, no one. Our little Croida was a pure and peculiarly violent purple, not a green edge anywhere. She was even more purple than my fancy enameled spacesuit, and she was big enough to comfortably fill most of that 20-foot couch. To my shrinking eyes right then, she looked as big as a 10-ton cannon and twice as mean and dangerous. She was idly nipping here and there as though she was just itching to take a hunk out of somebody, and the way the servants were edging away out around her, I could see they didn't want to get in range. I didn't blame them a bit. Under the vicious sag of her Roman nose, her mandibles kept grinding, shaking the jewels that were hung all over her repulsive carcass, and making the house and diamond on her chest blaze like a bonfire. Attaboy dumped me onto a floating cushion where I lay clutching and shuddering away from her and from the void all around me, and went across to her alone with the arsenic. A Croida rose up sort of languidly on an elbow that was all stripped boned and sharp as a needle. She pulled an eyeball out about a yard and scanned Attaboy and the box. He closed into the couch all hunched over, ducked his head humbly 6 times, and pushed the box over beside her. A Croida eased her eyeball back, opened the box and sniffed, and then turned to Attaboy with a full-blown satanic grin. I could hear her question reverberate away over where I was. "Who from?" asked a Croida. That conversation was telegraphed to me blow by the actions of these hopper scorps. I didn't need their particular brand of Morse code at all. "Who from?" Attaboy cringed lower and blushed a purple all over blush. "Dear lady, it is from an interspace trader who possesses some truly remarkable jewels," he confessed coyly. A Croida toyed with the house and diamond and ignored the bait. "His name?" she demanded, and when he told her, with a bad stutter in his code, she reared up higher on her skinny elbow and glared in my direction. "Casey Ritter? Never heard of him. Where's he from?" Well, after all, she wasn't blind. He had to confess. The stones were so amazing, Royal Croida, that I didn't pay much attention to the, trader. He does seem to resemble an, Earthman." He ducked his head and fearfully waited. A sort of jerking quiver ran through a Croida. She reared up even higher. Her mean Roman nose twitched. "An Earthman? Like Pod Hoskins?" Attaboy shrank smaller and smaller. He could only nod dumbly. The storm broke all right. That old dame let out a scream like a maddened stallion, began to thrash around and flail her couch with that dragon's tail of hers. I began to quake all over. My nice little jail, I thought frantically. My cozy little cell. Those dear, sweet guards. I'd left them all to be eaten alive by that purple devil. Why didn't I bat my silly brains out on my cell wall when this idea first sneaked in? Marooned on that damned hassock 100 feet above the floor, I began to think, and fast. "Bring him here!" roared a Croida, tapping it out so fast it sounded like gunfire. She gnashed her mandibles and glared until I started shriveling. "Bring him here! He'll dare to come around and insult me, will he? I'll flail his limb from limb and chew his bones to shreds. I'll bite him into chunks. Bring him here!" She made a furious lunge at Attaboy. Trembling and blanching to a muddy lavender, he got out of there and scrambled over to me with big tears rolling down his stiff shell cheeks. Why, the poor purple sap, I thought. He really cares. These things really have feelings. I thought at him with new respect and even a little affection. "Look, kid," I admonished, trying to keep my fingers from shaking as I tapped. "Don't worry about a thing. I still think I can handle this. Just take me across slow and easy, and we'll hope for the best." With a mournful sigh, he picked me up, tossed me onto his shoulder, and as per instructions, drifted over to the floating platform. All I had was the little bottle of Pard's scorp scent. This had better be good, I confided to the image of Pard Hoskins, which somehow managed to get between me and that raging she-dragon on the couch. This had sure better be good, son. I waited until a Croida was leaning forward, practically gnashing her mandibles in my face, while her front pair of legs grabbed and pawed for me. She was too fat and bulky to jump at me, or I'd have been a dead planet bow right there. But I had to take the chance. There wasn't a drop of perfume to waste. At the last moment, I lifted that precious little bottle and squirted the stuff right into her face. Her mandibles flew open and stayed there. Slowly, her front legs drooped. A film of ecstasy formed over those wild, glittering eyes. She sank back and began to croon. Yes, croon. My helmet vibrated with it. Then her long, skinny front legs made beckoning motions to me, frosts of romance. She wanted me to share her couch. Attaboy didn't ask if I was willing. Delightedly, he dumped me beside her, and then, having inhaled some of that perfume himself and not being able to tear himself away, he forgot all about etiquette and curled up beside us to bask some more in those luscious mists. What's more revolting than a hopperscorp in a tantrum? I'll tell you, chums, a hopperscorp in the throes of infatuation. Especially when the hopperscorp in question is a Croida. For one thing, she's so big, and for another, she's so unmentionably thorough. She was infatuated from the spike on her repulsive forehead down to the devilish sting on her tail, with me. I tried to tell her it was Attaboy she must love, not me. She merely wallowed her hideous head, as big as a bucket, in my suffering lap, clattering it against my enamel spacesuit. She rolled her horrible eyes while her whole monstrosity of a body twitched and quivered with emotion. I tried to turn the conversation to the emeralds. She wasn't even interested. We hadn't needed the emeralds at all. We'd only needed Pard's special concoction. Furtively, behind the horseplay, I began to plan to salvage those emeralds for myself. That stuff must have been making me delirious, too. I don't know how long that blood-curdling love scene went on. That awful she-scorp picked me up and rocked me while I scraped diamonds and rubies along my visor and chest. She signaled servants who were hovering on all sides taking in the show, and they rushed to bring tidbits that I had to hide behind cushions because I couldn't open my helmet in that atmosphere. Then the servants, getting whiffs of that cursed perfume, would snuggle up with us until there wasn't elbow room on that big couch. A Croida would churn her tail around and knock them all off so that she could cuddle me better. Then she got the idea of singing to me, and my air was running out. Finally, while I still had a bit of air left, the jag began to wear off, and a Croida slumped over and went to sleep, holding me tenderly against her breast shell. The moment I felt her grip relax, I wriggled out of there. Attaboy was fast asleep too. Desperately, I decided that I could row through the air if those scorps could. Grabbing Attaboy's arm, I stepped off into nothing. Sure enough, the anti-grav worked for me too. Sweating with the thought of what would have been left of Casey Ritter if it hadn't, I sort of swam away from there, towing my guide. Out at the boat, I anchored him outside the airlock and crawled inside. I'm not ashamed to admit that I got out of my helmet, gasped in some good old oxygen, and collapsed. What a day. When the time rolled around for my next visit to a Croida, I decided to play it cool and careful. I was fortified with a snooze, a slug of scotch, and a meal, but I still wasn't busting out with courage. I made a mental note to be damn cautious about that perfume. Maybe it was necessary to overdo it that first time, with her shouting for my blood, but that was all past, I hoped. I sprayed just a tiny bit on my suit, calculated to soothe and lure but not to excite. I wanted no more cuddling with a Croida, please. Then with my pal Attaboy, I stiffened my backbone and plunged out into that poison gas they call atmosphere. I let Attaboy ferry me. He was very hazy about our return trip from a Croida's chamber, so I decided to leave him ignorant. No use to let even him know I could locomote the Scorpion way. I might need to make a getaway, and surprise might be of the very essence. But I didn't need to worry. Old Croida had slept off her jag, and right away I found that she wasn't Queen Scorp for nothing. The old girl was real canny. She made Attaboy park me on a hassock just within tapping distance, and sat there holding her head in a way that made me soften with sympathy, knowing just how she felt. Many's the time, yes, sir. Poor old Ack was nursing a real 10-carat hangover. She waved a claw so feebly it didn't even stir those ropes of jewels hung all over. Casey Ritter, she tapped. What did you do to me? All to myself, inside my hard-shell suit, I began to laugh, but it was no laughing matter, because she was beginning to regain her strength. She pointed a claw at me, and it was quite a bit steadier than the wave had been. You did something, she accused, and very intelligently, too, for a body that had never before had a hangover. What was it? I didn't like the tone of that, and began tapping out a hasty denial. Not intentionally, noble queen, believe me. I simply brought you that exquisite perfume as a gift from an admirer of yours whom I met on my way here. I had no idea how strong it was. I should have tested it first on your servant here. I pointed to Attaboy. I can see that we need to thin it some, but it's wonderful, isn't it, now? She didn't even flutter an antennae at this coitus. Earthman, she tapped out sternly, you want something. Earthmen always bring trouble, and they always want something. No Earthman brings presents to a Croida from simple friendship. Tell me what you're after, Casey Ritter. I sighed. Okay, noble queen. I just wanted to calm you down so I could talk to you. I didn't have any idea that perfume would affect you that way. I just thought you'd like it, and then you'd be pleasant and we could talk. She snorted like an old warhorse, but that hurt her head. After a minute of clutching it, she groaned, and then tapped carefully. I'm calm now. You can talk. What do you want? Fine, I tapped out heartily. I want to make a trade with you. Her lack of enthusiasm would have chilled a wooden Indian. But I figured that the time had come to get on with it, regardless. She just wasn't going to stall, or let me, either. Ah yes, a trade, was all she said, but she gave it a nasty twist. I plunged. I want to swap your anti-gravity secret for a string of the most magnificent emeralds you ever dreamed of, Acroida. Why, they'd make that batch you're wearing look like little glass beads. You'll have to see them too. She didn't let me finish. A sort of high-pitched cackle of amazement issued from her bony jaws, but then she floored me by changing the subject completely, I thought. That was just my little error. A man can sure miss the boat when dealing with these foreign races. She began to ask me questions about the Earth, and was she interested? She even forgot about her hangover, and she completely ignored the emeralds. You'd have thought I hadn't even mentioned the things. This went on for about an hour, and then all of a sudden she leaned back on her Paris green cushions, inhaled a pinch of arsenic, and began to chuckle a sort of brassy chuckle that sent shivers down my back. The chuckles got bigger and bigger until she busted out into a full-size horse laugh that would have jangled the chandelier if there'd been one to jangle. Her head bounced back and forth on her skinny neck, and the Halcyon diamond bounced around on her chest like a loose headlight. All of her jewels began to bounce and jangle. Droves of servants swarmed around to peek, while Attaboy just floated there with his mouth wide open. I nudged him. What's so funny? I asked, but he only shook his head, dumbfounded. That awful laughing was sure giving me the creeping jeevies. And it wasn't until she finally tapered off in a series of snorts and giggles that I began to breathe again. I braced myself for what might come next. But talk about unpredictable females. Human or scorpion, they're all the same. She floored me again. It's a deal, Casey Ritter. She tapped out the words with a relish. Fair and open, straight across the board. Those emeralds for our anti-gravity plans and formulae. I was stunned. A statement like that after that laugh. And she hadn't even seen the emeralds. You couldn't tell old horse trader Ritter that there wasn't something phony. But she just snickered at my expression and waved to the servants who were still hovering around. It took a dozen of them to hoist her up. With me following on Attaboy, we flew down a serpentine hallway for half a mile until we came to a room even bigger than her audience chamber, only this one was filled with machinery, suspended in the air just like the furniture was up above. It was big machinery too, but it didn't seem to matter. Acroida waved a feeler at it all. Just to show you that I'm not holding anything back, she tapped out. Here it all is, and there on the wall are the plans and descriptions. Attaboy flew me over, and I stared at them. They were a real neat job, and the mathematics were the same old math we use on Earth. Or I was even more of a sucker than I thought I was. I shook the old bean to clear it, but I still couldn't get a glimmer about the caper she was staging, but I could still hear that laugh. Well, the rest is history, as the books say. With me still not believing a word of it, we made the trade, fair and open, as Acroida had said. She even let me stand by while her scorps copied the plans, and then I checked and rechecked a dozen times. Not a phony mark anywhere. When I handed over the emeralds, she cooed in rapture. A thing like that coo? Well, she did. Acroida didn't hardly know I was going. She just waved me, her lover for a day, carelessly away and then went on stroking those beauties, while the hopper scorps hovered around in such crowds that Attaboy and I had to elbow our way out of there. As a parting gift, out at the edge of that hellish red spot, I reached out of the lock and handed Attaboy a little bottle with what was left of the perfume. Here you go, pal, I tapped. This'll promote you to court lover number 1. Kiss the old girl for me. Back on Earth, I was still trancing around feeling the air with my fingers and pinching myself here and there just to make sure I had really got out of that inferno all in one piece, when they hauled me out to the airport to present me with my ship. They even made a ceremony of it and gave me a medal for distinguished service to mankind. And who do you think presented the medal? I looked at the dapper little figure waltzing over all togged out in the SSC uniform, and then I did a double take. It was no other than my old pal of the Iron College, perfume manufacturer for Hopperscorps, Pard Hoskins. He came over and clapped me on the back, but I didn't feel a thing. I was paralyzed. So I'd been taken for a ride right from the start. They'd outsmarted me all the way, outfought and outfigured me, and even planted a stoolie on me and made me like it. I didn't hear a word they said, nor even notice when they pinned the medal on. When they got through with me, I just crawled into my beautiful new ship like it was an old tin can and headed out. I didn't even care right then if I landed back in Acroida's bony lap. I'd have stuck my head in her mandibles and told her, "Chew it up, Ack, it's just a cabbage anyway." But a funny thing happened. Out there, mooning along all alone in the dark with not a soul in a million miles, I heard Acroida laughing. It was a horrible sound, a kind of metallic neighing and snorting, but pretty soon I began laughing too. I didn't know what the joke was, but all of a sudden I knew I'd find out someday. It did me a lot of good. I braced up and went on to Venus, where I made some real good trades. I didn't find any more capers though. I was all capered out. It wasn't until a year later, in a joint on Mars, that I ran into Pard Hoskins again. I gave him the old frost, but he only grinned sort of sad and touched me for some of that filthy Martian beer. He looked real seedy. "What's the matter?" I asked, as sarcastic as I could manage. "They sending you over the road again to nab another sucker?" He shook his head and sighed into his beer. "I got fired, Casey," he confessed, "over that there Killicut caper. Those plans? I might have known." He shook his head again like a tired old man. The shiver ran over me. Here it comes, I thought. "What about those plans?" I asked. "Weren't they all okay?" He sighed again. "Nope. Oh, the plans was okay. They was strictly bona fide. Only they won't work on Earth. I told him about that anti-grav in the first place. Then I almost caused an interworld incident stealing the Killicut emeralds. And now the damn thing won't work on Earth." He set to chewing his lip and staring into his beer. I took him by his scrawny shoulder and shook. "Why won't it work?" I yelled. I knew there was something, the way she laughed. "Why won't it work?" He stared at me dully. "Laugh, did she? Well, she sure had the last laugh. It won't work in our atmosphere, just on a chlorine or methane planet. It works like the poles of a battery. That great red spot is just the negative pole. All those there plants change the atmosphere just enough to make it a strong negative field. Then all they have to do is counterbalance that with enough positive, and there they are. It works like anti-gravity, only it ain't. Only we ain't got an atmosphere we can work that way." Cripes, so she laughed. His hoarse voice stopped, and he stared bitterly at the wall. Then he cussed for 2 minutes without stopping. He took a big swig of that rotten beer. "I'll bet she's laughing herself fat, the old rip." Well, I hope she is. In the dead of night sometimes I can hear her, and pretty soon I'm laughing too. End of Jupiter's Joke by A.L. Haley.
The Last Supper by T.D. Ham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Last Supper by T.D. Ham. Hampered as she was by the child in her arms, the woman was running less fleetly now. A wave of exultation swept over Goldrin, drowning out the uneasy feeling of guilt at disobeying orders. The instructions were mandatory and concise. No capture must be attempted individually. In the event of sighting any form of human life, the ship must be notified immediately. All small craft must be back at the landing space not later than 1 hour before takeoff. Anyone not so reporting will be presumed lost. Goldrin thought uneasily of the great seas of snow and ice sweeping inexorably toward each other since the Earth had reversed on its axis in the great catastrophe a millennium ago. Now, summer and winter alike brought paralyzing gales and blizzards, heralded by the sleety snow in which the woman's skin-clad feet had left the tracks which led to discovery. His trained anthropologist's mind speculated avidly over the little they had gotten from the younger of the two men found nearly a week before, nearly frozen and half starved. The older man had succumbed almost at once. The other, in the most primitive sign language, had indicated that, of several humans living in caves to the west, only he and the other had survived to flee some mysterious terror. Waldron felt a throb of pity for the woman and her child, left behind by the men, no doubt as a hindrance. But what a stroke of fortune that there should be left a male and female of the race to carry the seed of terror to another planet. And what a triumph if he, Waldron, should be the one to return at the 11th hour with the prize. No need of calling for help. This was no armed war party, but the most defenseless being in the universe, a mother burdened with a child. Waldron put on another burst of speed. His previous shouts had served only to spur the woman to greater efforts. Surely there was some magic word that had survived even the centuries of illiteracy, something equivalent to the bread and salt of all illiterate peoples. Cupping his hands to his mouth, he shouted, "Food! Food!" Ahead of him the woman turned her head, leaped lightly in mid-stride, and went on, slowing a little, but still running doggedly. Waldron's pulse leaped. He yelled again, "Food!" The instant that his foot touched the yielding surface of the trap, he knew that he had met defeat. As his body crashed down on the fire-sharpened stakes, he knew, too, the terror from which the last men of the human race had fled. Above him, the woman looked down, her teeth gleaming wolfishly. She pointed down into the pit, spoke exultantly to the child. "Food," said the last woman on earth. End of The Last Supper by T.D. Ham, recording by Ronald Gardella.
Maid to Order by Hal Annis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jenn Broda. Maid to Order by Hal Annis. Herb Corinth shook his dark head in disappointment. "Nope," he said. "She won't do. Lacks an ounce of being the right weight." The willowy blonde behind the desk blinked blue eyes and frowned. "But Mr. Corinth," she insisted, "you fit Miss Lucy Hollowell's specifications perfectly. She even specified that the man must be very exacting, meticulous, and choosy. Certainly you are being all of that when you quibble over an ounce in her weight." Corinth picked up the specification sheet in his muscular right hand. He studied it out of thoughtful brown eyes. "This doesn't look right," he said. "I'll admit that I have strong features, but I'm not handsome." "To a woman, you are handsome, Mr. Corinth. In fact, magnetically so." "I'm only 6 feet tall, not 73 inches. "That is a typographical error, Mr. Corinth. It should read 72 inches. The corrected copy should be along soon. Something went wrong with the machine." "And my eyes are not particularly expressive. I generally conceal my thoughts." "That, Mr. Corinth, is merely your own opinion. You don't know what expression you might put into your eyes when you look into the eyes of your soulmate." "The eyes of my what?" "Excuse me, Mr. Corinth. I know you're not the poetic type. You're the rugged type, but brainy, realistic. Still, you fit the specifications." "You said there was another sheet to the specifications." "Yes, it won't be finished until tomorrow, but let me assure you that it fits you. In fact, it describes your every virtue and fault." Corinth glanced around the large room. His brown eyes came to rest on a model of an early Martian rocket ship. He studied it for a space, mentally seeing its interior and its outmoded atomic drive. It reminded him that he should get back to the laboratory and check on those ray collector tests. This business of dickering over specifications for a wife was a nuisance. His requirements had been on file since he had taken the Levet test at the age of 18. Because of his exacting nature, they had been hard to fill. Now, at 27, he was still unmarried. Not that he cared, but by reason of the fact that he was of the higher mental level and physically fitted to survive in a complex and expanding civilization, he was urged by the Foundation to marry and beget children. This was the accepted procedure. Marriage was seldom discouraged, but it was urged only on those who came up to certain specifications. The purpose was to improve mankind in order that man might hold his own in a solar system that was even now reaching out toward the stars. The system had long been in effect on Mars, but owing to the colder climate and the thinner atmosphere, Mars had less than 1/10 of the population of Earth. Selective breeding alone had enabled these to survive. "Sorry," Corinth said. "This Lucy Hollowell fits everything, except she is too skinny. I don't want a bag of bones for a wife." The blonde smiled wryly. "She is only a half-ounce under the specifications, to be exact. Perhaps you have not carefully read your requirements. Let me remind you, Mr. Corinth, the Foundation probed your every thought, conscious and subconscious, your every physical reaction, and they specified merely that the girl must be unusually intelligent, naming the subjects which will fit into your pattern, that she must be beautiful according to your standards, that she must be 5 feet 4 inches tall and weigh 123 pounds. Now, Mr. Corinth, there is one little thing which the Foundation has decided that you implanted in your thoughts by suggestion before taking the test. They decided that you were being facetious. I am alluding to the specified requirements that your wife must be able to wiggle her ears, throw her voice, and perform sleight of hand tricks, among other curious things. The Foundation says that these things may not be essentially required, but they do admit the requirement that she must be eager to please you at all times. And since it is Lucy Hollowell's nature to be eager to please the man she marries, she is even now practicing ventriloquism and learning how to wiggle her ears. She has a brilliant mind and will have no difficulty learning a number of sleight-of-hand tricks. But she's too skinny. 1/2 ounce, Mr. Corinth. She weighs 122 pounds, 15 ounces. She could very easily gain that ounce by making an effort, but you specified that there should be no conscious effort to meet physical measurements and weight requirements. She was to be weighed, dripping wet, as she came from under the shower just before breakfast. We assumed that the wetness weighed 1/2 ounce. I don't like skinny females. We have another one, less brilliant, but who meets all physical requirements, other than weighing 123 pounds and 4 ounces. Too fat. Can't stand fat women. Would you permit Lucy Hollowell to gain 1/2 ounce consciously? She can do it in a few hours, has a brilliant mind, can regulate her own glandular flow. No. I don't want to marry a woman who is always thinking about her weight, and if she starts now... You're very exacting, Mr. Corinth. Naturally. The requirements of Lucy Hollowell demand an exacting man. At least that's what the Foundation reports. Then you are giving her serious thought? None whatsoever. She's too skinny. If she just had an ounce more meat on her bones, I'd marry her and not even ask her name. But I don't want to live the balance of my days with a female who looks like an animated skeleton, who has to stand twice in the same spot to cast a shadow, who has to drink tomato juice to keep you from looking through her. How about the woman of the same height who weighs 123 pounds, 4 ounces? A beef truss like that? Count me out. She'd cast her shadow twice. It would take a week to hug her, a little at a time. She'd shake the house down every time she walked across the floor. Impossible to keep her in clothes. I'd need a nylon and linen factory to supply the material for one outfit. No, I'd rather have a skeleton than a whale. Then you'll consider Lucy Hollowell? I didn't say that. I wouldn't mind taking a look at her from a distance, because if she does fit the other specifications, she might be something out of a dream. Too bad she has to be built like a rail. Not like a rail, Mr. Corinth. A skeleton, then. Not like a skeleton, either. She is Miss Venus of 2190. What? You mean this gawky Lucy Hollowell is the same as that gorgeous bundle of curves and pulchritude? Exactly. And now you're interested, huh? No, she doesn't meet the specifications. But you'll let her come over to the laboratory and watch you work, won't you? After all, you meet her requirements. No, I don't want any walking beanpoles around the laboratory. But maybe she wouldn't appear just that. She's underweight. According to your requirements only, thousands of men think she is perfect, and she's going to be mighty disappointed if her dream man... Her what? Oh, sorry, I forgot you're not the poetic type. She doesn't think of you as her dream man, but she does think of you as being everything she wants in a man. You'll let her come to the laboratory, won't you? No, but she does at least want to see you. Do you know you are the only man out of thousands who exactly meets her requirements, even to those crinkles in your forehead when you frown, and even to being stubborn about things. I've got to get back and check those ray collectors. And you'll let her go along with you? No. But she's waiting in the next office, and your requirements call for a woman who has a mind of her own. I think she's not a mind of her own that makes her determined to have her own way in everything. Of course not. But I think I specified a woman who would not try to wear the pants. She won't. That is, not yours anyway, though you're too big for them. But I think she's going with you to the laboratory. That's what you think, Corinth said with finality and stood up. No long, lean, gawky drink of water is going to tag along with Herb Corinth, especially a female bag of bones. Oh, excuse me, who is the lady who just entered without knocking? Oh, just a second. Miss Hollowell, Mr. Corinth was just getting ready to come by for you. Miss Hollowell, Mr. Corinth. Corinth drew a deep breath and ran a finger beneath his collar. He stared, drinking in the beauty of the symmetrical figure beneath the rose-colored dress, the radiance of the smooth features. He had seen her before, but only in a vague dream in which she was far more lovely than the telecast views of Miss Venus. But in the dream, she had not done to him what she was doing now. She acted upon him much as a single pole magnet does to a magnet of opposite polarity. More, she seemed stunned herself. Her lips parted slightly, revealing white teeth, and her deep azure eyes seemed to be saying something that only eyes can say. A pleasure, Corinth said, enclosing her small warm hand in his. I was just telling Miss... He gestured toward the girl behind the desk. I was just telling her that You're going to the laboratory, Lucy Hollowell said, more as a direct reading of his thoughts than a question. Corinth smiled, nodded. Care to come along? Lucy Hollowell withdrew her hand, and a deck of cards materialized from nowhere and spread out fanwise between her small thumb and forefinger. Corinth gaped. In the next instant, his attention was attracted to her ears, which peeked from beneath silken platinum hair. The ears were wiggling enchantingly. Flushed and hot, Corinth reached to his breast pocket for a handkerchief. He was astonished to find a large Spanish rose protruding from the pocket. He held it in his hand and stared at it in stunned silence. Lucy Hollowell extended a small white hand and took the rose from him. She held it against her cheek until he saw that her lips and the rose were the same color. Then she fastened it to her platinum hair where its warm red petals contrasted brilliantly. I was saying," Corinth began lamely. "That she's a bag of bones," a voice behind him finished. Corinth whirled, and the same voice in a distant part of the room said, "Over here." Corinth jumped. He puzzled for a moment, and then it dawned over him that those small voices had the same deep huskiness that Lucy Hollowell's voice had. He turned back to her and smiled weakly. "You were inviting me to go to the laboratory with you?" Lucy said. Corinth nodded. "Thought it might interest." He broke off abruptly, his mouth hanging open. He could not believe his ears. He was hearing his own voice, or a fair imitation of it, repeating his earlier words. "Gawky, beanpole, tagging. Stop that," he said abruptly. Silence reigned, and Lucy Hollowell remained in rigid immobility. And while Corinth stared, her peach-blown cheeks became pink, then red. The veins in her lovely neck swelled and throbbed. She turned slowly on tottering legs and gently collapsed into Corinth's arms. "What the—" He twisted his neck and looked at the blonde in frantic appeal. "What's the matter with her? Can't you do something?" "Your requirements demanded," the blonde replied unemotionally, a woman who is very obedient. "When you told her to stop that, she stopped everything, including breathing." "Oh," Corinth sighed in relief. "So that's it." "Better tell her to begin breathing again," the blonde said casually. "But the requirements shouldn't be taken that literally," Corinth argued. "She won't take everything literally. An understanding between you will straighten that out. But meanwhile, you'd better tell her to breathe again." Corinth looked down at the lovely face which had now regained its normal peach-blown color. He was astonished to see a tiny bit of deep azure beneath an eyelid that wasn't quite closed. Instantly, the lid closed tightly, quivered a trifle, and remained shut. Corinth's mind worked swiftly, reconstructing events from the beginning, and he recalled the swelling veins, the careful turning to fall into his arms, the flushed cheeks which were not the color that normally precedes fainting. He noticed now the shallow, controlled breathing, and he felt a slight tremor in the soft, warm body he held in his arms. Drawing her close, Corinth said, "This ought to make her snap out of it," and pressed his lips firmly against hers. "No, no, Mr. Corinth," the blonde exclaimed. "The requirements say that she is supposed to swoon when you do that." It was true. Lucy Hollowell seemed to revive and then swoon in ecstasy. She slumped limply in Corinth's arms, while a faint tremor ran through her warm body. To make certain the results were mathematically precise, Corinth tried again, kissing her a little more firmly this time. The response was the same. In the interest of science, he tested the matter a third time, and then turned raptly to the blonde. "Look, she swoons every time I kiss her." "Naturally, Mr. Corinth," the blonde commented, a trifle bitterly. "Your requirements demand that, even though it is thought by some members of the Foundation that you were in a facetious mood when you took the Levet examination, they suspect that you implanted a large number of suggestions prior to the event to bias your response in a manner not in keeping with the seriousness of the occasion. That is not a problem for this department. We have provided you with a woman who fulfills every requirement stated." "She's underweight," Corinth insisted. "Does she look too thin?" "No, she's perfect, but she lacks an ounce." Smack. A small white hand struck Corinth's cheek resoundingly and brought the blood stinging to the surface. He almost dropped the girl. She got her long, slender legs under her and supported her own weight. Smack. Another small hand caught Corinth stingingly on the other cheek. He drew a deep breath, felt his muscles contracting. Now, Mr. Corinth," the blonde warned. "The specifications demand that your wife shall have plenty of fire." That doesn't give her a right to knock my head off, Corinth blustered. Besides, she's not my wife. Are you hurt, darling? Lucy Hollowell said sympathetically. I'm sorry. Here, let me kiss your cheeks and make them well. What the? Now, Mr. Corinth, she's supposed to be sympathetic and understanding and very tender when you need her. I don't need that sort of sympathy and understanding. Look, Lucy Hollowell cupped his chin in one soft hand and forced him to look at her. My ears. They were wiggling again in rhythm with the soft strains of a waltz coming from some hidden source. Stop that. No. Don't stop breathing. Just stop wiggling your ears. Don't faint. Stand still. And stop plucking coins out of the air. And if that's you making that music, stop that too. Silence reigned. Lucy Hollowell remained perfectly still. The expression on her lovely features was one of interest and concern. Her ripe lips quivered slightly. You don't like me? She said. I do too. Instantly the girl was all over Corinth, hugging him and kissing him at the same time and murmuring endearments. Hey! Now, Mr. Corinth, she's supposed to be very responsive to words of love. I didn't say anything about love. You said you liked her. I merely said I do, too. But she's supposed to understand, even when you don't put everything in words. When is she supposed to stop this necking? She will let you alone when you want to be let alone. Lucy Hollowell stepped back, patted her platinum hair, and glanced at her image in a small mirror. Then she smiled sweetly at Corinth and returned to his side. Shall we go? She said. This sudden change in mood and recovery of self-possession, after her demonstration of a moment before, was more than Corinth could readily grasp. The blonde supplied the answer. Her moods change with the situation and needs of the moment. Corinth scratched his dark head. I don't know, he commented reflectively. I didn't think any woman in the world would fit the requirements I put in. At 18, I thought the whole idea was stupid. I didn't want to get married. Of course, Lucy said understandingly. You still think these examinations and tests and specifications are stupid. I understand. And you put in a lot of things you didn't want. But I had to meet the requirements, and my reactions and responses had to be some actual part of me, not ad-lib. I can change them in time. She's very understanding, Mr. Corinth, and eager to please. But it's all nonsense, Corinth insisted. Of course it is, Lucy said sympathetically. It isn't right for you to have to marry a girl who meets all of the requirements you didn't want. I know just how you feel, and after we're married, we'll work together to amend the foundation regulations. I didn't say I'd marry you. Of course you didn't, and it isn't fair for you to have to do it. I know just how you feel, and I'll comfort you all I can. Here you have a woman on your hands whose reactions are everything you thought was silly, because you're a scientist and don't like nonsense. At least, not too much of it. And you put all those things in, thinking that everybody would see how silly they were. You didn't think anybody would be stupid enough to actually be like that. I feel so sorry for you, having to marry a woman with all those silly things ingrained in her reactions. We're not married yet. That's the worst part. It's that anxiety before an event of doubtful outcome. I'm so sorry, darling. Put your head here on my breast and let me comfort you. Dash it! Now, Mr. Corinth, the specifications, a woman of deep feeling, ready to comfort. Dash it, dash it, dash it! Now, Mr. Corinth, if you give way to your feelings, no telling what might happen. That's one of the things you didn't anticipate. There's nothing in the specifications. Here, Lucy opened her handbag and drew out a flask. You need a drink. Brace up. There are worse things than being married. I don't drink. Corinth seized the flask and tossed off a swallow. Ugh, Martian Vinth. Never touch the stuff. He took another swallow. Now, I don't have to marry you. I deliberately specified that my wife should not be a Vinth sot. Herb, darling, you are so clever. I detest the stuff, but I happen to know that scientists drink it to strengthen their minds and to keep their health up. I brought it along to prove how thoughtful I am. I also have in my handbag a length of chewing rope. Corinth shook his head. I don't chew, but you go right ahead. Lucy shook her head. Too bad. I chew, drink, smoke, brawl, swear, lie, steal, eat with my knife, and throw things. All in the specifications. I do everything except drink Vinth. Too bad you don't. We could have so much fun together, chewing and drinking and lying and stealing and fighting and throwing things. But I didn't mean all those things. Of course you didn't, darling, and I'm so sorry you put them in. But what's done is done, and there's no use worrying about it. Take another drink and brace up. Corinth took another drink and returned the flask. He felt better now. The Martian Vinth had both a soothing and exhilarating effect. The things that had seemed so stupid a moment before now seemed reasonable. All right, he said. If you do all of those things, you qualify. Let's have a specimen lie to see how good you are. I hate you. Now wait, don't fly off the handle. But darling, I was merely giving you a sample lie. You mean you love me? No. Then why do you want to marry me? I don't. Oh, I see. You're lying. Of course. Tell the truth. Do you love me? Now, Mr. Corinth, there's nothing in the specifications about telling the truth about anything at any time whatever. Oh my God. The full realization of the awful truth shook Corinth, froze the mellow glow the Martian Vinth had instilled. I didn't include any good qualities at all in the specifications. And I'm so sorry, Lucy said tenderly, because I could very easily have trained myself to be good, to be all of the things you wanted. But I had to follow the specifications. It was the only way I could qualify. Maybe I can change in 5 or 10 years. Corinth shook his head sadly. In 5 or 10 years, it won't matter one way or another. Then you're going to marry me and get used to me? No. But Herb, darling, I've worked so hard making myself all of the silly things your specifications demanded. Nobody else will want a woman like that. Besides, I've been in love with you ever since you worked out the formula for canning cosmic rays. You remember that? Of course. Saw you for the first time then, in Teleview. You reminded me of something I'd been dreaming. What? Tell you after we're married. I'm not going to marry you. You'll have to. I can pass all the requirements. Here's your wallet I stole out of your pocket 10 minutes ago, and the law says, but you're an ounce underweight. Are you going to let a little thing like that? Lucy halted abruptly, and Corinth smiled serenely. Sure, he said. The specifications require the female to weigh 123 pounds, dripping wet, and she may not change her weight consciously by eating or drinking. Now, I'll give you a sporting chance. You weigh 122 pounds and 15 ounces, or maybe a little less. You can weigh yourself and see. If you gain an ounce, or enough to make you weigh 123 within an hour and without eating or drinking or thinking about your body, I'll marry you and not even ask your name. There are certain absorptions. Nope, that's out. You'd have to think about your body. Lucy's smooth brow puckered. She stepped quickly to the desk and spun the globe resting there. Nope. No luck there. We're almost at sea level. You can't get any lower than that. And if you went to a higher altitude, you'd weigh less. Suddenly, Lucy smiled, snatched up a pencil, and began figuring on a pad, and Corinth mused reflectively. She's a good sport. And a beauty. By George, I hope she figures it out. Then he frowned. But it's impossible. Lucy dropped the pencil and clapped her hands. I have it, she exclaimed. Time me now. I'll have to weigh you first, Corinth said, dripping wet. Lucy's cheeks became a shade pinker. Won't you take my word for it? Corinth shook his head. You're an accomplished liar. I'll weigh her, the blonde offered. Corinth shrugged. It's okay with me. But when you claim you weigh 123 pounds with no ounces lacking, I'm going to do the weighing. Lucy's cheeks took on a rosy shade. Apparently preoccupied with her own thoughts, she made no reply. She followed the blonde girl out of the room, and Corinth sat on the edge of the desk to wait. He wished now that he had not posed the problem. He could think of 1,000 reasons why it would be interesting to be married to such an intensely alive creature, and he wasn't deceived about what were termed her bad qualities. They were the result of a training pattern. They were not her basic personality, and they were not deeply ingrained. In fact, she could be, and was, everything he wanted in a woman. He had made up his mind to ask her to marry him, even if she failed to solve the problem, when she and the blonde returned. There were faint beads of moisture on the lobes of Lucy's ears, and the rose-colored dress hung awry. Didn't have time to dry thoroughly, and had to jump into my clothes. Hurry, we're going to be married right now. How much do you weigh? 122, 14 3/4 ounces, but I'll weigh 123 within 20 minutes. Corinth shook his head. Stubborn, he told himself. Bluffing. Lying. I ought to teach her a lesson. I'm going to put a clause in the ceremony, he said aloud, that if you don't weigh exactly 123 pounds, we're not legally married. You're so clever, she smiled. I was going to do that myself. Game anyway, Corinth mused, as he followed her hurriedly out of the chute and up to the roof. We'll get married, and then you can weigh me, she said, and if I don't weigh 123, her brow puckered. Gee, I hope I've got it figured right. If you don't weigh 123, it won't be legal, Corinth insisted. I'm going to put in that clause. A look of pain showed in her features for an instant. Then it was gone, and she led the way to a sky taxi. There's a hurry-up marrying place 10 minutes away, she said. Same altitude, near sea level. We can get married in a hurry there. Corinth shrugged. Tell the driver. 30 minutes later, they were married, with the canceling clause included. Corinth thought now that he had carried the joke too far. Lucy seemed on the verge of tears. Besides, they would not be legally and finally married until after he had weighed her. And he knew now that she meant to abide strictly by the words of the ceremony, that if the scales showed less than 123 pounds, she would not consider herself married. He thought of finagling the scales, but she went along with him to buy them and insisted that they be checked and sealed to the 100th of an ounce. Corinth knew now that she was not only a liar, but the most sincere and conscientious person he had ever known. He felt cheap and mean and low as he accompanied her into the bridal suite he had engaged via pocket communicator. He placed the scales on the floor and felt as though he had deliberately cheated and tricked an innocent child. He could see that Lucy was uncertain of herself. He could feel the tremors of fear that shook her, the doubts, the questions of right and wrong, the wondering what all this was going to do to her happiness. He would have traded his hunting lodge on Mars just for the privilege of going back and changing it all and telling her that she was perfect at 122 pounds, 15 ounces, and never need change an iota to please him. She turned slowly to face him, and 2 crystal tears formed in the corners of her azure eyes. "Just one kiss," she begged, "because I might fail, and that means the end." Corinth held her close. He wished there was something he could do to comfort her, to change it all, but he knew the depth of her sincerity, and he knew that she would offer no excuse, would accept no failure, even from herself. Indeed, her whole happiness, it seemed, depended upon her promise that she would fill the specifications, even to that final ounce. She pushed him away and smiled through her tears. "I'm losing weight by crying," she said. "Gee golly, I hope I've figured it right." "Dripping wet," he said. "Leave the suds on if you wish." She shook her head. That wouldn't be honest. She broke away, ran to the bathroom. She stepped inside the bathroom and drew the door shut. Corinth stood there alone, and suddenly he felt as though his own weight had increased. Something was gone, locked away from him, something that had been vitally alive and warm and colorful. He walked over to the window and stood looking down at the street below. It was filled with life, but its life seemed alien, remote. His ears picked up the faint sound of the shower, and he knew that his thoughts would always, hereafter, be filled with the memory of how close he had come to happiness. He heard the bathroom door open softly, but he didn't dare look. His heart was too heavy. Then he heard the soft, tremulous voice. "I've got soap in my eyes. Come look at the scales. Don't look at me. I'm dripping wet." Corinth turned slowly, caught his breath. The vision that met his eyes was a loveliness transcending his wildest dreams. The coruscating beads of water were like flashing jewels adorning a soft pink and white body, vitally alive and yet trembling in fear. He stepped quickly to the scales and looked. A warm glow started at his feet and rushed upward, making him giddy as it swept over his neck and face and on into his brain. The scales showed 123 pounds and 4/100ths of an ounce. He glanced up. She had wiped the soap out of her eyes, and those azure orbs were flashing a surge of joy unparalleled. Corinth sprang to take her in his arms, but she leaped away, raced to the bathroom, slammed the door, and locked it. "Come on out," he said. "You saw the scales." "I'm not coming out," she called back, "until you figure out how I did it." "Don't be silly." "I'm a determined woman, Herb, darling." And Corinth knew that it was true. There was nothing left but to get to work and figure out how she had accomplished the seeming miracle. He drew out a chair at the writing desk, found paper, and felt for his pen. He started the problem, canceling out eating and drinking, for he had been with her all of the time, and she had not taken anything. He thought that perhaps she and the blonde had lied about her original weight, but that didn't fit. She had been sincerely worried about whether she would succeed. Ah, there it was. He went to work, and in 3 minutes he had 2 pages filled with figures, ciphers, and symbols. He smiled grimly to himself and worked on. 10 minutes passed. He heard her call from the bathroom, but did not answer. He was engrossed with the problem. He worked on, eliminating variables, restating the problem, beginning anew with a different theory, working on and on. An hour passed. With the desk and floor littered, Corinth paused reflectively. He heard a soft movement behind him, then Lucy's voice said, "I couldn't wait any longer. I've come to help you." "Don't bother me now," Corinth said. He jotted down another row of numerals, then leaned back and sighed. 2 warm arms went around his neck. "Was it so difficult?" she asked. I figured it out in no time. It's just that gravity differs at the poles and the equator. It is slightly more at the poles, about 1 in 50, I think. I didn't know for certain, but on that basis, I figured there would be a change in specific gravity of about an ounce every 100 miles or so. I had to guess at it. That's why I was so frightened. Anyway, we flew over 200 miles north to this hurry-up place. Do you understand it, darling? You mean about your weight and the difference in gravity between the equator and the poles? Yes, darling. I figured that out in the first 3 seconds after I sat down. I've been computing your basic personality, trying to figure out how long you would remain in the bathroom before coming out to help me. I missed it somewhere. I figured you'd be in there another 2 hours. I'll have to check my figures. Go away. Oh, no, you won't recheck them. She placed a hand over the paper. On this one, I'm going to help. The error is right there. You didn't allow enough for the volume and strength of my love to cancel out the volume and strength of my determination and resistance. Square resistance and raise love to the power of 10. And now, if you don't give me a big kiss, I'll revert to the specifications and steal one. In the next instant, she was crushed in his strong arms, and her ears were wiggling ecstatically. End of Maid to Order by Hal Annis.
Man's Best Friend by Evelyn E. Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sometimes a job comes after the man, and this one came after Gervais like a tiger. The Annunciator aroused Gervais from pleasant semi-slumber. He knew the interruption was his own fault for not having turned off the device, but he so seldom had a visitor that he could hardly be blamed for his forgetfulness. Frowning, he pressed the viewer button. A round, red face appeared on the screen. "May I be the first to congratulate you, Mr. Schnee," it said. "You may indeed," Gervais replied. "But for what?" "You haven't heard the news? Good, then I'm the first. I imagine I got a head start on the others because of my superior facilities for locating you. Your address wasn't given. These pronouncements do tend to be a bit vague. Matter of tradition, I suppose." "I haven't heard any news for days," Gervais said, uncomfortably conscious that he was apologizing. "I've been listening to my sound tapes and meditating," he added defiantly. "Wait a minute. I'll let you in." He struggled with the door stud, but the door refused to open. The auto bursar must have neglected to pay the door bill, probably because Gervais had failed to put enough money into it. But his allowance was limited, and sound tapes, not to speak of meditators, were so expensive. Sighing, Gervais got up and opened the door manually. The individual outside was short and stout and dressed, unfortunately, in the uniform of an upper-echelon salesman. Gervais had been caught. Still, he reminded himself, no one could force him to buy anything. He was a free citizen. "Well, come in if you must," he said grudgingly. "I suppose the big news is that I'm the lucky householder to whom the little gem room expander will first be offered." "Nothing of the sort," the man replied indignantly. At this point, Gervais noted with surprise that the other wore a jeweled merchant prince's badge. Apparently, this was one of those consumer reaction tests in which executives themselves participated to check on their employees. The man remembered to smile. "The prognosticator has just given its fortnightly prognostication. You, Mr. Schnee, are going to be our new ruler." He seized the young man's limp hand and shook it enthusiastically. And I'm sure you'll be a splendid one, too. Gervais accepted a pale green cheroot from the dispenser. It shook in his lips. And what's to become of the old ruler? You're scheduled to dispose of him sometime this month. Now, Mr. Schnee, the man went on briskly, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Bedrich Floria, Vice President of the Floria Munitions and Container Corporation. He extracted a gleaming weapon from his briefcase and offered it to Gervais. The young man recoiled. If you will only agree to shoot Overlord Kip with a Floria Semper Fidelis gun, the executive continued, my corporation will be happy to place a substantial amount of credits at your disposal in any bank you choose. $6 billion, to be exact. Now, if you'll just sign here on the dotted line, he held out a stylus temptingly. Nonsense! Gervais backed away. Even a ruler can use money. Bribery for government officials, bread and circuses for the people. Oh, money's a very useful commodity, Mr. Schnee. Shall we say 7 billion? I don't doubt that money is useful, Gervais replied, thinking wistfully of 7 billion credits. But when I said nonsense, I meant the prognosticator. The whole thing's a lot of, well, nonsense. A whole planet of supposedly intelligent people listening to what's nothing more really than an oracle? A machine can't read the future. It's impossible. Floria's eyes bulged. Mr. Schnee, that's sacrilege. You can't, confound it, sir. You can't talk that way about the machine. After all, he added in a more placatory manner, let's look at this reasonably. Machines can and do answer all the problems of our daily life. So why shouldn't a superior machine be able to tell the future? If you ask me, Gervais all but sneered, behind the wires and gimmicks and whatnots in the machine, there's a secret room in which a half-mad, half-intoxicated old priestess sits delivering her Delphic pronouncements. Might as well have an above-board oracle and be done with it. Now, Mr. Schnee. The executive smiled with obvious effort. Even our ruler shouldn't flout the authority of machinery. Of course, it's all right when you're alone with friends like me, but in public. The enunciator sounded again. An eager face appeared on the screen. Mr. Schnee, an equally eager voice said, I'm from the Daily Disseminator. How does it feel to be ruler prognosticate? There was a sound of a scuffle. His face disappeared, to be replaced by 2 others. Mr. Schnee, will you tell us in your very own words? As Gervais clicked off the interviewer, the videophone blinked. Gervais lifted the receiver. The face of Overlord Kip himself came into view, pale but composed. I understand you're the young man who is destined to dispose of me and take my place. Gervais paled also. Honestly, your honorship, I haven't the slightest intent. You'll make it quick and painless, won't you? And it really would be very decent of you to give me the exact day and hour of my, demise, so I won't have to sit around waiting. But really, you don't look like a hard-hearted chap. As a matter of fact, I would say offhand that you had a kind face. Well, thank you, but I do wish you'd stop shilly-shallying and name the day. By the way, have you anything on for tomorrow? I didn't have anything special planned. Splendid. Suppose you come over to the palace around 1 o'clock or so. We can have a bite of lunch and discuss the matter together. After all, I think you'll agree that I've been a reasonably good ruler, and so I have the right to die with dignity. He looked pleadingly at Gervais. Oh, absolutely, the young man said in haste. No question of it. I think it's a very good idea to have a chat about it first. Awkward to dispose of someone you haven't met previously. The dictator gave him a wan smile. Thank you, Mr. Schnee. I hope you'll find your successor as cooperative as yourself. The screen darkened. Gervais mused. He took a lavender cheroot, forgetting he still held the lime one. I wonder whether he wants me to make an appointment so he'll have a band of counter-assassins ready to kill me, saving him the expense of a standby guard. He is noted for his thriftiness, you know. Perhaps I just shouldn't show up at all. He wouldn't dream of doing anything of the sort, Floria said austerely. Overlord Kip knows what is due to his position. He has a sense of duty and responsibility which, unfortunately, seems to be lacking in his successor. If you'll excuse my speaking frankly, he added in haste. I am, of course, considerably older than you, and so I feel... It's quite all right, Gervais reassured him. You may speak freely. Furthermore, Floria continued, if he had you killed, the people would probably give him a painful and lingering death for attempting to interfere with the course of destiny. There, I hear them now. And they could indeed hear the sound of voices raised in song, so many and so loud that they penetrated the soundproofing of the walls. The Polloi are coming to hail their new leader, Floria beamed. Well, I'm not going to do it, Gervais declared. They can't make me kill him and take over, and that's flat. I'm not the administrative type. Never have been. Floria took a cheroot of his own out of a platinum portable. In that case, the people probably will kill you for attempting to interfere with fate. But I wouldn't have done anything, Gervais protested. There are sins of omission as well as commission. Come now, it's true a ruler's life expectancy isn't very long, at least it hasn't been for the past few reigns, but it's longer than yours will be if you refuse to fulfill your destiny. I wouldn't make a fit ruler, Gervais said desperately. Consider my origins. I wouldn't tell this to anyone but you. I'm illegitimate. I don't even know who my father is. The other man smiled again. It's a wise child who knows his own father. And some of the most celebrated leaders in history have been illegitimate. Look at William the Conqueror. Gervais turned on the historioscope, dialed 1066 AD, looked, shuddered, and turned it off. I don't think that's much of a recommendation. You see, Floria told him encouragingly, almost anybody can be a leader. The important thing is that he be destined for leadership. But I'm no good. Everyone says so. I've never done a thing in my life. My aged mother has had to work to support me. Time enough that you stood on your own 2 feet, my boy, the businessman said, clapping the youth upon the shoulder. And remember, destiny must take its course. He flung open the door. A cheering crowd stood outside. My friends, allow me to introduce you to your new ruler, Gervais Schnee. A hoarse shout of approval went up. He is planning to assassinate Overlord Kip with a Floria Semper Fidelis gun. Floria Semper Fidelis guns retail from C298 for the peasant's pistol, all the way up to C1089.56 for the super deluxe conspirators model. But each is the best obtainable for the price. Mr. Schnee, of course, will use the super deluxe model. There were more cries, cheers, and shouts. Thank you for your confidence and support, Gervais said brokenly. I only hope I prove worthy of them. Gervais lunched with Overlord Kip the next day and was not assassinated. The disposal was set for the coming Tuesday and announced to the public. Gervais was so nervous he couldn't sleep the night before. When early in the morning he finally did manage to doze off, he was awakened by the encouraging telegrams that kept pouring in. At 9, he finally got up and dressed himself in the immaculate black and silver assassin's uniform that had been custom made for him without charge by an eminent tailor. He was in no mood for breakfast, So he went outside to the handsome black and silver limousine that had been presented to him by a thoughtful industrialist. As he emerged from his door, a brass band struck up the national anthem, and the crowd waiting outside broke into cheers suitably restrained to fit the melancholy occasion. Gervais bowed wanly left and right as he got into the car. His 2 hired assistants, dressed in the customary black cloak and hood of the body remover, were, he noticed, already seated beside the chauffeur. They did not turn their heads as Gervais entered, but preserved the traditional impassivity of their calling. The band started to play a funeral march as the car moved slowly down the boulevard. Stands had been put up all along the route, and he was greeted by subdued cheering and applause from crowds neatly arranged according to rank. Little children of all classes rushed out into the street to present him with bouquets of flowers. The television cameras joined him en route and followed him all the way to the palace. On the steps, Bedrich Floria awaited him, magnificently garbed in full executive uniform, his jewels flashing in the clear sunlight. "Allow me to load your super deluxe Conspirators Floria Semper Fidelis gun for you, Overlord Prognosticate," he announced in a ringing voice as he turned his profile toward the cameras. "It's already loaded," Gervais said, nervously clutching the gun in his pocket. "Permit me to check it, then." Floria put out an eager hand. Gervais executed a deft chasse in the opposite direction. "It's perfectly all right, I tell you. No one," he added in a burst of inspiration, "would have any difficulty in loading a Floria Semper Fidelis gun." "That's right," the baffled munitions magnate admitted, falling back reluctantly. "Whether you buy the peasants or the conspirators model, both have the same smooth, free-loading mechanism." "Out of the way, executive," a cameraman said, unceremoniously sweeping Floria aside as Gervais paced into the palace, followed by his 2 black-robed henchmen, carrying an elaborate, gold-mounted stretcher between them. "Candy, popcorn, hashish, yogurt," yelled a strident voice behind them. "Buy your refreshments here." Overlord Kip stood beside his desk, dressed in his finest uniform, which was, however, virtually invisible. It was so bedecked with glittering and sparkling medals and decorations. Gervais waited patiently while the soon-to-be disposed-of ruler made a speech pointing out the numerous benefits and improvements his reign had brought to the people. It was rather a long speech, and Gervais's nose began to itch. He would have liked to scratch it, but the cameras were pointing directly at him. Life as ruler, he saw, was going to be a long series of similar repressions. He sighed. But what could he do? Nobody could go against the prognostications. Finally, the speech was finished. "Goodbye, and good luck, Overlord Schnee," Kip said. He stood, waiting. Gervais fired. There was a loud report. Kip crumpled to the ground. Gervais hurled the Floria Semper Fidelis gun to the desk. "Everyone will now please leave," he ordered in calm but firm tones, "while the removers take over." "Why can't we televise the removal?" a daring cameraman asked. "Something new?" There was a shocked silence, and then a babble of indignant voices. Gervais held up a weary hand. The voices stopped. "That sort of thing just isn't done," he told the cameraman with an Olympian smile. "Please leave as quickly as possible, all of you. I might want to meditate." They scuttled out backward, the camera still grinding. Gervais pressed the studs that shut and bolted the door. "Whew," said Overlord Kip, sitting up. "I didn't think I'd be able to stand that much longer. You're a good shot, Snee. That blank stung like crazy, and in a very tender spot, I might add." "No time for chatting," Gervais said nervously. "We've got to get this thing over in a hurry. Now comes the part where your friends will have to look like real removers. I hope they can give it that professional touch." "We are real removers, in a sense," said one of the black-robed figures. "At least, both of us have participated in removals before." They dropped their hoods. Gervais's mouth hung open. "Why, you're Overlord Morehouse," he said to one. "And I've seen pictures of you," he told the other. "You're that one that came before him. Shinnick, you died before I was born. That is, you were supposed to have died. Both of you were. Morehouse was supposed to have killed you." Ex-Overlord Shinnick smiled. "We're not precisely dead. Only retired, you might say. In a way, anonymity is the same as death. And Overlords Morehouse and Kip," he bowed toward them, "both had kind hearts like yourself. The prognosticator didn't say we had to be killed, just disposed of, as Kip undoubtedly pointed out to you in your little talk together." "Sorry I couldn't tell you the truth," Kip apologized as he dusted off his uniform. "But you might have changed your mind and given us away. We've formed a sort of little club of dead overlords," Shinnick elucidated. "After all, we're the only ones with whom we can associate safely. No danger of any one of us betraying the others." "We're looking forward to the day when you join us, Overlord Schnee," Morehouse put in eagerly. "Assuming that your successor is of generous a nature as we, of course. Do you play bridge by any chance?" "You'd better hurry." Gervais worriedly changed the subject as he noticed the time on the wall chronometer. "If the four of us are discovered, the mob would tear us all to pieces." "Right you are," said ex-Overlord Shinnick. "Get on the stretcher, Kip. Bad enough we're going to have to carry you out. At least don't expect us to lift you up." Kip obediently assumed a recumbent position. Shinnick and Morehouse covered him with a black cloth and were preparing to march out when Gervais recollected himself and halted them. "Wait a moment. You'd better take off those medals first, Kip. They come with the job." "Grave robber," said Kip, reluctantly sitting up on his catafalque and unfastening the jeweled decorations. When the little procession had left, Gervais pressed a stud on the desk marked Secretary. A panel in the wall opened, and a timorous-looking man virtually fell into the room. "Yes, Your Honorship? The prognosticator is right here in the palace, isn't it?" Gervais asked, in a tone that would have been authoritative if his voice hadn't cracked right in the middle of palace. "Yes, Your Honorship." "Lead me to it immediately." Certainly, Your Honorship." As they left the room, Gervais picked up the Floria Semper Fidelis gun off the desk. It was too valuable a piece of property to leave lying around. The palace was full of sticky-fingered civil servants. They passed through room after room containing bank after bank of computing machines, each more complicated in appearance than the last. Hordes of officials in the garb of hereditary scientist or technician bowed low as the new ruler passed. The machines, of course, operated and repaired themselves automatically. Nonetheless, they needed a good many attendants as befitted their exalted status. Gervais and his guide finally came to the room where the prognosticator itself was enshrined. The apartment was 20 stories high and 100 meters wide, but it was none too large for all the flashing lights and spinning dials and buzzing relays and levers and cables which jammed it. The hundreds of first-rank scientists who waited upon the machine stopped their tasks of dusting and polishing to greet the new usurper with deferent acclaim. "Leave me," he ordered, gesturing with the gun toward the door. "I would be alone with the prognosticator." "Certainly, Your Honorship, certainly. Your wishes are our commands." They backed out. "You too," Gervais told the secretary who had guided him. Yes, Your Honorship." The man skittered off. When they had all gone, Gervais approached a small, unobtrusive door marked "Danger, no admittance." Dust lay thick on the sill, for it was seldom opened. Gervais took a tiny, intricate piece of metal from his pocket and fitted it into the lock. Something inside clicked. The door swung open. Beyond, a narrow flight of steps spiraled downward. Gervais descended them unhesitatingly until he came to another small door. This one was simply marked "Private." He knocked on it. "Ah, go butter your earlobes," a cracked voice called from within. "Can't you read, you dumb cluck? It's me, Gervais." He pounded on the door with the butt of his gun. "Open up." The door swung open creakily. Through the gloom inside, there could be dimly seen antique furnishings in a poor state of preservation and a still more imperfect state of cleanliness. An outmodedly streamlined 20th century typewriting machine was set on a costly metal stand with one caster missing. The flaps of the table were open. One held a chipped teapot, the other a dusty crystal ball and a dog-eared pack of gypsy cards. Behind all this was a rare old psychoanalyst couch, ripped open here and there and showing the original stuffing. Reclining on the couch was an incredibly old woman wearing a quaint costume of a bygone era. A long scarlet silk skirt, yellow blouse, great golden hoops swinging in her ears. She was sipping something out of a teacup, but it didn't smell like tea. At least, not like tea alone. The ancient reek of gin pervaded and overpowered the general mustiness. "Hello, son," the old woman said, waving the cup at Gervais. "'Bout time you came to pay your old mother a visit," she cackled. "I kind of thought something like this would stir you up." "Mother," Gervais said reproachfully, "you know you shouldn't have done it." "What did I do?" she asked, assuming a ludicrous posture of innocence. "You fixed the prognostications, that's what you did. Although why you had to pick on me..." "I got tired of supporting you. You're a big boy. It's about time you earned your own living. Besides, I thought it would be a good idea to elect a sympathetic administration. Sympathetic to me, that is. Palace needs a new ventilating system. Air in here is terrible. Smells as if something died and they were too stingy to give it a decent burial." "But why didn't you use the prognosticator to get new ventilation put in?" Gervais asked. "Seems to me you could have foretold everyone in the palace would suffocate or something if it wasn't done." "They'd have got around it. Same way you got around killing Kip." Gervais blushed. "You can't fool me," she cackled gleefully. "I know everything that goes on around this place, and a lot that doesn't." She reached over and tapped his knee. "But you'll pay attention to the prognosticator, boy? Don't you try to weasel out of what it says by looking for double meanings. Time you overlords learn that when the prognosticator says something, it means it." "Yes, Mother," he said. "I'd hate to have to give orders to have my own boy disposed of. The last 3 disposals weren't so bad, but sometimes those things can turn out real messy." "Yes, Mother." She drank gustily from her teacup. "Maybe blood is thicker than water, but not much." "Yes, Mother." "And why shouldn't you listen to my prognostications?" she demanded irritably, slamming her teacup down on the table so hard that the typewriter skipped. "Just because they're dolled up a little doesn't mean they're not true. Don't I have a crystal ball? Don't I have my gypsy tarot pack? Don't I have tea leaves? Best tea money can buy, too." "Yes, Mother." "So," she looked at him expectantly, "what are you going to do?" Gervais took a deep breath and drew himself up. I'm going to have the ventilating system attended to right away. That's my boy, she said fondly, draining another cup of tea and peering at the tea leaves. I can see everything's going to work out fine. Just fine. End of Man's Best Friend by Evelyn E. Smith. Read by Paul Hampton.
The Merchants of Venus by A. H. Phelps, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Merchants of Venus by A. H. Phelps, Jr. A pioneer movement is like a building. The foundation is never built for beauty. The telephone rang. Reluctantly, Rod Workham picked it up. Nothing good had come from that phone in 6 years, and his sour expression was almost an automatic reflex. "Workham here," he said. He held the phone an inch away from his ear, but the tirade exceeded his expectations. It would have been audible a foot away. "Workham, how long do you think we are going to stand for this? At the rate you're going, there won't be a man left on Venus or a dollar in the budget. What kind of a personnel director are you? Don't you know this project is vital to every person on Earth? 30 more resignations came in on this last mail flight." Rod put the receiver gently on his desk. General Carlson raved and ranted this way every time a colonist quit, and Rod knew he was not expected to answer, even if given the chance. The general would carry on for about 5 minutes and then would slam down the phone himself. He dialed another number on the other phone. "This is Rod, Dave," he said when he got an answer. "Carlson is on the other phone, yelling at my desk plotter. He says 30 more resignations came in just now. That right?" "Close enough, Rod. 23 pulled out. That makes 78% resign in less than—" "Spare me the statistics. Carlson's probably blatting them right now. How do they break down? Are they mostly farmers or technicians?" "There were only 9 technicians left, and all of them quit with this bunch. The rest were farmers." Dave Newson must be smoking his pipe, Rod decided. Grinding sounds were coming over the phone. That doesn't leave very much on Venus to start a colony with. A few farmers, some trappers, and the scientific personnel. Damn it, they seem to stick it out all right. "Their contracts are different," Rod reminded him. "They go on a 2-year hitch and then come back to Earth if they want to. The ones who are there are the ones who can take it and are signed up again." There was a speculative pause on the other end of the line. "Say, Rod," Newson said slowly, "why not leave this last batch of quitters right where they are? Every one of them. They signed up the project with their eyes open. Why don't you just refuse to bring them home? They'd have to make a go of the colony to save their filthy necks." Rod grinned nastily. "I'd like to do it, but even General Carlson wouldn't dare. We'd never get another colonist off Earth once it got out. They wouldn't trust us. Our first problem is to get a self-supporting society on Venus, and that might do it all right. But our main job is to relieve the crowding on Earth, and that means large numbers of people will have to go willingly later on. If we get tough with these babies, who will take a chance later on that we won't repeat the trick? But we lose 100 potential colonists every time one of these quitters starts talking about why he left. More harm is done by letting them come back than would result from leaving them where they are." Again the speculative pause. "Maybe you could shoot them on arrival?" "I'll suggest it to the general when I see him," Rod said, "if he doesn't shoot me first. Now, can you get me the files on this latest group? And I'd like to see the staff psychologist here, along with all the interviewers who handled and passed the group. We'll see what we can salvage out of this. And if you see Jamie, send him along too, will you? Maybe a gambling historian can find us something useful in the project record. The files are already on the way, and I told Biddington you'd probably want to see him. He said he'd be along in about 10 minutes. I haven't located all the interviewers yet. Jamie's been right here, trying to talk me into a game of NIM and protesting he never heard of binary numbers. I'll send him up, but keep a hand on your wallet. If you need anything else, I'll be right here." Rod thanked him and hung up, shaking his head. Dave Newsom was too good a man to be stuck on a government project. He ought to get out before the trouble started. Anyone who worked for Rod Workham on Project Venus was likely to end up with a bad name. They lived under an axe. The only person who could be sure of his job was Rod himself. He had been recommended by a committee of top men in his field, and no other personnel men would accept the job if he were removed. Also, most of his men would leave the project if General Carlson bounced him, for they had been telling him so ever since the job had gotten hot. But there was the danger that the general might decide to bypass personnel in selecting colonists, or, what was more probable, might try to tame the planet with a military outpost. Rod could hardly blame the man for his feelings. The job was vital, and everyone was intensely interested in making a go of it. Scientific agriculture had gone about as far as it could. Hydroponics had already begun to shoulder the load required by an overpopulated planet. But the fact known to most intelligent people on Earth was that either new room was found in this kind of emergency, some place where people could go and live under nearly the same standards, or else some drastic changes in living standards would be required of all. An absolute and rigidly enforced birth control would have to go into effect. And all the attendant causes for race wars, nationalist wars, and have-not wars would crop up. But the majority of the people wouldn't move to an undeveloped planet. You couldn't send ordinary citizens as pioneers. For one thing, they wouldn't want to go. For another, the new community wouldn't last long if you forced them to go. The average person had neither the attitudes nor the physique needed to make over a wilderness. The problem was to find people who would create a community on a new planet and develop an integrated society there. This had meant rigid selection, careful psychological preparation, and a terrifically expensive transportation system to get the people there and keep them supplied. And the job had to be done soon. Economists predicted that 30 years were left on Earth under present standards, maybe 50. If the population couldn't be thinned out one way by then, it would have to be done by another. For 6 years now, Rod had worked on the job of establishing a self-supporting colony of Venus. 3 different colonies had been started, and each had died out in less than 2 years. Resignations would come in slowly at first, and then in a rush, until only 20 or 30 people would be left, of which the majority would be short-term scientific teams. By the terms of the colonist contracts, no man could be left on Venus more than a month after his resignation. So the bulk of 2 colonies had simply had to be shipped back to Earth and plans made for another try. And now the 3rd colony was quitting, rushing home, leaving nothing on the jungle planet but a few small clearings soon to be taken over by the vegetation. Several times in the last year, Rod had thought of volunteering himself, but he knew it for a futile gesture. He wasn't 500 men. He didn't even have the special skills or physique that were needed. His gloomy thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of the men. Beddington was first. Then in 2s and 3s came the interviewers, all looking like the home team at the half, 3 touchdowns behind and just waiting for their coach. If psychologists made good colonists, Rod thought, there would be a dozen more volunteers. The arrival of Homer Jamieson brought the only cheerful face in the group. The project historian was a young man just over 30 and considerably over 6 feet. He wore the expression of a man who is itching to do something. Jamie had never really been busy yet on the project. The colonies had died out so quickly that his work had been mostly clerical, and he had had to fill in time as best he could. So far, he had done it making up improbable contests of skills for drinks with such a weird assortment of shifting rules and scoring that he hadn't paid for a drink since his arrival. He made a valuable contribution to the project, however, since he helped to keep the group's minds off their troubles a part of the time. Rod genuinely liked Jamie and expected to miss him strongly when Venus became self-supporting to the point where the historian would have to complete his work in residence. When they were all seated, Rod leaned against his desk and said, "I can see you all know why we are here. To begin with, I am not going to accuse anyone of mistakes. Each of you is the best possible man in the country for his job. If you weren't, you wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have asked for you, and General Carlson wouldn't have kept you. So there's nothing to feel bad about. If you can't do this work, no one can. Self-recrimination is foolish when you have been put on an impossible problem. I didn't call you in to bawl you out, but to ask you if we should continue spending project funds for nothing." Jamie raised his eyebrows at this speech but said nothing. "What do you mean, impossible problem?" one of the interviewers objected. "We know what we need. It's just that we are still making some mistakes in selection that we haven't corrected. That's right, Rod. Beddington, the project psychologist, took up the dissension. We know something is wrong with the selection techniques or in the personality patterns we consider necessary, but it's only a problem of finding out what it is. The problem is by no means insoluble. As long as you are not ready to give us up, another interviewer said, we aren't going to quit. You can't afford to get defeatist about this, Rod, Beddington went on. This project is too important to fail. Whether you like it or not, your experience is too valuable for you to back out. Rod grinned and held up his hands. All right, that's a reaction I wanted. If you all still think we can get somewhere, we may as well try to analyze this last group. He sat down at his desk. I have the files here, along with the tapes of the interviews. Let's see what difference we can find between those who hung on this long and the ones that quit after the first 3 months. The group settled down to trying to differentiate between a man who couldn't do a job but could try for 6 months longer than the next. They took the colonists carefully apart, trait by trait, and put them all back. They reviewed the colonists' records from birth and compared them in endless combinations. Jamie came into the discussion to show what the status of the colonies had been at the time each colonist had resigned. What diseases had been encountered when one man quit, how much jungle had been cleared before another did. Files came and went in a continuous flux. Coffee and sandwiches came and grew cold and stale. The air became grey with smoke. Nothing. The same results had come out of every investigation. You needed a man who was unstable to get him to leave Earth. You needed a man who was able to have him stay on Venus. You needed initiative and resourcefulness to survive on a new planet. You needed a man who had so little initiative and resourcefulness that the competition on Earth wouldn't be profitable. You needed a young, healthy, vigorous specimen. You needed an older, experienced, more mature person. You needed A and you needed non-A. And even if you found people with factors balanced just right, assuming you knew what the balance should be, where did you find 500 of them? The discussion went on. The solutions got wilder and more absurd. Take whole orphan asylums and bring them up on Venus and a military guard. Build a development in the steamiest, nastiest jungle and test recruits for the colony there. Send African natives. The men were beginning to make the whole thing look impossible again, so Rod decided to call a halt until they could get a better perspective. Tired himself, he dismissed them, not arguing in little groups or mumbling half-formed ideas to themselves the way a team that has been progressing will do. Only Jamie stayed. He remained sitting hunched up near the desk in the same position he had held for the last hour. When the others had all left, he grinned at Rod. You know, for a group of practicing psychologists, this is the softest bunch of suckers I've seen. You have proved that to your own profit several times so far, Rod answered, rubbing his face as though smoothing the wrinkles could remove the tension. Who have you robbed lately? I am talking about your performance just now. Here comes a whole crew walking in with their heads hanging to the floor. Every last man was ready to tell you he was quitting, that the problem was insoluble. And before anyone can say a word, you tell them that the whole thing is impossible and imply that you want to quit. Even Beddington fell for it. You can't back out now, Rod, they say. Let's not have defeatist talk out of you, of all people. I did feel that way, Rod said. I'm just about ready to quit. I think that whatever our mistakes has been, we can't do any better than we have. We just don't know enough. Jamie wasn't grinning now. What'll happen if you quit? My guess is that Carlson will set up a military outpost there. Make a clearing, build a fort, maybe a town. Then he'll try to get people to come and live in it. Rod sighed. It won't work. They'll want to know why the planet had to be colonized that way. Why wouldn't the first colonists stay? I agree. The military outpost is a fine method for spreading a culture to an existing civilization. Rome did much for Europe that way. The most powerful cities sprang up near the Roman forts and roads. But as a method for inducing the populace to a new place, it doesn't work. A free people will not willingly move into a military township. Jamie looked sharply at Rod. So what do you intend to do? Run out and turn it all over to Carlson? I don't know, Jamie. I just don't know. 6 years is a long time. Damn it, Rod. You had much worse jobs than this one in industry. How did you select a computer man, a communications man, an engineering physicist, out of a group of men with similar backgrounds? It seems to be a harder problem than this. We don't really know much as I did, Rod said. Ours has often been an imitation science. When we had to select a computer man, we just gave a battery of tests to successful computer men. Structural vision, vocabulary, tri-dimensional memory, ink blots, syllogisms, practically everything. Then we weeded out the tests whose scores appear to have no statistical relevance. Any future computer man had to duplicate those results, whatever they were. If we had a recently pioneered civilization around Jaime, you would find this whole staff running through it like pollsters before an election. What was all this talk about balance, instability, initiative, and all the rest? Asked Jaime. That's what we do when we don't know, Jaime. We try to predict what we need. Then we try to find ways of finding it in people. Jaime made an explosive sound. But I thought you must have progressed from empirical methods. I would have said something long ago if I hadn't thought you knew what you were doing all the time. The historian was on his feet, stalking about the room. Why didn't you tell me about this before? Why? What difference would it have made? Rod frowned, failing to understand the other's excitement. Sure, we have progressed from the older methods, in that we now have pretty complete data for all present job descriptions, and we can synthesize data for a new job if it's not too different. But there isn't any information on the kind of persons needed in a new world. What the devil are you getting so upset about? The historian threw himself into a chair and glared at Rod. If you couldn't find the kind of people you needed to test, you could have asked a historian if he knew anything about them. Rod shook his head puzzledly. Subjective data such as that. Don't bring subjectivity into this, damn it. We get enough of that from physical scientists. Jaime held himself in the chair, almost shaking with the intensity of his feeling. Look, Rod, you know I want to see the project succeed, and you admit that you haven't got an answer. Well, baby, I think I have. It's an idea that has about a 50-50 chance of being right in this case. Would you be willing to try it? If I had been betting on your side for the last few months, I'd be several dollars richer. Rod smiled. Yes, I think I might go along with the idea, if you can convince me it has an even chance for success. 3 failures out of 3 tries makes for poorer odds than that. What do you have in mind? Jaime said. I imagine your stock isn't so high with old Scabbard and Blade right now, is it? Rod laughed. I don't think he'll shoot on sight, but I'm not positive enough to stand in front of a lighted window. Well then, if I had an idea you agreed with, the surest way to kill it would be to have you present it to him, right? And if you fight it, that's sure to convince Carlson. Jaime thought hard for a moment, tapping the chair arm. Rod, I have to do something you aren't going to like. Do you trust me? You mean you're going to try this without even discussing it with the personnel group? That's right. If I don't tell you what I'm doing, I know you'll fight it. And I'll need that kind of help from you to push Carlson into doing it. But I have to do something far worse than that, Rod. I'm going to tell the general that you knew my plan from the start and have been sitting on it because I'm not a psychologist. I'm going to ruin your reputation with the worst set of lies since the Red Purges. I'll say you're fighting me because you can't accept an idea that came from a man outside of your own group. If the scheme doesn't work, you'll be ruined because there'll be no way to retract the lies. If it does work, we can announce that we put on an act to sell the plan to Carlson. Can you take it? Rod was thoughtful for a few minutes. He liked and trusted Jaime, but the man had no experience in this field, and this sounded like an all-or-nothing shot. Then he remembered his despair over the latest set of resignations. He had been ready to quit. He had nothing to offer, and neither did his men. Even a wild idea was worth a try, he thought grimly. He would be risking nothing but a plan that had already failed. Go to it, boy, he said, and if you need a fight, you'll get a damn good one. The fight with Carlson was short, and Rod was abruptly overruled. After that, Jaime moved fast. The new colonists flocked in. 3 months after Rod's talk with him, the compound started to fill. A shipload was 100 men, and each new man had to wait in a group until it was filled. But there was no waiting now except for processing. The compounds were full before the ships were ready. Rod had paid no attention to Jaime's recruiting methods, thinking that the historian's idea differed mainly in control over the colonists, until he saw the crowds. Even from a distance, they didn't have the young look of the previous groups. Up close, they looked like the sweepings of the slums. He and Biddington talked to a few before they fully realized what Jaime had done. All the men were sure that Venus was a mineral paradise. Gold in the streams, uranium lodes so pure you had to wear a shield to get near them, diamonds, silver Every treasure that had ever excited men on earth was scattered around the new world waiting to be picked up. That was what Jamie had told them. Rod got to a phone fast. "Jamie, you fool! I know what you're doing, and I won't put up with it. You've told these tubes they can get rich on Venus. You intended to attract large numbers of recruits in the hope that some of them will be what we need. But look at what you attracted. Crooks, gangsters, bums, hobos, sharecroppers, and I don't know what. You got recruits all right, but what the hell kind of a society are you going to start with them? And who will go and live there among them later?" "What's the matter, Wokan?" Jamie asked coldly. "Are you a racial purist? Want only your kind of people to get to Venus?" "I don't care who goes, as long as they fit some standards. But to make a decent place, you need decent people, morally clean and healthy, not this collection of mental cripples, alcoholics, and thieves. Probably half of them are wanted men." He argued further, unable to believe that this was Jamieson's great 50-50 chance. He said many things and regretted every one, for that night the telecast carried a recorded version of his outburst. Jamie had maneuvered him into saying things he didn't quite mean, so that it looked as if he was trying to hide all the good things on Venus and save them for his own friends. One commentator said outright that if you weren't a college graduate recommended by one of Workham's friends, it would cost you $1,000 to get on an outgoing ship. By the next morning, half the papers in the world were after Workham's scalp. Rod could only take the abuse and grind his teeth. How did you fight a thing like that? You were condemned if you kept silent, and if you answered, people nodded their heads and said, "See, he is still trying to deny it." The failures from the old colonies were Rod's only allies. They tried to tell people what Venus was like, and what lies Carlson and his stooge Jamieson were using for bait. But it was pointed out that these men naturally had a stake in the secret, and after all, everyone knew how well off the returning colonists were. This was actually due to the high premium paid to get men to go to the planet, but no one believed. Days passed. Weeks. The compounds filled and emptied and filled again. People stood in lines to apply. They walked miles to appear at a recruiting center. They fought for a place on the next ship or the one after that. Farmers, clerks, ragged families, hobos, armed men, teenage boys, and old men. 4,000 people applied in the first few months and were shipped out. Then the crowds thinned, even though the get-rich propaganda continued. Soon, only a few hundred appeared where there had been thousands. Then, twos and threes. At last, only a dozen or so a day, many of whom changed their minds before the full shipload had been assembled. Rod clung to his job throughout. He had little to do, though his department had never been formally discontinued. Sooner or later, he knew, their services would be needed when this cheap trick had failed. So he and his staff remained, studying old files, making up test batteries, discussing survival factors. They readied themselves for the project again. From time to time, they interviewed and tested a few of those waiting in the compounds. There was too much time to just sit around. Even this activity was a welcome diversion. As the year passed, the number of prospective colonists stopped decreasing and held steady at about 5 a day. But slowly something else changed. Among the new arrivals, there began to appear engineers who had tossed up good jobs to immigrate, farmers with their families, school teachers, storekeepers, lawyers, even doctors, all of them young. Not in any great number, but their appearance was a surprise still. Then there came 2 former colonists who had resigned on one of the earlier attempts, now trying to get back to Venus without inducement of bonus, high pay, or guaranteed return. That was the day Rod decided to call on Jamie. "I have here a bottle of 8-year-old rye, Jamie," he began. "I think you're entitled to a drink, and I am entitled to an explanation. Want to swap?" "Rod!" Jamie's bony face lit up. "It's good to see you. I've been afraid to call you until we could admit to the Hawks. Come in, come in." "Well, you did it," Rod said after they had settled down. "I met 2 former colonists in the compound today. They know there isn't gold on Venus, and still they want to go out for free. No contract. And lately we have been getting professional people. There was even a kid fresh out of journalism school who wants to start up a paper. Jamie, how did you do it? Were we so far wrong as that?" "You did it yourself, Rod. You told me how, but you wouldn't have believed then." "Oh, if you had, we never would have sold it to Carlson. Remember, you said if there were only a recent pioneer civilization around, you would run to them with ink blots and vocabulary tests? All you needed to do was duplicate the kind of person who settled America, Australia, or California. Well, As a historian, I knew those people, and I knew what brought them. So I merely put out the same kind of bait. The same kind of bait? Rod exclaimed. What about freedom of religion and freedom from oppression? Isn't that what brought people to this country? There is no oppression to flee from these days. And even if it was the same bait, why weren't the same kind of people attracted? You saw that first compound full, wherein that cesspool was Thomas Paine or Franklin or Miles Standish. Franklin was born here, Jamie grinned. Paine didn't come over in the first wave. And I suppose General Carlson was Miles Standish. Maybe that kid journalist you saw was Paine's counterpart. No, Rod, the bait I held out attracted the same kind of people initially as it always has. You have been compromising all along on the factors you really wanted in order to get young, healthy, moral people to Venus. The answer is simply this. Pioneers are not necessarily young, healthy, or moral. So you didn't get what you wanted. You see, America wasn't only founded by pilgrims. They were actually a minority here. We were settled by promoters, trappers, bonded servants, exiled British deportees, pickpockets, and thieves. We were explored by French and Spanish pirates. The better element in Europe didn't come here at first. Why should they? It was dangerous. Pioneering was to the advantage of the worst elements. They came by quotard out of necessity, for adventure. They came for gold more than for freedom, for a new chance more than for a new religion. Australia was set up as a penal colony. Others went there for gold, or to start over where they weren't known. That's the kind of people who settle a new land, the misfits. Too impulsive, drunkards, weaklings, convicts and fugitives from justice. Too sick in mind and body to make a go of it where they are. So we announced that there was a brand new world with a new chance for everyone on it. We implied that there was wealth. We told them everything about Venus that brought the English to America, the Spanish to South America, the Easterners to the West, and the Middle Westerners to California. We didn't hunt for pioneers. They came to us. Rod refilled his glass thoughtfully. But what kind of a society will men like that create? A fighting, lawless structure. That's right. And the lawless will eliminate themselves by their very activities. Like the early West. While the doctors come in to treat wounds and the lawyers to plead their cases, while the wives and the other wives will start schools and bring in school teachers. That society will purge itself, Rod. Many of the worst will become good citizens out of meeting the challenge of a new planet, and the rest will disappear. Well then, what about the gold story? Rod asked. Won't they be angry with everyone connected with the project because of the hoax? That was a little raw, but no worse than other gold rushes. Few of the stampeders ever found the gold they went after. The captain of one of the rockets told me that the first few months the colonists were trying to stow away on the returning ships. Now they send messages to friends and relatives to come before the opportunity is gone. That's why I've seen this better element. Our lives will be forgotten, and crops and foods and minerals will be coming from Venus, and better people will go to meet the diminished challenge on our brave new world. Rod stood up. Well, my compliments for a job well done, Jamie. When do you expect to go and live there yourself? You'll have to soon, won't you, to complete the project record in residence? Jamie nodded. About 6 months from now, I think. Why? Good, Rod exclaimed. We can all go together. What are you planning to do? Volunteer? The whole personnel staff will be going. Here's just what we need. A young pioneer society. We can get adequate data for future selection. A better idea of what kind of person a colony needs at different stages of growth. Rod grinned. After all, your method was pretty sloppy, even if it did work. And you sent far too many wrong people. Once we have some good data, anything you can do, we can do better. The end of The Merchants of Venus.
Mistake Inside by James Blish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This was England, 200 years before bomb craters had become a fixed feature of the English landscape, and while the coffee house still had precedence over the pub. The fire roared, and the smoke from long clay churchwarden pipes made a blue haze through which cheerful conversation struggled. The door swung back, and the host stood in the opening, fat hands on hips, surveying the scene contentedly. Someone, invisible in the fog, drank a slurred, uproarious toast, and a glass slammed into the fireplace, where the brandy-coated fragments made a myriad of small blue flames. "Split me if that goes not in the reckoning," the innkeeper bellowed. A ragged chorus of derision answered him. The inn cat shot down the stairs behind him, and its shadow glided briefly over the room as it passed the fire. It was an impossibly large, dark shadow, and for a moment it blacked out several of the booths in the rear of the chamber. The close, motionless air seemed to take on a chill. Then it was gone, and the cat, apparently annoyed by the noise, vanished into the depths of a heavy chair. The host forgot about it. He was accustomed to its sedentary tastes. It often got sat on in the after-theater hilarity. He rolled good-naturedly across the room as someone pounded on a table for him. But the cat this time had not merely burrowed into the cushion. It was gone. In the chair, in a curiously transparent condition which made him nearly invisible in the uncertain light, sat a dazed, tired figure in a 20th century tux. The radio was playing a melancholy opus called "Is You Is or Is You Ain't My Baby" as the cab turned the corner. "Here you are, sir," croaked the driver in his 3 a.m. voice. The sleepy-eyed passenger's own voice was a little unreliable. "How much?" The fare was paid, and the cabby wearily watched his erstwhile customer go up the snow-covered walk between the hedges. He put the car in gear. Then he gaped and let the clutch up. The engine died with a reproachful gasp. The late rider had staggered suddenly sideways toward the bushes. Had he been that drunk? Of course, he'd only tripped and fallen out of sight. The cabbie's fleeting notion that he had melted into the air was an illusion, brought on by the unchristian lateness of the hour. Nevertheless, the tracks in the snow did stop rather unaccountably. The cabbie swore, started his engine, and drove away, as cautiously as he had ever driven in his life. Behind him, from the high tree in the yard, a cat released a lonely ululation in the cold, still night. The stage was set. There is order in all confusions, but Dr. Hugh Tracy, astronomer, knew nothing of the two events recorded above when his adventure began, so he could make no attempt at integrating them. Indeed, he was in confusion enough without dragging in any stray cats. 1 minute he had been charging at the door of Jeremy Wright's apartment, an automatic in his hand and blind rage in his heart. As his shoulders splintered the panel, the world had revolved once around him like a scene-changing stunt in the movies. The scene had changed all right. He was not standing in Jeremy Wright's apartment at all, but in a low-roofed, dirt-floored room built of crudely shaped logs, furnished only with 2 antique chairs and a rickety table from which 2 startled men were arising. The 2 were dressed in leathern jerkins of a type fashionable in the early 1700s. I beg your pardon," he volunteered lamely. "I must have mixed the apartments up." He did not turn to go immediately, however, for as he thought disgustedly concerning the lengths to which some people would go to secure atmosphere, he noticed the dirty, mullioned window across the room. The sight gave him a fresh turn. He might just have possibly mistaken the number of Jeremy Wright's apartment, but certainly he hadn't imagined running up several flights of stairs. Yet beyond the window he could plainly see a cheerful sunlit street. Sunlit. The small fact that it had been 3 a.m. just a minute before did not help his state of mind. "Might I ask what you're doing breaking out of my room in this fashion?" one of the queerly costumed men demanded, glaring at Hugh. The other, a younger man, waved his hand indulgently at his friend and sat down again. "Relax, Jonathan," he said. "Can't you see he's a transportee?" The older man stared more closely at the befuddled Dr. Tracy. "So he is," he said. I swear, since Yarrow came to power again, this country has been the dumping ground of half the universe. Wherever do they get such queer clothes, do you suppose? Come on in, invited the other. Tell us your story. He winked knowingly at Jonathan, and Hugh decided he did not like him. First, he said, would you mind telling me something about that window? The two turned to follow his pointed finger. Why, it's just an ordinary window, in that it shows what's beyond it, said the young man. Why? I wish I knew, Hugh groaned, closing his eyes and trying to remember a few childhood prayers. The only one that came to mind was something about 14 angels, which hardly fitted the situation. After a moment, he looked again, this time behind him. As he had suspected, the broken door did not lead back into the hallway of the apartment building, but into a small bedchamber of decidedly pre-restoration cast. Take it easy, advised Jonathan. It's hard to get used to at first. And put that thing away. It's a weapon of some kind, I suppose. The last transportee had one that spouted a streamer of purple gas. He was a very unpleasant customer. What do you shoot? Metal slugs, said Hugh, feeling faintly hysterical. Where am I, anyhow? Outside. Outside what? That's the name of the country, the man explained patiently. My name, by the way, is Jonathan Bell, and this gentleman is Oliver Martin. Hugh Tracy, Ph.D., F.R.A.S., he added automatically. So now I'm inside, outside, eh? How far am I from New York? I'm all mixed up. New York? Exclaimed Martin. That's a new one. The last one said he was from Tiernan Bayou. At least I'd heard of that before. How'd you get here, Tracy? Suddenly, Tracy said succinctly. 1 minute I was bashing at the door of Jeremy Wright's apartment, all set to shoot him and get my wife out of there, and then Bluey. Know this Wright fellow very well, or anything about him? No, I've seen him once or twice, that's all. But I know Evelyn's been going to his place quite regularly while I was at the observatory. Bell pulled a folded and badly soiled bit of paper from his breast pocket, smoothed it out on the splintery tabletop, and passed it to Hugh. Look anything like this? He asked. That's him! How did you get this? Is he here somewhere? Bell and Martin both smiled. It never fails, the younger man commented. That's Yarrow, the ruler of this country during fall seasons. He just assumed power again 3 months ago. That picture comes off the town bulletin board from a poster announcing his approaching marriage. Look, Hugh said desperately, it isn't as if I didn't like your country, but I'd like to get back to my own. Isn't there some way I can manage it? Sorry, Martin said. We can't help you there. I suppose the best thing for you to do is to consult some licensed astrologer or thaumaturgist. He can tell you what to do. There are quite a few good magicians in this town. They all wind up here eventually. And one of them ought to be able to shoot you back where you belong. I don't put any stock in that humbug. I'm an astronomer. Not responsible for your superstitions. You asked my advice, and I gave it. Astrologers, Hugh groaned. Oh, my lord. However, Martin continued, you can stay here with us for the time being. If you're an enemy of Yarrow's, you're a friend of ours. Hugh scratched his head. The mental picture of himself asking an astrologer for guidance did not please him. I suppose I'll have to make the best of this, he said finally. Nothing like this has ever happened to me before, or to anybody I've ever heard of. So I guess I'm more or less sane. Thanks for the lodging offer. Right now, I'd like to go hunt up a magician. Bell smiled. All right, he said. If you get lost in the city, just ask around. They're friendly folk, and more than you think have been in your spot. Most of the shopkeepers know Bell's place. After you've wandered around a bit, you'll get the layout better. Then we can discuss further plans. Hugh wondered what kind of plans they were supposed to discuss, but he was too anxious to discover the nature of the place into which he had fallen to discuss the question further. Belle led him down a rather smelly hallway to another door, and in a moment he found himself surveying the street. It was all incredibly confusing. The language the two had spoken was certainly modern English, yet the busy, narrow thoroughfare was just as certainly Elizabethan in design. The houses all had overhanging second stories. Through the very center of the cobbled street ran a shallow gutter in which a thin stream of swill-like liquid trickled. The bright light flooding the scene left no doubt as to its reality, and yet there was still the faint aura of question about it. The feeling was intensified when he discovered that there was no sun. The whole dome of sky was an even dazzle. It was all like a movie set, and it was a surprise to find that the houses had backs to them. Across the street, perched comfortably in the cool shadows of a doorway, an old man slept, a tasseled nightcap hanging down over his forehead. Over his head, a sign swayed, "Coppersmith." Not 10 feet away from him, a sallow young man was leaning against the door, absorbed in the contents of a very modern-looking newspaper, which bore the headlines, "Dowser confesses fairy gold plant." Lower down on the page, Hugh could make out a boxed item headed, "Stiletto killer feigns insanity." In a moment, he was sure, he wouldn't have to feign it. The paper was as jarring an anachronism in the Shakespearean street scene as a 6-cylinder coupe would have been. At least he was spared having to account for any cars, though. The conventional mode of transportation was horses, it seemed. Every so often one would canter past recklessly. Their riders paid little regard to the people under their horses' hooves, and the people in their turn scattered with good-natured oaths, like any group of 20th century pedestrians before a taxi. As Hugh stepped off the low stone lintel, he heard a breathy whistle and, turning, beheld a small red-headed urchin coming jerkily toward him. The boy was alternately whistling and calling, "Here, Fleet, 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 nice doggy, here, Fleet." His mode of locomotion was very peculiar. He lunged mechanically from side to side or forward as if he were a machine partly out of control. As he came closer, Hugh saw that he was holding a forked stick in his hands, the foot of the Y pointing straight ahead, preceding the lad no matter where he went. On the boy's head was a conical blue cap lettered with astrological and alchemical symbols, which had sagged so as to completely cover one eye, but he seemed loath to let go of the stick to adjust it. In a moment, the boy had staggered to a stop directly before Hugh, while the rigid and quivering end of the stick went down to Hugh's shoes and began slowly to ascend. He was conscious of a regular sniffing sound. "Better tend to that cold, son," he suggested. "That isn't me, it's the rod," the boy said desperately. "Please, sir, have you seen a brown puppy?" At this point, the stick finished its olfactory inspection of Hugh and jerked sideways, yanking the boy after it. As the urchin disappeared, still calling, "Here, Fleet," Hugh felt a faint shiver. Here was the first evidence of a working magic before his eyes, and his sober astronomer's soul recoiled from it. A window squealed open over his head, and he jumped just in time to avoid a gush of garbage, which was flung casually down toward the gutter. Thereafter, he clung as close to the wall as he could, and kept beneath the overhanging second stories. Walking thus, with his eyes on the soul-punishing cobblestones, deep in puzzlement, his progress was presently arrested by collision with a mountain. When his eyes finally reached the top of it, it turned out to be a man, a great muscular thug clad in expensive blue velvet smallclothes and a scarlet cape like an 18th century exquisite. Was there no stopping this kaleidoscope of anachronism? "Where's your manners?" the apparition roared. "Move out." "What for?" Hugh replied in his most austere classroom tone. "I don't care to be used as a sewage pail any more than you do." "Ah," said the giant. "Wise guy, eh? Don't know your betters, eh?" There was a whistling sound as he drew a thin sword which might have served to dispatch whales. Hugh's Royal Society reserve evaporated, and he clawed frantically for his automatic. But before the double murder was committed, the giant lowered his weapon and bent to stare more closely at the diminutive doctor. "Ah," he repeated. "Ya a transportee, eh?" "I guess so," Tracy said, remembering that Martin had used the word. "Where ya from?" "Brooklyn," Hugh said hopefully. The giant shook his head. "Where you guys think up these here names is a wonder. Well, you don't know the customs. That's easy to see." He stepped aside to let Hugh pass. "Thank you," said Hugh with a relieved sigh. "Can you tell me where I can find an astrologer?" He still could not pronounce the word without choking. Most of them are around the square. Only, just between you and me, buddy, I'd keep away from there till parade's over. Euro's got an order out for arresting transportees." The giant nodded pleasantly. "Watch your step." He stalked on down the street. Looking after him, Hugh was startled to catch a brief glimpse of a man dressed in complete dinner clothes, including top hat, crossing the street and rounding a corner. Hoping that this vision from his own age might know something significant about this screwy world, he ran after him but lost him in the traffic. He found nothing but a nondescript and unhappy alley cat which ran at his approach. Discouraged, Hugh went back the way he had come and set out in search of the public square and an astrologer. As he walked, he gradually became conscious of a growing current of people moving in the same direction, a current which was swelled by additions from every street and byway they passed. There was a predominance of holiday finery, and he remembered the giant's words about a parade. Well, he'd just follow the crowd. It would make finding the square that much easier. Curious snatches of conversation reached his ears as he plodded along. "Aye, in the square, sir. One may hope that it bodes us some change. Of hero eke, that of a young wife he got in his youth agun, and withal. And pret near every time the sky twains up, yous can count on getting it in the neck. Oft siddled Euro, Scathina threatum, who that aithling's Ellen Fremeden." Most of the fragments were in English, but English entirely and indiscriminately mixed as to century. Hugh wondered if the few that sounded foreign were actually so, or whether they were some Saxon or Judish ancestor of English, or perhaps English as it might sound in some remote future century. If that latter were so, then there might be other cities and outside where only old, modern, and future French was spoken, or Russian, or... The concept was too complex to entertain. He remembered the giant's warning and shook his head. This world, despite having the obvious sweating reality of the crowd around him and the lumpy pavement beneath his feet, was still too crazy to be anything but a phantom. He was curious to see this Euro, who looked so inexplicably like Jeremy Wright, but he could not take any warning of outside very seriously. His principal concern was to get back inside again. As the part of the crowd which bore him along debouched from the narrow street into a vast open space, he heard in the distance the sound of trumpets blowing a complicated fanfare. A great shouting went up, but somehow it seemed not the usual cheering of expectant parade-goers. There was a strange undertone, perhaps of animosity? Hugh could not tell. In the press, he found that he could move neither forward nor back. He would have to stand where he was until the event was over and the mob dispersed. By craning his neck over the shoulders of those in front of him, a procedure which, because of his small stature, involved some rather precarious teetering on tiptoe, he could see across the square. It was surrounded on all four sides by houses and shops, but the street which opened upon it directly opposite him was a wide one. Through it he saw a feature of the city which the close-grouped overhanging houses had hidden before, a feature which put the finishing touches upon the sense of unreality and brought back once more the suggestion of a vast set for a Merry England movie by a bad director. It was a castle. Furthermore, it was twice as big as any real castle ever was, and its architecture was totally out of the period of the town below it. It was out of any period. It was a modernist dream, a Walter Gropius design come alive. The rectangular facade and flanking square pylons were vaguely reminiscent of an Egyptian temple of Amenhotep IV's time, but the whole was of bluely gleaming metal, shimmering smoothly in the even glare of the sky. From the flat summits floated scarlet banners bearing an unreadable device. A clustered group of these pennons before the castle seemed to be moving, and by stretching his neck almost to the snapping point, Hugh could see that they were being carried by horsemen who were coming slowly down the road. Ahead of them came the trumpeters, who were now entering the square, sounding their atonal tocsin. Now the trumpeters passed abreast of him, and the crowd made a lane to let them through. Next came the bearers of the standards, 2 by 2, holding their horses' heads high. A group of richly dressed but ruffianly retainers followed them. The whole affair reminded Hugh of a racketeer's funeral in Chicago's Prohibition days. Finally came the sedan chair which bore the royal couple, and Dr. Hugh Tracy at last lost hold of his sanity. For beside the aloof, hated Yarrow Jeremy in the palanquin was Evelyn Tracy. When Hugh came back to his senses, he was shouting unintelligible epithets, and several husky townsmen were holding his arms. "Easy, bud," one of them whispered in his ear. "Haven't you ever seen him before?" Hugh forced himself back to a semblance of calmness, and had sense enough to say nothing of Evelyn. What is he?" he gasped. The other looked at him tensely for a moment, then, reassured, let go of him. "That's Yarrow. He's called many names, but the most common is the enemy. Better get used to seeing him. You can't help hating him, but it'll do you no good to fly off the handle like that." "You mean everybody hates him?" The townsman frowned. "Why, certainly. He's the enemy." "Then why don't you throw him out?" "Well..." The other burgher, who had said nothing so far, broke in. "Prisonek prajuk solda, soldama mer per la zuzel brutkal, per stanish velemetsky droshnevar." "Exactly," said the other man. "You okay now, bud?" Hugh said, "Yes, I'm all right." The crowd, still roaring its ambiguous cheer, was following the procession out the other end of the square, and shortly Hugh found himself standing almost alone. A sign over a nearby shop caught his eyes. "Dr. Fawney, licensed magician." Here was what he had been looking for. As he ran quickly across the square toward the rickety building, he thought he caught a glimpse out of the tail of his eyes of a top hat moving along in the departing crowd, but he dismissed it. That could wait. The shop was dark inside, and at first he thought it empty. But in answer to repeated shouts, a scrambling began in the back room, and a nondescript little man entered, struggling into a long, dark gown several sizes too large for him. "Sorry," he puffed, trying to regain his right hand, which he had lost down the wrong sleeve. "Out watching the parade. May I serve you, young sir?" "Yes, I'm a transportee, and I'd like to get back where I belong." So would we all indeed," said the magician, nodding vigorously. "Junior." "Yes, Pa." A gawky adolescent peered out of the back room. "Customer." "Ah, Pa, I don't want to go into any trance. I'm dragging a rag bag to the rat race tonight, and I want to be groovy. You know prognostics always knock me flatter than a mashed potato sandwich." "You'll do as you're told, or I'll not allow you to use the broomstick." "You see, young sir," the magician addressed Hugh, "familiar spirits are at somewhat of a premium around here, there being so many in this town in my profession. But since my wife was a Sybil, My son serves me adequately in commissions of this nature." He turned back to the boy, who was now sitting on a stool behind the counter, and produced a pink lollipop from the folds of his robe. The boy allowed it to be placed in his mouth docilely enough and closed his eyes. Hugh watched, not knowing whether to laugh or to swear. If this idiotic procedure produced results, he was sure he'd never be able to contemplate Planck's constant seriously again. "Now then, while we're waiting," the sorcerer continued, "you should understand the situation. All living has two sides, the inside and the outside. The outside is where the roots of significant mistakes are embedded, the inside where they flower. Since most men have their backs turned to the outside all of their lives, few mistakes can be rectified. But if a man may be turned as if on a pivot so that he faced the other way, he may see and be on the outside and have the opportunity to uproot his error if he can find the means. Such a fortunate man is a transportee. So, in effect, existence has just been given a half-turn around me to put me facing outside instead of inside where I belong. A somewhat egotistical way of putting it, but that is the general idea. The magicians of many ages have used this method of disposing of their enemies. For unless the transportee can find his atavars, the symbols, as it were, of his error, and return them to their proper places, he must remain outside forever. This last many have done by choice, since none ever dies outside." "I'd just as soon not," Hugh said with a groan. "What are my atavars?" "To turn a capstan, there must be a lever, and to pivot a man outside means that two other living beings must act as the ends of this lever and exchange places in time. Your atavars changed places in time while you stood still in time and space, but were pivoted to face outside." At this point, he reached over to the boy and gave an experimental tug on the protruding stick of the lollipop. It slipped out easily. All the pink candy had dissolved. "Ah," he said, "we are about ready." He made a few passes with his hands and began to sing. "Jet propulsion, Dirk Hole, Droch Elminth's muster roll, plenum boli ding and sitch, shoot the savvy to me, great white witch." The tune was one more commonly associated with Pepsi-Cola. After a moment, the boy's mouth opened, and licking the remains of the lollipop from its corners, he said clearly, 200 night prowlers." "Is that all?" Hugh said, not much surprised. "That's quite enough. Well, maybe not quite enough, but it's about all I ever get." "But what does it mean?" "Why, simply this, that your atavars are 200 years apart from each other, and that they are night prowlers." 200 years? And I have to find them? "They are represented by simulacra in outside. You must identify these simulacra and touch each one. This done, they will exchange again, and you will be rotated inside. Have you seen any here?" A light burst in Hugh's brain. "I saw a man from my own age who looked like a bona fide night prowler, all right. You see?" The magician spread his hands expressively. "Half the work is over. Simply search for another night prowler whose costume is 200 years older, or, of course, younger, than the first. It's very simple. Now, young sir." The hands began to wash each other suggestively. Hugh produced a handful of coins. "That's no good," said the little man with a sniff. "I can make that myself. It's the city's principal industry. I don't suppose that you have any sugar on you, or rubber bands? No? How about that?" He prodded Hugh's vest. That was Hugh's Sigma Chi key dangling from his watch chain. He had been elected to the honorary society by virtue of a closely reasoned paper on the deficiencies of current stellar evolution hypotheses. With a grin, he passed it across the counter. "Thanks," the thaumaturgist said. "I collect fetishes. Totem fixation, I guess." Feeling rather humble, Hugh left the shop and started back toward Belle's house by the most direct route his memory could provide. Now that he had begun to get his bearings, his stomach was reminding him that he had gone the whole day without food. On the way, he saw the known Adavar halfway down a dark alley, contemplating a low doorway sorrowfully. But when he arrived, the top-hatted figure was gone. By the time he had entered the house where he had his first glimpse of outside, he was decidedly discouraged. But the pleasant smell of food revived him somewhat. "Good evening," Belle greeted him, though the ambiguous daylight was as unvaryingly bright as ever. "Find your astrologer?" "Yes. Now I have to find a night prowler." "You wouldn't be one by any chance?" The man laughed softly. "In a sense, yes, but I'm too old to be the one you want. You're Adavar hunting, I take it." "That's it." "Well, I'm not a simulacrum. I'm a native here, one of the original settlers. Come on and eat anyhow." He led the way into the room which Hugh had first seen and waved him to the table. On it was a platter bearing a complete roast hog's head with an apple in its mouth and 3 strips of bacon between its ears, a pudding, a meat pie, a spitted duckling, 3 wooden trenchers, boards used as plates, and 3 razor-sharp knives. Obviously, forks were not in style outside. "Has Yarrow's administration caused a potato shortage?" Hugh asked curiously. "Potato? No. You transportees have odd ideas. You mean potatoes to eat? Don't you know they're a relative of the deadly nightshade?" Hugh shrugged and fell to. There was bread, anyhow. During the course of the meal, the two pumped him about his experiences during the day, and he answered with increasing caution. They seemed to be up to something. He especially disliked young Martin, whose knowing smile when Hugh described his belief that Yarrow's queen was in actuality his own wife irritated him. As the dinner ended, Belle came to the point. "You've heard Yarrow spoken of as the enemy. Well, his rule here is intermittent. He just pops up every fall season and takes the place of the old one, who is the only rightful king, and a good one. It's during Yarrow's ascendancy that all the transportees show up. All the people who made mistakes during that period, if the mistakes are of a certain kind, get pivoted around to here to correct them. It gets pretty nuisance-y. You can see what I mean. Here you come busting in on us and split our good pine door and eat 1/3 of our food. Not that we begrudge you the food, you're welcome to it. But it is a bother to have all these strangers around. In addition, it decreases the future population in a way I haven't had time to describe now. Everybody hates Yarrow, even the transportees. It's our idea to assassinate him before he gets to come back another time. Then the old one can really do us some good, and the town can come back to normal. Sounds reasonable, doesn't it? I thought no one ever died here. Nobody ever does, naturally. But accidents or violence can distribute an individual to the point of helplessness. Since you seem to hate Yarrow like the rest of us, we thought you might like to throw in with us." The hospitality of the two did not permit him to refuse immediately. But more and more he was sure he did not want to be involved in any project of theirs. Belle's picture of what the outside substitute for death was like revolted him. And in addition, the thought occurred to him that it would be dangerous to take any positive steps while he was still ignorant of the error that had brought him here. "I'd like to sleep on that," he said cautiously. "Do you mind if I defer judgment for the night? I haven't had any sleep for 36 hours, and I'll just pass out if I don't get some." "All right," Belle said. "You think it over. With the enemy out of the way, it might be easier to find your Adavars, too, you know. Nothing ever works right while he's in power." When Hugh awoke, his brain did not function properly for quite a few seconds. The bed had had fleas in it, and the changeless brilliancy of the daylight had kept him awake a long time despite his exhaustion. The sight of the black-clad figure seated on the nearby stool did not register at first. "Good morning," he said muzzily, then, "You!" "Me," the man in the top hat replied ungrammatically. "I had to wait for the 2 princes to get out of the house before I could see you. I've been looking for you." You've been looking for me? Hugh repeated angrily, sitting up in bed. He noticed with only faint surprise that the wall of the room was plainly visible through the visitant's stiff shirt bosom. Well, you'll have to solidify a minute if you're going to do me any good. I'm supposed to touch you. Not yet. When you do, this image will vanish, and I've got a few things to talk to you about before that happens. I got bounced back 200 years in time, just on account of a fool mistake you made, and I'm as anxious to see you straightened out as you are myself. He hiccuped convulsively. Luckily, I'm a book collector with a special bent toward Crookshank. I had enough sense to consult Dr. D while I was behind the times, and found out where you were. Do you know? Where am I? Why, I'm outside. Use your noggin. How much does outside mean to you, anyhow? Very little, Hugh agreed. Well, the only other place I know where people go that makes a mistake is... Now wait a minute, don't tell me. The figure nodded solemnly. Now you've got it. You should have guessed that when the princes told you their boss was called the Old One. You've already had clue after clue that they're forbidden to conceal from you, that no one dies here, that all the world's magicians come here eventually, that making money, remember the saying about the root of all evil, is the town's principal industry, and so on. Well, well, Hugh scratched his head. Hugh Tracy, Ph.D., F.R.A.S., spending a season in hell, just like Rimbaud or some other crazy poet. The fall season at that. How Evelyn would love this. But it's not quite as I would have pictured it. Why should it have been? Hugh could think of no answer. Who's Yarrow, then? He's called the enemy. He's their enemy, sure enough. I don't know exactly who he is, but he's someone in authority, and his job is to see that the purgatory candidates get a chance to straighten things out for themselves. Naturally, the fallen buck him as much as possible, and part of the trick is to disguise the place somewhat, to keep its nature hidden from the transportees, the potential damned, and lure them into doing something that will keep him here for good. That bed you're in, for instance, is probably a pool of flaming brimstone or something of the sort. Hugh bounded out hastily. Yarrow establishes himself in the fortress of Dis, which is what that pile of chromium junk is up on the hill after you get behind the disguise. Each time he comes, he makes a tour through the town, showing himself to each newcomer in a form which will mean the most to that person. The important thing is that few people will take kindly to being corrected in the fundamental kinds of mistakes that bring them here, so that 9 times out of 10, Yarrow's appearance to you makes you hate him. Hugh said. I begin to catch on, around the edges, as it were. To me, he looked like a man I'd started out to murder a few days ago. You're on the track. Examine your motives. Use your head, son, and don't let the princes trick you into anything. The pellucid shape had steadied and grew real and solid by degrees. The man in the top hat rose and walked toward the bed. Above all, don't hate Yarrow. His outstretched hand touched Hugh's sleeve, and he vanished on the instant with a sharp hiccup. There was no one in the house, and nothing to eat but a half-consumed and repellent-looking pudding left over from the night before, which he finished for lack of anything else, rather than out of any attraction the suety object had as a breakfast dish. Then he left the house in search of the other Adavar. The light was bright and cheerful as always, but he felt chilly all the same. Discovering where he was had destroyed all of his amusement in the town's crazy construction and taken the warmth out of his bones. He eyed the passers-by uneasily, wondering as each one approached him whether he was seeing a prisoner like himself, a soul in eternal torment, or an emissary of the fallen whose real form was ambiguous. For the rest of the morning he roamed the streets in search of a likely-looking figure, but finally he had to admit that his wanderings were fruitless. He sat down on a doorstep to think it out. His Adivars were the symbols of his error. They were night prowlers, obviously, because he had been one himself, gun in hand. The error itself was something to do with Jeremy Wright and Evelyn. Not the impending murder, because it had not been committed, but some other error. The man in the top hat had been chosen, perhaps, because he had conceived of Wright as a cavalier, a suave homebreaker, or something of the sort. Dinner clothes made a pointed symbol of such a notion. Of what else specifically had he suspected Jeremy? Tomcatting. He groaned and dropped his head in his hands, remembering the cat he had seen in conjunction with his first sight of the man in dinner clothes. How was he to find one ragged alley cat in a town where there were doubtless hundreds? Cats did not wear period costumes. He couldn't go around touching cats until something happened. He heard a sniffing sound and a thin, mournful whine at his side. He looked down. "Go away," he said. "I want a cat, not a mongrel pooch." The puppy, recoiling at the unfriendly tone, dropped its tail and began to sidle away from him, and gloomily he watched it go. Brown dog, brown cat, brown dog, an inspiration. "Here, Fleet," he essayed. The puppy burst into a frenzy of tail wagging and came back, with that peculiar angle trot only dogs out of all the four-footed beasts seemed to affect. Hugh patted its head, and it whined and licked his hand. There, he said. "You're lost, I know. So am I. If your name is Fleet, we'll both be home shortly. It darn well better be Fleet." Hugh considered the animal speculatively. It certainly seemed to respond to the name, but then it was only a puppy, and might just as easily respond to any friendly noise. Grimly, he sat and waited. In about an hour, the dog began to get restless, and Hugh carted it across the street to a shop and bought it some meat, leaving in payment a letter from a colleague which the shopkeeper seemed to think was full of cantrips, charms of some kind. Then he resumed his vigil. It was approximately 4 o'clock by his personal timekeeping system when he finally heard the sound he had been listening for, but not daring to expect. The voice of the red-headed urchin calling his dog's name in incredibly weary tones. In a moment the boy appeared, his face tear-streaked, his feet stumbling, his eyes heavy from lack of sleep. The stick was still pulling him, and the conical cap, by a miracle, still rested askew on his head. The rod lunged forward eagerly as soon as it pointed toward Hugh, and the boy stopped by the doorstep, the divining rod pointing in quivering triumph squarely at the puppy. The boy sat down in the street and began to bawl. Now, said Hugh. "You found your dog. Don't cry. What's the matter?" "I haven't had any sleep or any food," the boy snuffled. "I couldn't let go, and the dog could move faster than I could, so I've been pulled all over the city, and I'll bet it's all the old one's fault, too." His voice rose rapidly, and Hugh tried to calm him down, a little abstractedly. For in the reference to the old one, Hugh had recognized the boy's real nature and knew him for an ally. "Wait until I tell Evelyn," he told himself, "that I've seen an archangel and one of the cherubim face to face and hatched plots with the fallen. I saw your dog and figured probably you'd be along." "Oh, thank you, sir. I guess I'd have spent the rest of eternity chasing him if you hadn't held him until I could catch up with him." He looked angrily at the forked stick, which now lay inert and innocuous on the cobbled pavement. "I used the wrong spell, and it had to smell people. No wonder we could never get close enough to Fleet for him to hear me." "Do you think you could make the rod work again?" "Oh, yes, sir. Only I never would." "I want to use it. Do you mind?" "I don't mind. It's my uncle's, but I can always cut another one. Only it won't work without the hat, and I took that for my uncle, too. He's an authority," the urchin added proudly. Hugh thought of Gota's sorcerer's apprentice and grinned. How come you didn't shake your head and knock it off when you got tired? Oh, the hat only starts it. After that, it goes by itself. I just didn't want to lose my uncle's hat, that's all. Good for you. Then suppose I borrow the hat for just a minute, and you grab it when the stick starts. I want to find a cat. The boy shook his head doubtfully. I wouldn't want to do it myself, but it's your business. What kind of a cat? I have to make up a spell. Hugh anticipated some difficulty in explaining what it was he wanted, but to his relief the boy had already recognized him as a transportee and understood at once. All right, put the hat on. Pick up the stick like I had it, that's it. 1 fork in each hand. Now then, seeker of souls, lost boys and girls, of objects and of wells, find his gate between the worlds before the curfew knells. Find the cat who should reside in the mortal world inside. The divining rod started forward with a terrific jerk, and Hugh plunged after it. The boy ran alongside him and snatched off the magician's cap. Thanks, Hugh shouted. You're welcome, the boy called after him. Good luck, sir, and thank you for holding my dog. Then the stick hauled Hugh around a corner, and the dog owner was gone. But in Hugh's mind there remained a split-second glimpse of a strange smile, mischievous, kindly, and agelessly wise. The cherub had not specified in his incantation which senses the rod was to use, and so it had chosen the quickest one, intuition or supersensory perception, or sixth sense. Hugh had heard it called many things, but until he held the ends of the fork he never quite comprehended what it was. The stick drew him faster. His toes seemed barely to touch the hard cobbles. Almost it seemed as if he were about to fly. Yet somehow there was no wind in his face, nor any real sensation of speed. All about him was a breathless quiet, an intent hush of light through which he soared. The houses and shops of the town sped by him, blurred and sadly unreal. The outlines danced waveringly in a haze of heat. The town was changing. Fear lodged a prickly lump in his larynx. The facades were going down as he came closer to his own world. He knew that before long the conventional disguises of the town would be melted, and hell would begin to show through. Startled faces turned to watch him as he passed, and their features were not as they should be. Once he was sure he had confronted Belle and Martin for an instant. A cry, distant and wild, went up behind him. It had been Belle, or was it Belial? Other feet were running beside his own. Shortly there were other cries, and then a gathering roar and tumult of voices. The street began to throb dully with the stampeding feet of a great mob. The rod yanked him down an alleyway. The thunder followed. In the unreal spaces of the public square, the other entrances were already black with blurred figures howling down upon him. The stick did not falter, but rushed headlong toward the castle. His hands sweated profusely on the fork, and his feet skimmed the earth in great, impossible bounds. The gates of the fortress swept toward him. There were shadowy guards there, but they were looking through him at the mob behind. The next instant, he was passing them. The mists of unreality became thick, translucent. Everything around him was a vague, reddish opalescence through which the sounds of the herd rioted, seemingly from every direction. Suddenly, he was sure he was surrounded, but the rod arrowed forward regardless, and he had to follow. At last, the light began to coalesce, and in a moment he saw floating before him a shining crystal globe, over which floated the illuminated faces of his wife and Yarrow, the enemy. This was the crucial instant, and he remembered the simulacrum's advice, don't hate Yarrow. Indeed, he could not. He had nearly forgotten whom it was that Yarrow resembled, so great was his desire for escape and his fear of the tumult behind him. The light grew, and by it, the table on which the crystal rested and the bodies belonging to the two illuminated heads became slowly visible. There was a cat there, too. He saw the outline become sharp as he catapulted on through the dimness. He tried to slow down as he approached the table. The rod, this time, did not resist. The two heads regarded him with slow surprise. The cat began to rise and bristle. The shouting died. Hugh! He was in Jeremy Wright's apartment, a splintered door behind him, his heels digging into the carpet to halt his headlong charge. In his outstretched hand was not a warped divining rod, but a gun. Hugh! His wife cried again. You found out, but... The table was still there, and the crystal. The cat and the castle were gone. But Jeremy Wright was still dressed in the robes of an astrologer. He was an astrologer. I'm sorry, darling, honestly. I knew you hated it, but... After all, breaking in this way? And a gun? After all, even if you do think it's humbug. Hugh looked at the serene face of Jeremy Wright and silently pocketed the automatic. There was nothing, after all, that he could have said to either one of them. End of Mistaken Side by James Blish. Read by Paul Hampton.
No Pets Allowed by Monette Cummings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. No Pets Allowed by Monette Cummings. I can't tell anyone about it. In the first place, they'd never believe me, and if they did, I'd probably be punished for having her, because we aren't allowed to have pets of any kind. It wouldn't have happened if they hadn't sent me way out there to work. But, you see, there are so many things I can't do. I remember the day the chief of vocation took me before the council. I've tried him on a dozen things, he reported. People always talk about me as if I can't understand what they mean, but I'm really not that dumb. There doesn't seem to be a thing he can do, the chief went on. Actually, his intelligence seems to be no greater than that which we believe our ancestors had back in the 20th century. As bad as that? Observed one of the council members. You do have a problem. But we must find something for him to do, said another. We can't have an idle person in this state. It's unthinkable. But what is the chief? He's utterly incapable of running any of the machines. I've tried to teach him. The only thing he can do already being done much better by robots. There was a long silence, broken at last by one little old council member. I have it, he cried, the very thing. We'll make him guard of the treasure. But there's no need of a guard. No one will touch the treasure without permission. We haven't had a dishonest person in the state for more than 3,000 years. That's it exactly. There aren't any dishonest people, so there won't be anything for him to do. But we will have solved the problem of his idleness. It might be a solution, said the chief, at least a temporary one. I suppose we will have to find something else later on, but this will give us time to look for something. So I became guard of the treasure with a badge and nothing to do, unless you count watching the key. The gates were kept locked, just as they were in the old days, but the large key hung beside them. Of course, no one wanted to bother carrying it around. It was too heavy. The only ones who ever used it anyway were members of the council. As the man said, we haven't had a dishonest person in the state for thousands of years. Even I know that much. Of course, this left me with lots of time on my hands. That's how I happened to get her in the first place. I'd always wanted one, but pets were forbidden. Busy people didn't have time for them. So I knew I was breaking the law, but I figured that no one would ever find out. First, I fixed a place for her and made a brush screen so that she couldn't be seen by anyone coming to the gates. Then one night, I sneaked into the forest and got her. It wasn't so lonely after that. Now I had something to talk to. She was small when I got her. It would be too dangerous to go near a full-grown one, but she grew rapidly. That was because I caught small animals and brought them to her, not having to depend on what she could catch. She grew almost twice as fast as usual and was so sleek and pretty. Really, she was a pet to be proud of. I don't know how I could have stood the 4 months there alone if I hadn't her to talk to. I don't think she really understood me, but I pretended she did, and that helped. Every 3 or 4 weeks, 3 of the council members came to take a part of the treasure or to add to it. Always 3 of them. That's why I was so surprised one day to see one man coming by himself. It was Grem, the little old member, who had recommended that I be given this job. I was happy to see him, and we talked for a while, mostly about my work and how I liked it. I almost told him about my pet, but I didn't because he might be angry at me for breaking the law. Finally, he asked me to give him the key. I'd been sent to get something from the treasure, he explained. I was unhappy to displease him, but I said, I can't let you have it. There must be 3 members, you know that. Of course I know it, but something came up suddenly, so they sent me alone. Now, let me have it. I shook my head. That was the one order they had given me, never to give the key to any one person who came alone. Graham became quite angry. You idiot, he shouted. Why do you think I had you put out here? It was so I could get in there and help myself to the treasure. But that would be dishonest, and there are no dishonest people in the state. For 3,000 years, I know. His usually kind face had an ugly look I had never seen before. But I'm going to get part of that treasure, and it won't do you any good to report it, because no one is going to take the word of a fool like you against a respected council member. They'll think you are the dishonest one. Now give me that key. It's a terrible thing to disobey a council member. But if I obeyed him, I would be disobeying all the others, and that would be worse. No, I shouted. He threw himself upon me. For his size and age, he was very strong, stronger even than I. I fought as hard as I could, but I knew I wouldn't be able to keep him away from the key for very long. And if he took the treasure, I would be blamed. The council would have to think a new punishment for dishonesty. Whatever it was, it would be terrible, indeed. He drew back and rushed at me. Just as he hit me, my foot caught upon a root and I fell. His rush carried him past me, and he crashed through the brush screen beside the path. I heard him scream twice, then there was silence. I was bruised all over, but I managed to pull myself up and take away what was left of the screen. There was no sign of Grem, but my beautiful pet was waving her pearl green feelers as she always did in thanks for a good meal. That's why I can't tell anyone what happened. No one would believe that Grem would be dishonest, and I can't prove it because she ate the proof. Even if I did tell them, no one is going to believe that a flycatcher plant, even a big one like mine, would actually be able to eat a man. So they think that Grem disappeared, and I'm still out here with her. She's grown so much larger now and more beautiful than ever. But I hope she hasn't developed a taste for human flesh. Lately, when she stretches out her feelers, it seems that she's trying to reach me. End of No Pets Allowed by Monette Cummings, recording by Ronald Gardella.
Out of This World by Henry Haas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Out of This World by Henry Haas. When the Earth's supply ship set down upon prison planet number 7 last week, a curious state of affairs was found. The prisoners below mining the ore as usual, the overseer dead, and every indication of some stark drama having taken place. In the study of the overseer's house, one man was found dead, apparently by his own hand, and beside him on the desk was a hastily scribbled document, which is herewith published. We hated Marnik, because he was an Earthman and because he laughed. We hated him, awake and asleep, at our daily drudge of labor and in the throes of sluggish nightmare, with a fierce tenacity from the very depths of our souls, those of us who still had souls. We hated him, and there was not a man among us who had not sworn to kill him if given the chance, who did not dream of being the one, for we knew that some day it was going to happen. But when, it seemed impossible, daily. That is what I thought as I trudged wearily to my place in B Tunnel 2 miles below. We were 40 men against him, Martians and Earthmen alike. Once there had been Venusians here too, but they died too easily, and now Venusian criminals were sent elsewhere. 40 against Marnik, but still he was law here on the tiny barren satellite of Jupiter, the 7th or 8th in orbit. I have long since forgotten which. The Tri-Planet Federation had appointed him overseer, then had immediately forgotten him and us. Out of our way, you criminal scum! Out of the sight and memory of men. Thus it was. Yes, Marnik was law and lord and master of all he surveyed, and believe me, he surveyed us well. He used to come down the central vertical shaft in his little case of special glassite, and hover there above us, watching, sometimes unbeknownst by us, and heaven help any worker who fell under his gaze, who he thought might be shirking. Marnik reserved a very special fate for shirkers, a certain torture, so I had heard. Now all that I had heard came rushing back to flood my brain, as I stood tensely alert, listening to the raucous, inhuman laughter that surged down the central shaft to reach our ears. Again it came, and yet again, rising to insane pitch. I rested my short-handled pick against the little heap of radite ore. I wiped my sweated brow with fingers that burned and tingled from contact with the radite. I peered covertly around at the many tunnels converging into the central place, and saw the many other workers, Martians and Earthmen, cowering under that sound of laughter. I wondered if I looked to them as they looked to me. I knew I was afraid. That was Marnik's laughter. I had heard it before. His special torture was going on again. Would I be next? So far I had luckily escaped. I tried to straighten up into a semblance of courage, but again that shrieking laughter came drifting down to cower me. At the same time, McGowan left his tunnel next to mine and came strolling over to me. I was aghast, for any man to so much as leave his post meant that he would receive the same punishment that some poor devil up there was now receiving. But McGowan always was a reckless one. Tall, brutish, dark, and always scowling, a light of indomitable spirit shone perpetually out of his contrasting gray eyes. Those eyes were now hate-filled as he cocked his head and listened to that laughter. If only he wouldn't laugh, McGowan said in a voice so calm that it was doubly terrible. If only he would go ahead with his torture and watch it if he wished. But to laugh, and to let us know that he laughs, that is the crowning touch. Some day, Reed, I swear to you. Yes, I know, I whispered fearfully. Some day one of us is going to kill him. A favorite dream here. Not someone, Reed. Me. That is a privilege I reserve, and I shall not kill him, at least not in the usual way. I have a very special revenge planned for Mr. Marnik. That was a story I had heard before, too, but now something in McGowan's voice caused me to look sharply up at him, and the hate that smoldered in those eyes was such as I cared not to look upon. I glanced quickly away, and then I heard a smooth, familiar hum from the central shaft. I knew what it was. I swooped from my hand-pick and began to ply it industriously. "Quick, McGowan, get back to your work," I whispered. "Marnik's coming down again." I'm sure McGowan knew that as well as I did, but he simply stood there, gazing almost expectantly at the place where the shaft led up through the cave roof. "You damn fool," I whispered. But there was a tight little smile on McGowan's lips as he stood there. The hum continued. Even as I continued to hack at the hard-grained rock, I shot a sidelong glance up at the shaft. Marnik's vehicle appeared suddenly there, seemingly suspended in the air. It was simply a glassite-enclosed rounded cage, large enough to contain Marnik and the two lumbering Jovian brutes he kept always with him. A pale violet halo hovered around the entire structure. It hung there just below the cave roof. I could glimpse Marnik standing there erect, arms folded, peering haughtily down at us. Naturally a tall man, he always seemed taller and more forbidding in that posture. His hair was gray, but no grayer than his face, and against that grayness his eyes were dull black and quite expressionless, as if at one time he had seen some sight that had burned them out. But now his arms unfolded, and he leaned tensely forward. His thin, colorless lips twitched as if in disbelief. "You, Earthman, over there, get back to your work." He was speaking to McGowan, and we all knew it. McGowan stood only a few feet from me, but I dared not even glance up at him now. I glimpsed him, however, bending down slowly, deliberately, and I saw his right hand seize a good-sized lump of radite ore from my pile. He straightened just as deliberately, turned to face Marnik, and then said, "Go to hell!" With those words, McGowan drew back his hand and hurled the radite lump at Marnik's cage. All of us in that moment paused to watch, and all of us were aghast at McGowan's futile bravado. We knew that not even an atom blast, much less a lump of rock, could penetrate that mysterious force barrier Marnik had erected around himself. That's what made the act so terrible, for McGowan knew it too, and he wore a satisfied little smile as he did it. The rock didn't come within a yard of Marnik's cage. It struck against the violet force halo, bounded back, and clattered to the floor. Marnik's lips split into what might have been a grin. He touched a button beside him and the cage dropped the rest of the way to the cave floor. Its door opened, and the two Jovian brutes stepped quickly out, grinning through thick, blubbery lips. With huge, powerful hands reaching out, they strode purposefully towards McGowan. McGowan made no defensive gesture. He stood there still smiling a little, as though hugely satisfied with what he had done. The Jovians seized him ungently, hurried him back to the cage and into it. The door closed and the cage slowly began to rise. The Jovians released his arms then, and McGowan acted with customary deliberateness as his right fist lashed up and crashed into Marnik's mouth. Marnik staggered back, his face a gushing well of red, but with a seeming flick of the wrist his paralyzer tube was in his hand, its pale beams spurting out. McGowan sank down into a huddled little heap, but even so, his very attitude as he lay there unconscious seemed one of satisfaction. The cage rose swiftly up and out of sight. I didn't allow myself to think of the fate that would be McGowan's now. As we worked, we listened again for the sound of Marnik's insane laughter, but it never came. He knew that we hated him, and he loved it. It was a sort of little game he played with us. He knew that we would be listening for his laughter now, so he chose not to let us hear it, to make us wonder. Psychologically, it was much more terrible. That Marnik was a devil. 4 days later, McGowan came back to us. Rumor among us had it that Marnik maintained special quarters up on the surface of this satellite, a stone house against the barren rock, and that in this house was a certain room into which Marnik thrust the men who displeased him. Beyond this, even rumor failed to go, but we often hazarded guesses. The most prevalent guess was that Marnik released hordes of Khalistan Nishi into his room, then stood at the glass-paneled door and shrieked with insane laughter at the antics of the unfortunate victims. The Nishi are tiny little sharp-tipped devils, scarcely 3 inches in length, hard-shelled, blazing red in color. They surely must be a spawn of hell, for they are quite harmless except when in the presence of human flesh, and then they seem to go wild. We guessed that Marnik might be employing these Nishi, because several of his victims who came back to us had hundreds of fresh scars covering their legs from ankles to heels. But these men seemed to prefer not to speak of what they had undergone, and the rest of us weren't too anxious to know. So now, 4 days later, McGowan came back to us. He stumbled into our quarters along the murky tunnel just above the vein we were at present working. I rose out of restless sleep and saw McGowan going along the tunnel to certain of the men, silently rousing them. Quilo and Vinarik, both Martians, joined him, as well as Smith and Blakely and Wilkinson, Earthmen. These 5, together with McGowan, had formed a special little cliché among themselves, and almost daily went off for a secret meeting somewhere during our sleep period. Innumerable times I had seen them do that, but I didn't care much, feeling that whatever they might be planning would be futile in the end. Now I rolled over in my bunk, turned my face to the stone wall, and tried to get back to sleep. I needed much sleep in preparation for the morrow, because lately the radite emanations had been fast sapping my strength. Then, to my amazement, I felt a light hand on my shoulder and I knew it was McGowan. I heard his voice in my ear, scarcely a whisper. "Reed, you awake? Come on and go with us. We need you." They needed me. Wondering and doubting, I rose silently up and followed the 6 of them toward the dead end of the tunnel. Blakely carried an electric lantern, carefully shaded. A quarter of a mile further we came to the tunnel's end. There, in the dim light, I gazed around me at the worked-out rock. The radite vein here, I knew, had been exhausted years ago, even before I had come. As I stood apart, watching, the 6 of them seized upon a protruding rock and pushed with a certain unison that could only have come with long practice. The rock rolled smoothly away and revealed a ragged little ravine leading up and into the tunnel wall. We entered, and they pulled the huge rock back into place. We began to climb. The ravine was scarcely shoulder width. A few minutes later, however, it widened out into a large natural cave. Blakely placed the light in the center, and we sat in a circle around it. We could only see each other's faces dimly. The 2 Martians were dark and leathery, with thick-lidded, expressionless eyes. The 3 Earthmen appeared a little anxious as they glanced at McGowan. I knew what they were thinking, wondering. I was wondering myself. As though reading our thoughts, McGowan said, "Yes, it was pretty terrible." But by the look in his eyes alone, dim as it was, we knew that was a masterpiece of understatement. "But that's beside the point," he went on. "Whatever I went through up there, it was worth it, and it had to be done. For your information, Reed," he turned his head to look at me, We're going to escape from these tunnels. Then we're going to kill Marnik. When that's accomplished, we'll think about escaping from this planet." But how?" I stammered. "You know you can't possibly—" McGowan gestured impatiently. "I know everything you're going to say. We've gone over it thoroughly. Let's see, you've been here only 2 years, isn't it, Reed? And the average life here is 5. I've already been here 7. Yes, I've clung on here longer than most do, knowing that someday my chance would come, and now it is near. For the moment, we will not think of escape. If only I can succeed in getting rid of that monster up there, and doing it in my own special way, all this will have been worthwhile. Do you agree?" I most emphatically agreed, and said so. McGowan arose and led me to the other side of the cave. There I saw a small, dark opening, perhaps 4 feet in diameter, a tunnel, a man-made tunnel leading steeply upward through the solid rock. "For about 4 years we've worked on this," McGowan said with a tinge of pride in his voice. "We've hacked our way inches at a time with whatever crude implements we could smuggle here. More than a mile of solid rock lies between us and the surface, and we've gone more than 3/4 of the way already." "But why didn't you let me in on this?" I gasped, a sudden surge of hope welling up in my throat so that I could hardly speak. I could hardly even think. My brain was churning crazily. To get out of these tunnels, to even glimpse a star again against the black night sky, or breathe fresh air once more. Those were hopes that many of us had abandoned, as we gradually became living automatons and the radite ore took its insidious toll on us. McGowan looked at me steadily and answered my question. "Because we don't trust everyone. Marnik has certain methods up there of extracting information, and if ever, well, anyway, you've been rather a baffling entity since you came here. You still are. Right now, we don't know whether to trust you, but we have to because we need you." "But you can trust me," I exclaimed in an excess of anxiety. "We need you," McGowan went on coldly, "because we understand you're something of an expert with directional beam finders. We suspected that Marnik might have a network of beams raying downward to detect any such escape attempt as this. We had to make sure, and that's why I had to get to the surface, although it meant torture. And I did find out, never mind how. He has a battery of directional beams. They won't reach through rock very far, but we can't be too careful now that we're getting near to the surface. So Reed, do you think you could detect any such beams before we break through into them?" "Yes, I'm sure I could," I answered, perhaps a little too eagerly. "Good, then you're in with us to the finish." He turned to the others. "Wilkinson, I think it's your turn tonight. Reed here will go up with you. Incidentally, you might veer a few degrees to the right, as near as I could judge. We're coming a little too close to Marnik's quarters. And you, Reed, keep a sharp lookout for those beams." I entered the dark little tunnel behind Wilkinson, and we began to climb. He carried the lantern. It was rather precarious. The tunnel, I judged, was on a 45-degree angle, but wisely they had leveled out little hand and footholds, so that we could rest occasionally. 3/4 of a mile, McGowan had said. It seemed more like 5, but I didn't mind at all. My weariness and sleepiness had left me now. Every time I scraped a knee or elbow against the rock, it was a pleasure, now that a new hope was born in me. At last we reached the top, and I cautioned Wilkinson to remain still while I tried to determine if any of the magnetic finder beams were near us. First I stripped myself to the waist, then pressed my body against the rock wall in various spots. Wilkinson watched the process curiously. "No," I told him at last. "Can't feel a thing yet. Probably we're still too far down." "How come you can feel those beams when other men can't?" Wilkinson added. So I told him the story. Years ago, I worked in one of the electrical laboratories where these beams were being developed. One day I was accidentally locked in the testing room, a small chamber where the beams were projected upon metal plates to test their intensity. Luckily for me, the beams that day were on a very low intensity, or I wouldn't be here now. But the power kept increasing by slow degrees until I could feel the vibrations tearing through every fiber of my body. At last, and just in time, I managed to attract attention. I was violently ill for weeks, but after that I seemed to be hypersensitive to such beams. Wilkinson continued digging at the rock with a small metal implement. Bit by bit the rock came out, in powdery dust and tiny chunks. I noticed that his hands were scarred and roughened from day after day of this work. "When we first began," he explained, "we made much faster progress, but now a man can't work more than 2 or 3 hours up here, for the air gets pretty stale. We take turns, of course, day after day. It's going to be pretty tough on you from now to the finish, because you'll have to be up here every day for a couple of hours. were counting on you. Yes, they were counting on me. Now, for the first time, I began to realize how much, and I began to doubt myself. I wasn't really sure that I could still detect those finder beams. It had been a long time since I had experienced it. Besides, the radite ore emanations had affected my body in that curious, tingling way, just as it had every man here, so perhaps that would prevent... I only knew that if we ever blundered into one of those directional finder beams, which McGowan said were raying down, it would instantly set off an alarm in Marnik's quarters. I tried not to imagine what would happen after that. In a sort of panic, I pressed my sweating body against the rocky wall, but all I could feel was the familiar radite tingling crawling through my skin. So we worked day after day until they lengthened into weeks. My daily labor at the radite vein was almost a pleasure now as I anticipated the few hours of work that would come later in our secret tunnel. Daily I accompanied a different one of our group. I wanted to take my own turn at the digging, but McGowan wouldn't stand for this, preferring that I direct all my attention toward the detector beams. Weeks passed, and I still detected no beams. Quilo, I found, was sullen and silent. The other Martian, Vinarik, talked to me only on a few occasions. I have a curious presentiment, he told me once, that I shall never escape from here. You others, perhaps, but not me. I am with you on this only because there is nothing better to do. But if I can only reach the surface and glimpse the stars once again, especially the redness of Mars, this will have been worth the while. The Martians are a strange race. I could never understand them. I tried to cheer Vinarik, but he only shook his head solemnly. From the others, I gradually learned much that I had often wondered about, especially concerning Marnik. There are various stories about him, McGowan told me once. The one I'm inclined to believe is that Marnik incurred his hatred of men long ago, during the early years of Mars mines. He was one of the earliest pioneers there. He brought his wife and child from Earth. He struck a rich iridium vein and worked it slowly, alone. Then certain Earth corporations stepped in, as you know. They wanted Marnik to sell, but he would not. He defied them to the end, which was foolish. Well, one day Marnik came back to his mine to find his wife dead, rayed mercilessly by a heat gun, and his young son missing, probably lost in the Martian wastes. You don't mean, I gasped, that Earth corporations would do a thing like that? They would hire it done. That's the way they worked in the early days. They always got what they wanted in one way or another. Well, Marnik must have sworn a terrible vengeance then. He fought them and plagued them. For years he pirated the spaceways until the Tri-Planet Patrol was formed and became too strong for him. I pondered this story. So now, I mused, he's come to this, an overseer on this penal planet. He is assuredly insane, McGowan finished for me. But he is still vengeful. He was never certain whether they were Martians or Earthmen who killed his loved ones, those men hired by the Earth Corporation. But ever since, I believe, Marnik has had a brooding hate for both races, especially the criminal element. That's why he's devised his tortures here. That's why he laughs as he indulges in his wholesale revenge, a sort of revenge by proxy, as it were. I was aghast as I glanced at McGowan, wondering just how close to the truth about Marnik he had come. McGowan's eyes were steel hard again with hate as he went on. And that's why, Reed, we must put an end to Marnik's mad reign here. He was done a terrible injustice in the past, yes. He's had his revenge many times over, on the unfortunate men who have passed through his hands. That's why I hate him, and that's why I shall have my own revenge, in my own way. McGowan's face was not a thing I liked to look upon, in that moment. Then came the day when I felt the first detector beam. I had been wondering and doubting, but when it came, it was unmistakable. A single sharp pain through every fiber of my body, like the exposed nerve of a tooth when it's unexpectedly touched. And then a strong, steady tingling utterly different from that of the radite ore. I was with Blakely at the time. He stopped his work instantly. "We better go down and get McGowan," he said. McGowan came back up with us. "What would you say, Reed? Think we're enough into that beam to have set off an alarm?" "How close would you say we are?" I asked. "According to my estimates, there must be at least another 100 yards of rock." "Then I'd say we're safe. We must be on the very fringe of this beam. But if it weren't for me—" "Yes, I know. But now your work's only beginning. We're going to have to cut parallel to the surface and get beyond range of the farthest beam before we can go up again." McGowan was right, and this took several more weeks. We were very impatient now, but he impressed upon us the need for extreme caution. At last, however, we reached a point where I was definitely sure we were beyond the range. It had been agony for me, that constant proximity to the beams that seemed to tear at my every nerve center. But I endured it and said nothing. "This doesn't mean we're safe yet," McGowan cautioned us when we began the vertical climb again. "To get near Marnick's house will be a problem in itself. He's sure to have it barricaded with beams, and we have to watch out for those two Jovian brutes of his." I wonder if it could have been quite by chance that we broke through the surface during McGowan's turn. He must have had our distance calculated to the very foot. I felt a sudden current of fresh night air that nearly overwhelmed me, and then I saw that he had broken through. We simply lay there for a long while, not speaking, breathing in that intoxicating air. I had never really known how I missed it until now. Never had I known that the stars could be so close and so brilliant, until I glimpsed a handful of them through those few square inches of space. At last McGowan carefully plugged the opening with a few bits of rock. He turned to me and said, "We must wait till tomorrow. We will bring the others." It seemed to me that tomorrow would never come. At last, however, our next sleep period rolled around, and we met in our secret place. McGowan held a special, final little conclave. "There is something," he said, "that I have withheld from you until now. As you all undoubtedly know, we are not entirely abandoned here. That is to say, twice a year an official Earth ship sets down to leave supplies and take aboard the radite we have mined. And I know what most of you have been thinking, that if we can once reach the surface and get Marnick out of the way, we can hide until that Earthship comes, then overpower the crew and escape." Murmurs of approval came from the 6 of us, especially from the group of Earthmen. "I'm sorry," McGowan went on, "but that's not the way things are going to work out." Sounds of discontent arose. "Because I have a better plan. The Earthship won't arrive here for 2 more months. Its crew outnumber us, and they are all well armed. Therefore, we won't wait for it at all. Instead, we'll take Marnick's own ship." "Yes," he exclaimed, smiling at the amazement on our faces. "He has a cruiser here. That's what I didn't want you to know until the last moment. For there is a difficulty. There are 7 of us here, and the cruiser will accommodate only 5 at the most. It will take 5 across to Callisto, and there I can make connections that will mean safety for us." We looked blankly around at each other, and no man knew what the other was thinking. McGowan smiled in a way I did not like, as if somehow he knew which 5 it would be. "Furthermore," he went on, "there will soon be 8 of us. For now, Elson's got to come along." "Elson?" exclaimed a chorus of voices, mine among them. "Yes." McGowan's eyes narrowed infinitesimally. "I haven't steered you wrong yet, have I? I've worked out this entire plan, so believe me when I say that Elson is very necessary to our endeavor." I thought of Elson and wondered why he was necessary. He, to put it cruelly, was the least among us, the butt of all our jokes, for even hopeless men such as we must sometimes have amusement. Elson had been here probably as long as McGowan, but he had suffered much more. Elson always seemed to suffer Marnick's wrath when the latter couldn't decide upon a more suitable victim. Elson was twisted and misshapen now, the result of a fall through the shaft, so I had heard, and he was blank-eyed and feeble-witted. Now McGowan sent for him, and he came shuffling into our cave with a bewildered look. Tersely McGowan explained the situation. Elson smiled crookedly. He had always had a special fondness for McGowan, and obeyed him implicitly in everything. We began the climb. An hour later we stood panting but unbowed upon the surface, staring at the stars most of us had not seen in years. We were 8 men, determined, but armed only with the short metal hook we had used for digging out the rock. McGowan carried it. He gestured with it to the left, and whispered, "This way. We must be about a mile from the ravine where Marnick's located. Stay in sight of each other now, and watch your step. No noise." The terrain was rocky and rough. The horizon of the tiny planet seemed very near, and curved sharply down. The night was pitch black and boundless, with only the pinpoints of stars to guide us. Hours later, it seemed, we glimpsed another pinpoint of light that was not a star. It was too low against the blackness for that. We knew it was a light from Marnick's abode, at the entrance of a rocky little canyon perhaps a quarter of a mile away. We proceeded with infinite caution. Suddenly I felt that awful agony through every nerve again, and I knew we had stumbled into more of Marnick's detector beams. This time we may have blundered far enough to set off an alarm, but I didn't especially care. I fell to the ground as the warning along my nerves persisted. For a minute I was almost violently ill. Luckily the others stopped instantly. McGowan dragged me back and waited until I'd recovered. "Our human beam detector. Luckily we've got you with us, Reed." But there was no humor in his voice. In fact, I caught a note of pity. I think he already realized, just as I was slowly beginning to, but I shall not think of that. McGowan spoke a few words to Elson that we could not hear. Elson nodded obediently. We moved away at a sharp angle to the right, but now I noticed Elson did not accompany us. I was still dizzy and weak, but I clenched my teeth and determined to see this thing through to the finish. I guided us away from those beams. As near as I could determine, they rayed out in a sort of semicircular barrier, invisible, of course. Carefully, we skirted the edge of it, toward the far wall of the canyon that sheltered Marnick's house. How I stayed on my feet, I cannot understand, for every step was in agony as the faintest outreaches of those rays stabbed fiercely through me. The others, of course, felt nothing. "We've got to get past it," McGowan whispered tensely to me, "or we're finished." I nodded curtly. I didn't know what McGowan had in mind, but I realized we had to get closer to Marnick's house. We came nearer and nearer to the canyon, and then the power of the beams began to diminish. We pressed flat against the rocky walls and moved swiftly forward. Suddenly, we were beyond the barrier. The squat stone dwelling was a bare 50 yards from us now, and we could see a little square of light from the side window. We paused there in a huddled little group, wondering what McGowan's next move would be. Apparently, he was waiting for something, and a second later we knew what it was, as a ringing alarm shattered the silence. I knew it must have been Elson out there who had set it off, according to McGowan's instructions. I glanced sharply at McGowan, and he seemed satisfied, as he cautioned us to silence. Another square of light appeared, and we glimpsed the tall form of Marnick in the open doorway, but he knew better than to remain there long against the light. He stepped quickly outside, but not before we glimpsed an atom pistol in his hand. "This is it," McGowan whispered. "I only wanted to get him outside." We moved silently across the space towards the side of the house that hid us from Marnick. There we could peer into the lighted window. I saw a large room quite like a library, and I was amazed at how richly it was furnished, with books and tables and tapestries and a fireplace at one end. It seemed utterly incongruous here on this dark, mad planet. But I didn't have much time to think about it. McGowan was fumbling at the window, and at last it swung silently open. "I've got to get a hold of a weapon," he whispered. "The rest of you wait here. I don't think Marnick will come around to this side, but keep a sharp lookout anyway." With that, he climbed through the window and moved silently across the room. Anxiously, I watched him, expecting Marnick to return at any moment. McGowan searched the room thoroughly, opening drawers and tumbling books in disarray, but no weapon was forthcoming. He did find a small flashlight, however, and with it in hand, he moved into another dark room leading off this one, there to continue his search. He was out of my sight now, but I glimpsed his light flashing around cautiously. The seconds seemed like eternities. I was so interested in watching the inside of the house that I had almost forgotten my companions behind me. Suddenly I heard a muffled commotion nearby and whirled quickly around. The two Jovians had crept silently upon us out of the darkness. Perhaps Marnick, as a cautionary measure, had sent them out to scout around the house. At any rate, there was a silent struggle of bodies behind me, and all I could distinguish clearly was one of the Jovians who had seized Venaric's neck with two powerful hands. Blakely was standing there with the heavy metal hook upraised, and it seemed to me that he hesitated about 10 seconds too long before he brought it crashing down on the Jovian's skull. But by that time, Venaric was dead, and it suddenly dawned on me that Blakely's hesitation had been deliberate, and that left only 7 of us instead of 8. The other Jovian was more than holding his own, and Blakely seemed content to watch. I seized the heavy bar from him and leapt into the melee, watching for an opening. I brought the bar wildly down, and by pure luck it landed on the Jovian's skull, crushing it like an eggshell. The others staggered weakly up. I leaped back to the window, for I thought surely Marnick must have returned. What I didn't realize then was that scarcely a minute had yet elapsed since the alarm had sounded, but McGowan had found his weapon. He held an atom pistol in his hand, and he crossed the lighted room to the window and climbed back out to us. It was not until that moment that I had my curious foreboding. McGowan, if he had wanted to kill Marnick, could have easily have crossed that room to the front door that was still open and rayed Marnick down from behind. He wanted to kill Marnick, all right, but in his own way. He had his own special revenge mapped out. I suddenly remembered that, and I knew that McGowan was going to carry it through. "So far so good," he murmured as he rejoined us. He weighed the atom pistol familiarly in his hand. "Now if only Elson out there comes through all right. Come on, let's see where Marnick is. Not too far from the house, I hope. And remember, all of you, this is strictly my party, so no interference. Those last words struck an ominous note in me, but I said nothing, nor did the others as we followed McGowan along to the far corner of the house. There we could see the long, dim rectangle of light from the door streaming out onto the barren rock. Marnik was not in sight, but we knew he must be somewhere very near, waiting in the darkness, watching for whoever had set off that alarm. Seemingly for a long while we waited, but it couldn't have been more than a minute. We crowded close to each other, staring, trying to accustom our eyes to the night. Then McGowan pointed, and we saw a darker shape very near the house, and we knew it was Marnik, waiting. Again, that curious feeling of impending drama overwhelmed me, and I wanted to act to prevent something, but I didn't know how or what. McGowan's gesture shifted imperiously, and we saw another vague blur of a figure out there, and we knew it was Elson. McGowan, in that moment, reminded me of a strange director, proud of his work and trying to impress its subtleties upon us. My gaze went back to the slouching figure of Elson, and I realized he was moving towards us. Marnik saw him at the same time. Marnik straightened up, leaned tautly forward, and seemed to be peering. Then Marnik's hated voice came stabbing through the darkness to us, but not directed at us. "I see you out there, whoever you are. It was foolish of you to try to come near my house, for you have set off a detector beam. Stop immediately or I will blast you. I have an atom pistol trained on you at this moment." For a single instant, everything seemed to stand still. Elson stood still. McGowan, close behind me, caught his breath sharply in his throat. Then Elson moved forward again, and McGowan breathed a slow sigh of relief. "Good," he murmured in my ear, though I am sure he was not conscious that I was there. I knew Elson would obey me. Elson obeys me in everything. And then, poor Elson. In that moment, I realized what was going to happen. I knew McGowan had planned this step by step from start to finish, and I knew Elson was going to die. I started forward with a cry in my throat, but McGowan's hand clamped roughly over my mouth and his fingers dug cruelly into my arm. I could see, though, and I saw Elson come forward in his slouching, ungainly gait, arms dangling at his side and an idiotic grin on his face. I heard Marnik's warning once more, and I saw the almost invisible beam of his atom pistol slashing the darkness. I saw Elson stumble and plow forward on his face and lay still, and not until then did McGowan release me. But then it was too late. Elson was dead, and I heard a sound that was almost a chuckle deep in McGowan's throat. Then his voice slashed through the darkness, and I realized that here was the acme of triumph in all his years of planning. "Drop your pistol, Marnik." Marnik whirled towards his voice and took a tense step forward, but McGowan's pistol rayed across the rock and slashed dangerously near Marnik's feet. Marnik's pistol dropped from his fingers with a clanging sound. "That's better. You're a madman, Marnik, but not too mad to fail to realize when the game is over. I'm going to kill you. I want you to know that. And I want you to know who is speaking. This is McGowan. But before I kill you, I want you to realize what you've done tonight. You've killed a man. Know who it is? Go take a look." Marnik stood there hesitant, but I could almost picture the indecision on his face. But McGowan's pistol rayed again very close to his feet, and Marnik stumbled out to where Elson lay. "Good," McGowan went on. "Now look at him. It's Elson, you see?" McGowan's voice seemed different now than I had ever heard it. It wasn't his voice at all, but it went on inexorably, and I felt chills chasing up and down my spine. "Do you see who Elson really is, Marnik? No, of course you don't. I saw to that. He came to this prison planet about the same time I did. He was tall and straight and youthful then, but somehow you couldn't stand that. You made him your special victim. You tortured and maimed him, and now you've killed him. Look very closely, Marnik. You still do not know? Then I suggest you turn him over. That's right. And I suggest you look very closely on the outer part of his left thigh. A curious blemish is there, an unmistakable birthmark. You realize now? Yes, I see that you do. Your son, Marnik, never died on Mars. I was one of the party of men who, well, I don't care to think about that now. The others left him there beside his mother, thinking him dead. But I knew better. I went back and took him, and kept him with me until he was 16, when we parted. Perhaps he inherited some of his criminal ways from his association with me. Anyway, when I was sentenced here, he came a little later. I knew what I must do." It was a nightmare. I couldn't believe it. I glimpsed Marnik out of there huddling over the body of the man he had just slain, his own son. And even at a distance and through the dimness, there was something that made me feel sorry for him. He arose very slowly, turned to face McGowan, and tried to speak something but could not. He took a few faltering steps in our direction, and then McGowan rayed him down. There was still a satisfied little smile on McGowan's lips as he did it. I hated McGowan in that moment as much as I had ever hated Marnik, but I couldn't do anything, for my mind was a little numbed. "I waited 7 years for that," McGowan said, and he breathed very deeply. Then he walked through us and strode back to where the 2 Jovians lay, and Venaric. "Venaric's dead," he said as if he'd just discovered it. "He always had a hunch he wouldn't get away from here, didn't he? But he got to see the stars and Mars again, just as he wanted to. And Elson's dead, of course. That still leaves 6 of us." He looked at me significantly. I knew what he meant. I had known all the time that I would never set foot on Earth again, and McGowan had known it too. "Make it 5, I said, "for I'm staying." The others didn't quite understand, and they didn't much care. They went on rushing off to find Marnik's cruiser that would bear them safely to Callisto. McGowan stepped forward with that enigmatic smile on his lips and seized my hand. "Thanks," he said simply. "Thanks for all you've done for us. And don't hate me too much." "Just go away," I said, "and leave me alone. I want to think. You might leave me that atom pistol if you want to." It is a good thing they left as quickly as they did, or I would have killed McGowan. I watched their cruiser blast up and away into the dark void. I said I wanted to think, and I have thought. And whenever I remember that terrible revenge, I must decide that McGowan was the madman, not Marnik. Perhaps they were both mad. Anyway, it does not matter anymore. I only know that I shall soon die, for my constant proximity to those detector beams in the past several weeks, in conjunction with those radite emanations, has produced a curious illness in me from which I know I should never recover. The symptoms become stronger hourly, and the agony is almost unbearable. Perhaps soon, if it continues, I shall... But I must finish this document first. I've been writing it, here in Marnik's study, for the past 24 hours. I hope it will be found when the next Earth supply ship comes. I think it even likely that those other unfortunate men in the tunnels below will continue to work as usual until then, unknowing of what has taken place up here, for they have become automatons. I can only hope that this document will serve in the future to make the fate of such men a little less severe. Well, now I think it is finished. End of Out of This World by Henry Haas.
The Radio King by George Bronson Howard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Radio King, novelized by George Bronson Howard from the Universal chapter play of the same name by Robert Dillon. Chapter 1. A Cry for Help. 2430, Membling Avenue, subcellar, prisoner of Marnie, help. 2 exceptionally sensitive receiving sets recorded the startling message for understanding ears. One set was in the wonderful radio laboratory of Bradley Lane, International Radio Detective, and the other was in police headquarters. Marnie's whereabouts had been eagerly and fruitlessly sought by both for years. Marnie, what a name, what a man. Ever since the war, anarchy had stalked through exhausted, disheartened countries, sometimes in cellars and garrets, secret, silent, insidious, sometimes openly, boldly on the streets. From the great mother of anarchy, Moscow, its tentacles were groping slowly but surely after bigger game. In America, the strongest, most astute, most daring, and yes, even the most learned, of all the anarchist group had gathered. For did not the central group there hold Marnie, the so-called wizard of the electrons, the scientific malcontent, the international scourge, doubly, trebly, quadruply dangerous because of his undoubtedly high attainments in applied physics and chemistry? And did not Marnie have for his right-hand man Ivan Ronald, Ivan of the silver tongue, whose persuasive, illogic, and mesmeric speech brought men to the slavish state where they were ready to risk life and liberty to do his will? Behind the locked and bolted doors, the nailed-down, close-shuttered windows of an ancient house in one of the greatest of American metropoli, Ivan Ronald addressed a committee of the chosen on a certain day of December in the early years of the third decade of the 20th century. They listened, eyes aglow, lips parted, as though drinking his words thirstily, while he concluded a peroration that had already lasted long. "And so, comrades, the world shall be divided up into provinces, each with one of the brethren for commissar. The general strike shall be declared all over these states. Not a wheel shall move on the railroads to bring soldiers against us, while we at our leisure loot the exchanges, seize the mints, and with these at our command, the reins of power. But two dangers threaten us. Bradley Lane, the equal even of Marnie, in scientific powers, is only awaiting his chance to get evidence that will commit us to prison before our great plans go into effect. And if this John Leyden invention of recalling from the air those messages already sent is ever adopted and put in use, Bradley Lane will have the evidence he seeks, the evidence of the messages that have been exchanged between the brethren of the various cities, the instructions sent out by Marnie and me." Even as he spoke, beneath his very feet, in the subterranean chamber hewn out of the rock beneath the subsoils, a misshapen, deformed creature who, for all the height and breadth of his white forehead, seemed hardly human, with his glaring eyes and twisted mouth, leaped from his seat before one of the most elaborate radio sets ever devised, and, flinging off the receivers, executed a weird dance of triumph. In the ghastly white light that poured itself into a pool on the concrete floor, his shadow was like that of a giant jumping jack. He was of the stuff of which nightmares are made, this grotesque, misshapen bird of prey, the feared and hated Marnie.
"I've jammed him again,"
was the burden of his screech.
"He's jammed! Again! Again! Again!"
Not half a mile away, old John Leyden, whose invention Ronald had told the brethren they had so much cause to fear, also tore the receivers from his ears. "I can't understand it, Ruth," he muttered as his daughter came into the room on tiptoe. "The air seems full of static. Nothing intelligible can get through, and yet it isn't possible. My invention has been so thoroughly tried, I just don't understand." Had he seen and heard Marnie, and watched his manipulation of a certain switch, he would have understood. As it was, he tried and tried again without avail, and finally discontinued his efforts with a weary shrug. Marnie, satisfied, recalled the food he had allowed to grow cold on its tray, brought an hour before, and began munching and crunching like an animal. As he ate, he fell into a rapt retrospection, his eyes glowing insanely. The great opportunity. It was the chance for which the boy had been waiting, the boy who shared that subterranean prison with him, a prison indeed to the pale-faced lad of 12, a victim of one of Marnie's insane whims. For Jimmy's mother had rejected Marnie in favor of the boy's father, and believing it was because of his misshapen form, Marnie had bided his time and stolen her child, swearing his mind and morals should be as misshapen as Marnie's body, or his mind for that matter. So far he had not succeeded. The boy's sturdy honesty had prevailed, but he remained a prisoner of hate, watching his chance to be free. Jimmy had pieced together the talk he heard, knew Bradley Lane was the enemy Marnie most feared. He had watched the wireless, memorized codes and calls. Now, seizing his first opportunity while Marnie sat staring vacantly, he tiptoed to the shining radio corner and began jamming down the key. The hissing, sparking call brought Marnie back to the present, but not before the boy had broadcasted the message that both Lane and the police had picked up. 2430, Membling Avenue, subcellar, prisoner of Marnie, help. Marnie sprang across the room, hurling the boy backward, spread-eagling him against the concrete wall. As he seized the receivers, the answer came. "Bradley Lane, coming. Courage!" For a moment, Marnie's rage was a terrible thing to see. Then, with a wolfish snarl, he sprang to the wall, pressed a button, let down a flight of stairs, and ascended to the room where Ronald addressed the brethren.
"Bradley Lane is coming here. We must prepare his welcome adequately."
The old fight. Bradley Lane had matched wits with Marnie before when, as a high-ranking officer of military intelligence during the Great War, he had believed he had him trapped in Paris. But in the end, Marnie had escaped, and Bradley Lane believed that, until he had him safely jailed for life, the peace of the world was in danger. He had sought him far and wide, This curt message from Jimmy was his first intimation of Marnie's presence in the same city with himself, and he was quick to take advantage of it. He did not pause to ask for assistance from any of the great departments ready to aid him. He was afraid if he delayed, his enemy would escape. So, rising from his wireless instruments, he caught up his hat and stick and was about to leave when a whir and a click warned him. He glanced at his stairway detector. Someone was on the way up. He pressed a button. A slide, fashioned after a periscope mirror, showed a man in a military cape buttoned up above the chin, making his stealthy way up the stairs. Undoubtedly an enemy. Friends did not approach in this fashion. Bradley Lane pressed another button, pulled a switch. Outside in the hall, it seemed as though Lane himself walked out of a hitherto masked door. Silently, the man in the cloak grappled with the figure. For figure it was, as he soon learned, an electrically controlled automaton that fastened its arms around the intruder with the crushing grip of a gorilla. As he struggled, Lane made his exit by a second door and hurried to fulfill his promise to Marnie's prisoner. But as he passed, he snatched away the cloak from the helpless one and noticed that he wore the same shape of hat. The disguise was perfect and deceived the hapless spy's chauffeur. Lane was conducted immediately to the place he wanted to reach. But if he had hopes of surprising the band, he was mistaken. As soon as the spy had freed himself, he radioed to Ronald.
"Lane coming in my disguise and in my car."
Cool, resourceful, prepared, Lane walked into the trap, and as he did so, he momentarily withdrew the cloak to take a picture of the group in a camera whose lens projected from his belt buckle. Then he advanced fearlessly to the standing anarchists.
"Comrade of mystery, what have you to report?"
asked Ronald. "All is well," came the answer.
"Go below and report to Marnie that all is well."
So far, so good. Now for Marnie. He descended. As his foot touched the concrete floor below, Jimmy, the boy, ran to him with a glad cry. But Bradley's eyes had traveled to the misshapen, twisted thing he knew for Marnie, who with a loathsome leer had moved toward a burlap bag tacked to the wall. Quickly he tore it away, revealing a sphere, somewhat of the shape of a schoolroom globe. His other hand traveled toward a switch.
"It's my turn this time, Mr. Bradley Lane,"
he screeched in wild triumph, and pulled the switch. Bradley had barely sufficient time to hurl the boy out of danger before the globe became one of living flame, which, as Marnie pressed the accelerator, began to shoot out flashes a foot long, increasing in intensity. Bradley's weapon dropped from his suddenly nerveless hand. He heard it drop. Then all over his body he felt 1,000 stabs. His knees weakened. Gradually he sagged, finally collapsed, pitching head foremost to the floor. Still, the living flames played about him. His last conscious remembrance was the gloating face of his enemy. Chapter 2. The Secrets of the Air.
"Something terrible has happened to Bradley Lane, Father,"
gasped Ruth Leyden as she came rushing into her father's laboratory on the morning after Lane's encounter with Marnie. She pointed to the newspaper headlines that told of the lurid happenings to Membling Avenue the night before. Bradley Lane, the former Assistant Chief Intelligence Officer, USA, and later a sub-chief in the Bureau of Chemical Warfare, whose research work and inventions, particularly in the line of radio, were of such material help in the closing days of the war, lies at death's door as a result of his encounter with that international criminal, the mad scientist and anarchist who chooses to masquerade under the moniker of Marnie.
"God's mercy on him,"
Leyden breathed.
"For if Bradley Lane is taken from us, there will be no one with the knowledge, the skill, and the courage to combat Marnie. If he dies... But he cannot die. He must not."
He clapped the receivers of his radio phone to his ears, tuned on the wavelength, and called Bradley Lane, knowing that if the young scientist detective failed to answer this, then the worst was to be believed. But John Leyden's confidence in the Almighty was justified. Weakly, feebly, but finally the answer came.
"Tell Ruth not to worry. I will come tonight if I can."
Bradley Lane referred to the ball to be given that night at the Leydens, primarily to demonstrate the practicability of the Leyden amplifier connected to the radiophone. This invention, connected to an ordinary instrument which was reproducing the music of any great band at any distance, would duplicate for an entire ballroom full the precise sounds at the exact pitch of the original. The band might as well have been in the next room.
"No, you must not come, Bradley. Tell him not to, Father," urged Ruth, who had listened in.
"Must," came the voice over the air circuit.
afraid they'll use that as an excuse to come, disguised as guests. Marnie, you know, Ronald, some of that lot. Don't argue, Ruth, dear." Then to John Leyden. "The government informs me your new tests have been successful. Watch your recalling secret. Get it on record and into a safe place as soon as you can. I will take charge tonight and convey it to the War Office." Bradley Lane hung up. The young scientist investigator and combater of crime lay stretched on a chaise lounge that had been moved into his laboratory. He had yet to recover from the shock of Marnie's attempted crime, but he had the vigorous frame of the athlete who keeps his body in perfect condition. He was in love. He had a self-appointed mission, and besides, he did not yet know the full extent of his nervous exhaustion. Recovered or not, he was determined to be present at the Leyden ball that night. Had John Leyden obeyed Bradley Lane's suggestions, all might have been well. But with the removal of Marnie for the moment from a position where he could, as he put it, jam the air, Leyden's secret of recalling previous radio messages from the air was working so miraculously well that the old scientist, fascinated by his success, remained in his laboratory hour after hour, wresting away the air's secrets, until the pile of messages grew under his hand, sheet after sheet of closely written radiograms. John Leyden was continuing his quest until he should pick up at least one of the messages that he knew would incriminate Marnie and give Bradley Lane the evidence against the malefactor that would result in his incarceration for life. At last he got it, a message to the brethren in Chicago, signed with Marnie's name and Rinaldi's, in code, of course, but one easily read by an expert like Leyden. "Moscow gold arrived. Sending your allotment distribution Middle Western centers. Enough to arm and supply with 1,000 rounds of ammunition every other brother at various centers. Make ready for the day." Had Leyden been Marnie, he would have screeched in diabolical joy. As it was, he now realized no time was to be lost getting on record the secret that would convict the mad genius. The misshapen wizard would stop at nothing to get his withered talons on this. So John Leyden touched the lever of a dictograph and began transmitting his secret to the waxen cylinder. Had he known that unseen ears had been listening while he decoded the Marnie message, he would have hesitated. For besides his own dictograph in the room, there was a dictaphone of which he knew nothing, one that had been installed by Marnie's orders in the dead of night a week before, cunningly concealed and connected up with the attic of a nearby house. As Marnie heard the air giving up his secret, he fairly howled his rage. Flinging down the dictaphone receivers, he signed for his ruffians to follow him. Again he sought the roofs. Again he descended through a transom. This time the one to Leyden's house. All unknowing, the old scientist continued dictating. There was no sign of weakness apparent in the scrubbed 6 feet of well-tailored clubman when the butler at the Leyden's door admitted Bradley Lane. He made his way to the ballroom where, to all intents and purposes, a band was discoursing the lilting saccharine measures of a Strauss waltz. Ruth Leyden, the hostess, signed to her dancing partner that she wished to greet her most welcome guest. "Bradley, thank God you're—"
She had only begun her sentence when the music ceased abruptly. The suddenly stilled ballroom became tense, expectant. The dancers stood still. Then a high screech.
"Listen to Marnie!"
"Your father, quick, where is he?" Bradley Lane demanded, taking Ruth's arm. As though in answer to his question, the hateful yelp of triumph continued.
"Look in John Leyden's room. There are 2 things you won't find there. One is his precious secret."
Brushing the others aside, Bradley Lane, his weakness forgotten, leaped up the broad stairway, taking 3 steps at a time. Bursting in the laboratory of John Leyden, a Northlight studio affair, he recoiled in horror and consternation at what the moonbeams that flooded the dark floor just beneath the great glass pane overhead revealed. The stark, sprawling figure of John Leyden, legs askew, hands asplay. The other thing that Marnie meant was his life, muttered Bradley Lane. His features grew rigid. His mouth became a straight line. "From now on, Marnie, it's a personal matter between us. This world isn't big enough to hold us both." And turning, he caught the weeping, trembling girl who had followed, as she would have fallen to the floor beside her father. Chapter 3. A Battle of Wits. If John Leyden were dead, as Bradley Lane and Ruth had had every reason to believe when they discovered his senseless body in his own laboratory and the disc containing his secret gone, what had become of his body? This was the question Bradley Lane was asking himself 10 minutes later when, returning from an exhaustive search of the house in the hope of discovering some trace of Marnie, his evil genius, he found no trace of John Layton. The body was gone. Had Lane been present at the impromptu meeting held at Marnie's second retreat, another subterranean chamber close to the river, he would have abandoned his theory that Marnie had spirited away John Layton's body. For, of all the people in the city on that particular night, no one was more anxious to locate John Layton than Marnie himself, and this is why. When the conspirators stood grouped about the dictograph in Marnie's laboratory upon which they had placed the waxen disc, the needle went its way silently. No sound issued from the machine's horn. In a paroxysm of rage, Marnie clicked off the lever.
"What's to be done now, Ronald? Evidently John Layton has some specially constructed machine. Without it, the cylinder's useless to us. What are we to do?"
"There's his daughter, Ruth," Ronald suggested. "He confided everything in her." Marnie raised one of his hands in unholy triumph, then beckoned to the man in the cloak.
"Get your car. Take Boris and Vladimir with you. One moment. Wait. Here, you, Peter Petrovich. Imitate this handwriting of Bradley Lane's."
Marnie flung down one of a packet of letters he took from a file box, a note stolen from Lane's desk.
"Write this. Address the envelope. Miss Ruth Layton, 125 Conmara Street. Then say, 'Dear Ruth, come at once with the bearer to my laboratory. Something has happened that requires your immediate presence. Don't delay.' And sign it Bradley. They're on very affectionate terms, I hear."
He gave an ugly laugh. Lane, partially disabled and desperately seeking some trace of Marnie, would have smiled had he been aware of the yearning for a radio set that fairly ate up the heart of Fatty Everts. Fatty lived in the suburbs. His family was poor and totally unresponsive to Fatty's interest in radio. Vainly he read his copy of Radio News. The ads thrilled him until he came to the price. It might just as well have been $1 million.
"Hey, Fatty, will you sell me a rabbit?"
For a moment Fatty was tempted. But before the purchaser was out of the yard, he had recanted. "No, I can't let poor Bunny go, much as I want a radio. Here's your money back, mister." And Fatty again applied himself to theoretical radio. Suddenly he saw an article telling how any boy could make a set out of makeshift material. Fatty was just as ingenious as the average American boy, and though his eyes looked out of his cheeks like a corn-fed porker's, there was no fat inside his cranium.
"By jingoes," he said aloud as he slapped his fat thigh, "I'll build my own radio."
Jimmy Lawton, no older than Fatty, was thoroughly familiar with the radio. He had watched the cruel Marnie carefully, and his captor's cruelty to him had made him keen as a whip. After he had called Lane to his assistance, Marnie had told him in a fit of cruel confidence that he was wreaking vengeance on him for the slight his mother had given him in preferring another. And now Marnie had even more to avenge on the helpless boy. So when Jimmy overheard the plot to get Ruth into the scientist's den, he sought an opportunity to send a warning. He found his opportunity just as Lane, using a fence railing as ground and his body as antenna, was tuning in with an instrument concealed in a walking cane. Here's what he heard.
"I'm Jimmy Lawton. Send help to the riverfront. Marnie is having the girl brought here. Save her. Save me."
And then the message stopped abruptly. Lane would still have been unable to locate the place on the riverfront had he not seen, just then, a closed car passed at such speed as to attract his attention. And just as he looked, the curtain was raised a trifle, and he saw the strange eyes of the man in the cloak. A stop in traffic enabled him to catch on to the tire carrier. As Bradley Lane looked through the half-opened door in the waterfront hovel, he saw an excited group about a dictaphone. He recognized Marnie, Ronald, and yes, poor little Ruth, in mourning for her father, and yet subject to acute mental anguish, in the endeavor to extract from her the secret of the cylinder.
"But you will make the cylinder talk to save the man you love."
The voice of Marnie and the torture to Ruth were too much, and Lane stepped into the room, a gun in each hand. Nothing was said. Nothing need be said. Jimmy and Ruth, obeying unspoken commands, came to his side and filed before him through an iron door. Lane sprang through after them and bolted the door. As he did so, he heard Marnie screech in glee.
"They have walked into my trap."
And so they had. All the windows were barred with iron, but Lane was equal to the emergency. With a pinch of powder of his own invention, he instantly burned out the window, leaving the bars as limber as willow wands. Lane bent them back, making a space large enough for a man to crawl through. But just as he was passing Jimmy through, Marnie threw a switch which lit up every metal rod in the room and in the next with spluttering, darting flame. Like hunted animals, they drew back to the center of the room. The situation bristled with danger. Ronald and his men were using every means in their power to break down the door. Marnie sat at his switchboard, throwing the power of his dynamos into the far side of the room, which was their only possible means of exit. To pass through this electrical tempest was plainly impossible. The bolted door was slowly yielding. Then a possible solution flashed upon him. Seizing the insulated copper wire, he made for the window.
"No, Bradley, no!"
Ruth moaned, all her love for the gallant young scientist in her voice.
"You must not, shall not sacrifice your life."
But Lane saw the door slowly bending and knew that in a few minutes Marnie's men would be in the room. Standing on the windowsill, just beyond the death-dealing volts, he noosed a section of copper wire for a throw. The first cast fell short, but a second loop fell over two of the terminals, short-circuiting the current. A terrible screech from behind told him that the current had boomeranged and had hurled Marnie from his position at the switchboard, at the same time creating havoc with the generators and other apparatus. Lane dragged Ruth through the still intensely heated room, Jimmy Lawton following. They passed through the intended death chamber into another room whose walls appeared to be absolutely blank. The fugitives stared at each other in despair. They had braved so many dangers only to find themselves in a cul-de-sac. A whir and a click followed, and a panel slid back, and the man whom they knew as one of their deadly enemies stood revealed, the man in the cloak. Bradley, with a stifled exclamation of rage, was about to hurl himself upon the foe when, to his surprise, the person bowed profoundly and signaled them to pass. Suspecting a trap, Lane whipped his automatic from its holster and bade the others follow him. Hurrying to his laboratory, Bradley Lane concluded one of the most strenuous days of his career, and Jimmy, for the first time in years, had a home. Puzzled as they were at the action of the man in the cloak, they would have been infinitely more puzzled if they had seen what happened after they left him. For this strange character, as soon as they were gone, crept back to the first room they had entered. Ronald and the others were trying to revive Marnie, whose face, twisted and contorted at its best, was now a veritable study of the grotesque, the pallid mask of a living gargoyle. Fearful of losing their leader, they had devoted their whole attention to him. The man in the cloak's eyes lighted upon the disc that contained John Layden's secret. It lay under the needle of the abortive dictaphone. Whipping it off and into one of his pockets, the man in the cloak was about to steal away when Ronald happened to glance in his direction. "Get him quick!" Ronald screamed. "The traitor! He's stolen the Layden disc!" Then the man in the cloak did a third astounding thing. He raised the disc high above his head and hurled it onto the concrete floor, smashing it into 100 fragments. "Take your damn disc!" he snarled, and heaving a shoulder against the trapdoor, he sprang up and out, slamming the door behind him, and fled from the neighborhood. In spite of which the greatest problem in Fatty Everett's young life was how to make a crystal detector from his father's junk pile. The following morning found Lane closeted with high officials of the Department of Justice. While engaged in a description of the doings of the previous night and showing them the picture he had made of the anarchists, a code message was received from Scotland Yard, London, which was handling the English end of the vast conspiracy of which Marnie and Ronald were the chief American agents. Decoded, it read,
"Reds make temporary seizure. English Channel Broadcasting Station. Island of Sark. Watch Montauk Point, the only radio station near you to receive and send such messages. Believe plot to seize it simultaneously with Sark."
Bradley Lane, with an exclamation, hurried to the radio room, where, tuning into the television, the machine that permits one to see scenes at distant points as though looking at a moving picture, he picked up the Montauk station. A number of men were stealthily approaching the station on the sand dunes. "I'm off," shouted Lane. "Send your best men after me. Get Jimmy Lawton and tell him to bring me my static magnifier. The apparatus I showed to him last night. It's behind the Blue Boy in my room. Tell him to hurry." But Jimmy was not destined to reach Montauk. He had no sooner seized the camera-like box containing the magnifier and hurried on his way, when that ever-astounding person, the man in the cloak, sprang upon him to wrest the box away. Jimmy leaped upon a motorcycle that happened to stand nearby and sped away, the man in the cloak following in his motor car. Making the best of his start, Jimmy had turned several corners ahead of his pursuer and was actually outdistancing him. Suddenly, however, as his car swung around a corner, he saw a collision of an oncoming car with the motorcycle. Poor Jimmy had been hurled among the stubble of a wheat field, but as he went over, he hurled the static magnifier into a brook. Just as the man in the cloak was picking up Jimmy's senseless body and placing it, unresisting, in the limousine, Lane himself arrived at a point near the radio station. The Reds, having surprised the station and captured the operators, had left a pair of guards outside to ward off interference. These flung themselves upon Lane, front and rear. He struck out at the first one, but the other brought a black jack upon the head of the young scientist. Lane fell face foremost in the sand. Chapter 5. The Ship of Doom. The blow from the blackjack would have killed Lane had his head not been protected by a cap heavily padded for such emergencies. As it was, he was but momentarily stunned, and when his wits returned he thought it prudent to lie still, permitting his assailants to think they had accomplished their purpose. When their backs were turned to him, Lane repaid his assailants in full. His stout walking stick fell across the base of one Red's neck, and the other, wheeling, caught a second blow full on the forehead. Bradley hurried to the steps of the radio station, drawing his automatic. Several of the Reds rushed towards him, but being met with "Hands up, quick!" suddenly drew back. Then a whistled sound, which he knew came from a Department of Justice man, caused him to glance behind, where, scattered in a line of skirmishers, the Federal men came running to the station. The radio station was saved. No radio messages would be received there for the Reds or sent overseas to the island of Sark. Ronald, running to a window, escaped, and with his remaining henchmen reached a waiting boat. Had any been in the secret of the double of the man in the cloak, he would not have been surprised to have seen him make a sudden appearance at the Leyden house at about the time Lane and the Department of Justice forces had driven Ronald from the Montauk. But Ruth was not in the secret. At the first sight of him, Ruth drew back. Here was the man who had kidnapped her. Then she remembered that he also befriended her when she had been caught in Marnie's stronghold. With his hat pulled down and huge collar turned up, he took the disc containing her father's secret from the folds of his cloak and addressed her.
"They think this is destroyed," he said. "It was a dummy I smashed before their eyes. Here is the real disc. Guard it well until Lane can get it to Washington. I am your father's friend. Farewell."
The real man in the cloak, while en route with Jimmy Lawton to Marnie, had seen his double. Leaving Jimmy in the custody of the chauffeur, he had hurried to Leyden's house in a cab and had admitted himself to the house by a false key. In fact, he was in the very room when his double had delivered the true disc to Ruth. The moment he knew his double had departed, he had leaped at Ruth and tried to snatch the disc from her. Ruth wrenched herself free and rushed to the door.
"Thank God, Bradley,"
she murmured, for there was Lane, who had hurried to the house from Montauk when assured that the radio station was safe. Ensued another hand-to-hand conflict. Bradley hurled himself upon the man in the cloak. As Lane advanced upon him, jaw set, muscles tensed, the man in the cloak, with a cry of terror, turned and fled. Only one way was open to him, the window. He leaped through the curtains and glass, landing on the soft earth of the garden below, and dazed though he was, took to his heels. And in the meantime, Fatty Everts had completed his radio set and set up the antenna, the crystal detector having been accomplished by aid of a safety pin, as shown in his beloved radio news. Meanwhile, back in the Leyden laboratory, Ruth heard the sparking of an invention of her father's, by which one was instantly notified of a call by radiophone, Leyden's own special code number. She answered it to hear Jimmy's voice.
"Marnie's got me again, down at dock. B. The Seagull, a big schooner. Going to sail any minute now. They expect to hold up some big transatlantic liner and use her wireless to get in touch with Sark. Hurry, or—"
There was an abrupt cessation of his voice. Ruth knew he had been detected and was reaping the consequences.
"Bradley," she implored, "they've got poor little Jimmy again. We've got to hurry, or they'll be far out to sea before we can save him."
Lane told her briefly to get ready while he notified the Department of Justice, but for some reason he was unable to get them, and he knew that he dared not wait. So taking the desperate chance single-handed, he hurried down to his car. "Ruth," he said sternly as he whirled toward the docks, "you are not to accompany me on board. As soon as we reach there, drive to the nearest police station and get help." But Ruth would not let Bradley out of her sight, so she went on the Seagull without any police assistance, only to be captured ignominiously by the Reds and forced to watch her sweetheart, single-handed, battle the desperate and vengeful anarchists. By applying a fire axe to the lock of his room, Jimmy had made his way on deck just in time to intercept a knife, which was aimed at Lane, and instantly the two were the center of a wildly scrambling melee. Except for the dark, the confusion, and the danger of hitting each other, the anarchists, 20-1, would have had an easy time. As it was, Lane and Jimmy found only one avenue of escape, up the rigging. For a moment only, they were safe. Then the Reds came swarming up the lines like rats, one with a coiled rope in his hand. Lane saw what he would do and swung Jimmy far out in the attempt to land him on the dock from which the big schooner was rapidly pulling away. The attempt was too late. Jimmy fell into the bay instead. An instant later, Ruth, paralyzed with fear, saw the sailor lasso Lane, and his pinioned body plunged toward the deck below. Chapter 6. SOS. The Seagull was now headed for the open sea under its auxiliary power, as Bradley Lane hung suspended between the cross-trees and the deck. A noose, thrown from above the crow's nest, having arrested his dive from the mainmast to the water.
"This time," Marnie shouted jubilantly, "this time you shall not escape. Ronald, fire!"
It was then that Ruth Leyden, brought to deck by the two ruffians who had seized her on the dock, broke from their grasp and, running to Ronald, pulled down his pistol arm.
"No, no," she implored. "Don't shoot. I will tell anything, do anything if you will spare him."
"What have you to give when the cylinder containing your father's secret has been destroyed?"
Ruth was in a quandary. She knew the truth about the cylinder, but what was it worth besides Bradley's life? Just then the man in the cloak offered an explanation.
"The cylinder my double smashed was a fake. She knows where the real one is now."
Now it was Marnie who had to make a decision. Of all things, he desired Lane's death, yet the anarchist cause might well depend on the Leyden cylinder.
"Where is the cylinder?"
asked Marnie, his eyes leaving Lane's like those of a cat giving a mouse its liberty. In vain Lane forbade Ruth to tell. His life was her whole thought.
"The cylinder is in the wall safe, in Mr. Lane's laboratory."
With a threat to Ruth, she and Lane were led away in opposite directions. Lane to be securely bound in the hold and Ruth locked in the cabin. Meantime, the boat came to a stop and a small launch was sent ashore to secure the cylinder, while the plot to seize an incoming liner to radio the English Channel went on apace. And what of Jimmy Lawton? No one had seen him come up from his drop into the water as the big schooner cast off, but Jimmy was an expert swimmer, and he very luckily came up so near the ship that he could reach a rope ladder and could not be seen from the deck. After he had satisfied himself that he had boarded the right vessel, Jimmy lay in hiding until the small launch pulled out. But he had heard everything and he knew the arrangement of the cabins, where his friends were imprisoned. Also, he knew the radio room, if he could only get to it. But it was well guarded, and he waited with what patience he could muster. As soon as he saw his chance, he slipped into the cabin, using a key he had taken out of Ronald's pocket while the latter stood in the darkness only 2 feet away. In less than half an hour, he had both Lane and Ruth free. It was fully half an hour more before Lane could walk, so stiff had he become in the irons by which he had been bound. Just as they were emerging from the cabin, all three smelled smoke. A new terror had been added to their dire predicament, but the new danger held just as much menace to the captors as to the captives. The three, therefore, bent all their energies toward reaching the radio. The spy sent away from the schooner had been successful in his task. Without any opposition, he easily opened the safe in the laboratory and found the precious cylinder. With a grunt of joy, he turned only to find himself face to face with his double, a man cloaked and hatted like himself. A fierce struggle ensued, from which Comrade X at length emerged the victor and made good his escape with the precious disc. Chapter 7. Saved by Wireless. In spite of the raging passions and cruel anxieties that so lately had possessed those on the big schooner, the elements were now in full control. World power, unlimited wealth, revenge, all were sweet, but life was sweeter, and that now was threatened by the remorseless advance of the fire. As they hurriedly left the vessel, one satisfaction alone remained. Lane, the girl, and the traitorous young rascal Jimmy Lawton would all perish like rats. Their own safety they entrusted to the floating rafts and rowboats. Warned by Fatty Everts, the police in a harbor launch were rushing to the location given in the limping message that the least expensive set on the whole Atlantic coast had picked up. For Fatty's set had been built from scraps and instruction books. But another boat was far faster than the police launch, and this vessel, a lean, proud racer, was just as anxious to reach the big schooner. It contained the man in the cloak, and this servant of Marnie had safely in his possession the real cylinder containing John Layden's secret of recalling messages from the air. As the two smaller boats converged on longitude 7332 west, latitude 4025, a tremendous flash of flame lit up the sky, and an instant later a deafening roar told the racing boats of a terrific explosion. When the man in the cloak reached the scene, he was so closely pursued by the police launch that he had time only to pick up Marnie, Ronald, and a few of the anarchists. The fire of the police was unpleasantly close, and there was not room for all anyway. So he opened up the throttle and left a score of his comrades to their fate. The police realized that it would be useless to pursue so swift an enemy, and turned their attention to the abandoned Reds. What was their amazement, however, on approaching the wreck of the schooner to see the three they set out to rescue floating on an overturned table. Ruth, Bradley, and the boy had jumped just in time, and the explosion had provided several articles on which they had been supporting themselves ever since. The next morning saw the diminished band of Reds safely ensconced in Long Wong Fei's den in Chinatown. Marnie, Ronald, and the man in the cloak, and before them the precious cylinder with its record of recalling messages. To them, however, it was a closed book. Ruth Layden was the only one who knew how to read its secret. To this puzzled trio was admitted, after due precautions, a newcomer. Undismayed by her surroundings, Doria Valerian had brought important messages from the ringleader in Moscow to Marnie. The European branch felt that Marnie's master wave might bring them to the apex of their power. And, in his opinion, now was the proper time to put it into operation because the band had been forced into hiding abroad, and this messenger was sent to urge him on, and to assist in any way. To Marnie it looked like the very thing, this feminine touch. Ruth Layden had escaped, and she was still the only one who knew the cylinder's secret. Furthermore, she would not suspect Doria Valerian. She looked like Ruth's own kind. So Doria was dispatched to decoy Ruth, using feminine wiles if she could, force if necessary. And the man in the cloak and a chauffeur were sent with her. All unaware of the danger, Lane had left the girl, who was now able to sit up in bed, in charge of Jimmy, while he went to a conference of detectives to try to locate Marnie. But one eye was still on the crafty Reds, and that belonged to the mysterious double of the man in the cloak. The loss of the cylinder in Lane's laboratory had made him still more determined that it should never be used by Marnie. He had located Marnie by his unusual experiments, and had made his entrance to the Chinatown den. Here he overheard much that took place, and so it was that the headquarters radio caught this message.
You will find Marnie hidden in Long Wong Fei's den in Chinatown. Also, cylinder of John Layden's secret.
Without an instant's hesitation, a group of detectives, Lane at their head, dashed into the slant-eyed quarter of the city. Through secret doors and winding alleys on the hills of flying celestials, the detectives crashed. But the warning had been given, and the Reds were on the run again. As Lane broke into Marnie's improvised radio workroom, Marnie was just leaving it by another door. But as he jumped to intercept him, his own private call sounded from Marnie's own magnifier.
Ronald and man in cloak and the girl are smashing down door. Ruth in grave danger.
Love or duty, which to follow? But he had little choice. The way to get out was to follow Marnie, and the way led to the roof. As he reached it, he saw Marnie just crawling to safety from a pair of cables, which he had just crossed. Without a moment's hesitation, he started to cross after him. To his astonishment, Marnie no longer fled. He had stopped, and was waiting in his characteristic pose of menace. As Lane reached the center of the space, he saw why. Marnie had a pair of lineman's nippers and was cutting at the cable. It gave way. Lane almost lost his hold. 4 stories above the street and only one cable to support him, and Marnie cutting on that. Would he reach the other roof in time? Hand over hand, he worked his way in frantic haste. Methodically, Marnie cut at the cable. Snip went the last strand of the cable, and down went Lane. Chapter 8. The Master Wave. Had it not been for a passing wagon full of empty boxes, that fall from the severed wire would have seen the end of Lane, and the triumph of the diabolical Marnie, who had cut the cables on which the detective had sought to follow the misshapen anarchist. As it was, he was only stunned. When he had regained his senses, he saw the operatives herding a band of the Reds into police wagons. But Marnie and Ronald were not among them. Again the masterminds had escaped, only the underlings had been caught. Instantly, he had a mental picture of Ruth in danger. Telling the headquarters men that he would be down to prefer charges, Lane hurried away to the Leyden home. His worst fears were confirmed. As he dashed around the corner of Grove Street, he saw a crowd about the Leyden home. Following their gaze, he saw to his horror Jimmy Lawton, suspended by his jacket collar to an iron hook from the third-story window. As he looked, undecided what to do, his enemy, Ronald, the mysteriously cloaked man, and a foreign-looking woman, dashed out of the door. As Jimmy's clothes tear and he starts to fall, the two attack Lane. But he is equal to the emergency. When Jimmy comes hurtling down, he falls into the upstretched arms of his patron, and Ronald staggers away from Lane's pile-driven blows. "Tell me what happened," gasped Lane as Jimmy tried to patch up his coat, going up the stairs. In eager, half-finished sentences, Jimmy recounted how Ronald had broken into the Leyden apartment with the cloaked man and a woman, had overcome him and a nurse after he had sent the message that Lane received on the radio set fitted into his hat, how the second mystery man had appeared, and how Ronald had thrown him through the window just as he was about to grasp the revolver that was always in old John Leyden's desk. "Ronald must have seen you as he tried to hit me from the windowsill. Then they all fled down the stairs. Here's Miss Ruth now." "Thank God you're safe," breathed Bradley as he took the weak and badly shaken girl in his arms. In another part of the city on the waterfront, Doria Valerian was reporting her own failure to Marnie and urging him to perfect his master wave, that terrible engine of science whereby the anarchists hoped to conquer and control the entire civilized world. Gradually, the customary confidence of the twisted countenance of Marnie returned. By good luck, more than good planning, both he and Ronald had escaped. Their luck might hold until they could put over the greatest stroke the world had ever seen, the absolute suspension of all electrical energy by means of a master wave, which was the supreme conception of this diabolical genius. But the master wave had not been perfected, and with such facilities as the waterfront offered, there was little chance to perfect it. But Doria pointed out that both Lane and Leyden had excellent laboratories, and Lane had driven Marnie out of both his. Why not take one of those? Bradley Lane was making his will. Fully realizing that he had but a short time to live, he wished to make provision for the two persons he loved best in all the world. His meter had told him that his collapse might come at any time. So intent was he on the serious work in hand that his usually keen premonitive sense was not working. Over his shoulder, another pair of eyes were reading, and this is what they read. "I, Bradley Lane, knowing that my time in this world is drawing to a close as the result of an electrolyzation by Marnie, do hereby bequeath all my property, real and personal, to Ruth Leyden, my executors, to enjoin upon her my request that she rear and educate one Jimmy Lawton, an orphan, whom I love as dearly as though he were my own son." "Forgive me, Bradley, for reading it." The interruption was from the radio. Lane jumped up to tune in. "It may be another ruse of Marnie's," cautioned Ruth, but Bradley Lane had no fear. However, he did take the precaution to use his visualizer, an invention by which he could see who was talking before even hearing the voice. It was headquarters, and the chief wanted Lane, but before he could turn away from the instrument, the room suddenly became alive with men. Caught, utterly unarmed and unprepared, Lane felt the unmistakable muzzle of a gun in the small of his back.
"I've come to use this laboratory, since you have taken mine,"
snarled Marnie. It was Ronald, however, who held the gun.
"Here in the workshop of my victim, Leyden, I shall perfect my master wave, and when I do, my revenge on the world, on you, shall be complete. I will stop industries, transportation, ships. I will nullify radio communication and all electrical energy. Airplanes shall drop from the sky like rain. Nothing is impossible to me, Marnie."
The deformed anarchist struck an attitude that expressed both heroic accomplishment and grotesque buffoonery. Then his expression of exaltation changed to one of hate and malice as he saw Jimmy and Ruth.
"Look," he commanded, "for the last time upon the boy whose mother jilted the deformed Marnie."
And to Ruth,
"Look for the last time upon the man you love, and look now upon Marnie, whose servant you shall be, and whose bidding you shall do."
Beside himself with rage and fury, Lane broke from the grasp of Ronald and grasped Marnie about the throat. In one jump, Ronald had brought down his revolver butt on Lane's head. He sank senseless to the floor. Chapter 9. The Hand of Vengeance. Bradley Lane's failure to appear in answer to the urgent headquarters radio message was sufficient reason to send a detail to the Layden home where he had picked up the official communication. Had they any suspicion of the real danger which threatened the master sleuth, they would have violated all traffic laws to reach the Layden laboratory. Barely conscious, Bradley Lane lay helpless on the floor of the laboratory from the blow of Ronald's pistol. Marnie was undisputed master of the situation. With an imperative gesture to the man in the cloak, Marnie spoke.
"Take him away, and if you are faithful to Ivan Kronsky, never let me look upon his face again."
But Ruth, facing the terrible threat which Marnie had just made to her, was thrown into a paroxysm of anxiety by this threat, which was even more terrifying to her.
"Stop!"
she cried, as she leaped to the side of her helpless fiancé.
"I will give you anything, ask what you will, as the price of his life."
Marnie was on the point of refusing. With his arch-enemy in his power, what had she to stay his hand? He had everything to gain and nothing to lose. But Ronald, uninfluenced by personal feeling in the matter, realized that only Ruth knew the recalling secret embedded in the Layden cylinder already in their possession. He whispered to Marnie. Reluctantly, the deformed demon signed to his followers to put Lane down. In absolute silence, but with a meaning look at Ruth, he slipped the cylinder which had balked his every effort to make it talk on the roller of the dictograph. Again he turned the switch.
"Not that way," exclaimed Ruth. "Reverse the roller, and it will give its message."
With an annoyed look, Marnie turned off the switch, reversed the roller, and turned it on again. With varying emotions, the occupants of the room awaited the result. Even Lane was coming back to consciousness of what was going on. The mystery man, who was dressed so like the man in the cloak, showed every sign of desperation, and had Marnie and Ronald not been so absorbed in what they were doing, they would have paid more attention to this remarkable spy. Suddenly the whir of the needle gave place to words.
"I, John Layden, discoverer of the secret of recalling lost messages, do hereby make record of it. Said record to be delivered to the President of the United States."
So close was the anarchist's concentration that they didn't notice the mystery man cautiously possessing himself of a wrench from the table back of him. The cylinder continued.
"My secret of recalling lost messages is done by—"
A quick movement from the mystery man, and the traitorous cylinder flew into 1,000 pieces from the wrench he had hurled at it. In a fury, all of the anarchists hurled themselves at the mystery man. Lane, neglected for a moment, reached his hand through a panel and made a sign to Jimmy Lawton, who threw a concealed switch in the outer room. Instantly, blinding flashes of light from hidden places in the laboratory darted about the room. In terror, the anarchists crouched from these unsuspected laboratory defenses. Into this tense situation, headquarters detectives entered. With this reinforcement, Lane himself threw off the switch. The anxiety for Lane's safety enabled most of the Reds to escape down the hall, and among those who escaped were Marnie, Ronald, the mystery man, and Doria Valerian.
"Don't mind me. Get Marnie,"
said Lane, reeling unsteadily. He was too late. They had made good their escape at the expense of the foremost detectives who tried to intercept them. All efforts of headquarters to locate the new refuge of the anarchists availed them nothing. Until Lane recovered from his most recent experience, which weakened his electrolyzed constitution still further, they virtually had given up hope of discovering Marnie's whereabouts. But their radio told them unerringly that the scientist was continuing his experiments in some unlocatable laboratory. As a matter of fact, Marnie had established a workroom in a cabin just outside the city, but in a locality in which no one would ever look for him. His wonderful genius had supplied in a very short time the instruments which he needed to develop his master wave, but Marnie had one enemy even more implacable than Lane. It was the man who had 3 times balked him through his resemblance to the man in the cloak. At the very moment when Marnie was chuckling over his twofold success in hiding and all but perfected the master wave, this individual was stealthily looking into the window of the cabin. As he did so, he heard Marnie exclaim to Ronald,
I have done it. Another day, and my master wave will be able to nullify all electrical energy. You will see."
As he said so, he switched on the current, and both anarchists laughed in glee as the tremendous flashes of light responded to the instruments. But this experimenting had also its danger, and Marnie knew it. He switched them off quickly. Its temporary effect on radioactivity, however, was noticeable in every set in the United States. In Lane's apartment, a headquarters man was explaining this growing menace at the very moment of Marnie's latest experiment. "Unless we find this man immediately, he will have every electrical instrument in the world at his mercy," exclaimed the detective. "It's Marnie," growled Lane. "It's impossible that I will be able to locate him with this finder." So saying, he picked up an odd, complicated device and adjusted it to the tuning-in instrument. After a few manipulations of the visualizer, Lane gave an exclamation of satisfaction. "There he is! I see him perfectly." "But what kind of an instrument is that?" said the detective. "This is an invention of my own. When I have it thoroughly perfected, we will be able not only to see our friends with whom we are talking, but we will be able to see moving pictures, as well as to see concerts by radio, right in our own homes. But that is in the future. Now we are concerned with Marnie." The delicate instrument in Marnie's cabin had recorded the action of the visualizer, however, and Marnie knew that he was on the point of discovery.
"We must act immediately,"
he said to Ronald, his face perturbed with anxiety.
"I think someone is very near us now. Go out and see."
As Ronald walked down the path, Lane was controlling by radio a strange-looking automobile. The door of the garage rolled back, and without any driver, a smart-looking automobile, with a strange aerial apparatus, turned the corner and drove itself down the street to Lane's home and stopped in front of his door. 100 yards from the cabin, the second mystery man jumped on Ronald from the rear. The sound of the struggle attracted Marnie, and he dashed out of the improvised laboratory to be of what assistance he could. He found the senseless form of Ronald, and his absence gave the mystery man an opportunity to get into the cabin. In the meantime, the real man in the cloak was following the radio-controlled car from the city. And in order to intercept him, Lane jumped on an overhanging branch of a tree in a part of the road which was extremely rough and rutty, and permitted Ruth and Jimmy to continue to the cabin. As the man in the cloak slowed down for the rough road, Lane dropped on him from above. A short struggle, and he had assumed the strange disguise of his antagonist, and was hurrying in pursuit of his own car. As he turned the corner, he beheld a horrifying sight. The car, with Ruth and Jimmy in the front seat, was just disappearing over a cliff. Chapter 10. Saved by Science. For once it seemed that Marnie and Ronald were to be victorious. It appeared impossible that any human aid could reach Ruth Leyden and Jimmy Lawton, as the car containing the pair, bound and helpless, tore down the slope of the steep hill, at the bottom of which great jagged rocks and sinister boulders loomed up menacingly. But Lane did not despair. Ruth and Jimmy were in the radio-equipped and controlled touring car that the man in the cloak had seen approach the Leyden garage without a driver, being guided automatically by radio through an invention of Bradley Lane's. Throwing off his coat, his back might have been seen to be equipped with a flexible steel plate extending from the top to the bottom of his waistcoat. This was fastened to his body by steel-mounted straps that disappeared beneath his clothing through little slits cut in it. With this plate were connected switches and terminals that ran to his feet and around his shoulders, although most of these were also concealed by his attire. Instantly, he threw the switches. The car, tearing along at its mad pace, was headed directly for an enormous boulder. But just as destruction appeared unavoidable, just as Marnie and Ronald were about to vent their evil triumph in loud jeers at Lane's helplessness, an almost incredible thing occurred. The car stopped. It was as though a giant's irresistible hand had reached out and caught the car from behind. Then it began to move, backward. Bradley Lane, for the first time in the history of the world, had shown that it was possible to overcome the laws of gravity without the aid of either engines or dynamos. Neither Marnie nor Ronald could take their eyes from the car as it moved steadily back uphill. When finally it reached the spot where Bradley Lane stood, their eyes turned to him in wonder and amazement. Then they flung themselves upon him. But Lane was ready for them. Swinging on his heel, he delivered a terrific pivot blow directly under Marnie's jawbone, dropping him like a tree under the final crash of the woodsman's axe. His second blow, a short arm jab with his left, caught Ronald in the solar plexus and sent him staggering backward. But just as he imagined he had temporarily put his enemies to rout, Comrade X, the man in the cloak, who had disappeared from sight a moment or so before, now leaped upon Lane just as he turned again to free Ruth and Jimmy. Ronald, recovering slightly from the blow he had received, reached for his automatic and leveled it at Lane. But Lane, too, had an ally in hiding. That person who had duplicated Comrade X's appearance, so far as attire went, and who had hurried to the scene of conflict after setting fire to the laboratory in the hut, sprang on Ronald, also from behind, bringing down his pistol arm. But for all that the altruistic impostor who wore the cloak and the soft broad-brimmed hat was the weaker man, he fought with a rage and a fury that made up for his deficiencies. Ronald staggered back before the furious onslaught of the avenging arm. Back to the very edge of the cliff, relentlessly, the false man in the cloak drove him on. Clutching wildly at the empty air, as the imitation man in the cloak suddenly let loose his hold, Ronald lost his balance altogether and plunged head foremost down to the sharp and jagged rocks below. It was the end. Meanwhile, Lane was struggling with the real man in the cloak. Not until he had well-nigh choked the life out of him was he able to unfasten the cloak, which had disguised him so long. Unspeakable amazement sat on the faces of Ruth and Bradley Lane. It was the Layden's butler. Instantly many things which had been mysterious became clear to them. No wonder their plans had been known to Marnie before they could be executed. No wonder the attack on the old scientist had been so easy and successful. But the thought of Ruth's father galvanized Lane's astonishment into activity. Shaking the treacherous butler like a bundle of rags, Lane sternly demanded, "Where is John Layden?"
"John Layden is dead,"
replied the shaken butler, with dignity of a losing cause fast crumbling before his certain fate.
"We did away with him because he was a menace to Ivan Kransky's plan to rule the world."
So intent were they all that no one had noticed the pseudo-man in the cloak, who had just wreaked vengeance, full and complete, upon Ronald, and who now stood before them.
"John Layden is not dead," said the cloaked figure,
and with the words he undid the high collar of his cloak, as a victorious crusader of old might have lifted his visor.
"I am John Layden."
The astonishment and relief were too great. With a glad sob, Ruth fainted in the arms of the father she had feared was dead. The butler was the first to recover, and made a break for freedom, but Lane was too quick for him. In 3 steps he had recovered his grip on the treacherous servant, but Marnie had disappeared. With the aid of Doria Valerian, he fled to the hut, or rather to where it had been, for the hand of vengeance had done its work well, and the humble building that had housed the greatest invention of Marnie, the master wave, was smoldering in ruins. Without money, and with the band either in custody or in hiding, and in momentary fear of arrest, he knew his present plans had all come to naught. In utter despair, the twisted soul and the twisted body both failed. He sank down on what had been the doorstep, and his nerveless hand aimlessly picked up a still smoking lever handle. Doria Valerian tried in vain to rouse him. Then she too thought of her own safety. With a shrug of her shoulders, and without even looking back, she left the defeated inventor to his reflections. And they were bitter, for here was a brain of extraordinary quality which, if turned into useful and beneficial channels, might have brought their owner to the highest acclaim of the scientific world. And now that world was only concerned with capturing and punishing him.
"I was just coming back to consciousness when you found me in my laboratory after they had felled me and stolen the cylinder that held my secret," John Layden was explaining meanwhile. "But I realized that, if the secret was to be recovered, you too must think I was dead. Everyone, even my little Ruth here. So I held my breath when they examined me. I knew well how to feign the other manifestations of death and did so. So you too were convinced I was dead. As they talked, I lowered myself to the cellar of my house by a secret panel into a stairway that no one has yet discovered. That was how I was able to make those sudden appearances and disappearances, guarding Ruth and the cylinder after I recovered it.
I knew they would be after her as soon as they found the cylinder would not work for them, so I was forever on guard. But now I think it is safe for me to come to life again. But there was one more necessity for John Leyden's ever-unfolding genius. Lane's physical condition was such that the doctors had absolutely given him up, and Lane would not marry Ruth under such circumstances. Leyden was equal to this supreme test. When all medical science had failed, he discovered still another secret of electricity by which he was able to nullify the electrolyzation to which Marnie had subjected Bradley Lane. And in saving his life, he not only confirmed Ruth's profound belief in Providence, but removed much of the danger that had attended the handling of huge currents of electricity. The rest is like the histories of all peaceful countries, and no country was ever more happy than the life history of Bradley and Ruth. They were married as soon as Bradley was strong enough, and both Jimmy Lawton and Fatty Everts were at the wedding. Once, a little later, Lane thought he saw Marnie, the figure, bent and limping, cringing and furtive, had a look of such familiarity that Lane was tempted to stop the car. But then it might have been a tramp shuffling along in the greasy conglomeration of rags and patches. Anyway, Kransky had been killed trying to evade arrest, and the pathetic figure evoked no alarm, only compassion. He didn't even mention the matter to the most contented-looking of all women, Mrs. Bradley Lane. End of The Radio King by George Bronson Howard.